Anthony Todt was born on September 29, 1975, in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. His childhood was far from normal, marred by dysfunction and turmoil. His father, Robert Todt, was a high school teacher who had a particular attraction to young girls. Meanwhile, his mother, Loretta, is a housewife who is unaware of her husband's extramarital affairs with 16 and 17-year-old girls in his class. Robert's situation was even more complicated. He was engaged to a nurse while simultaneously involved with a student, all while still being married to Loretta. Eventually, Robert decided to get Loretta out of the way permanently so he could marry his fiancée. At the time, Anthony was just 4 years old. One night, he woke up to the sound of his mother screaming from her bedroom, followed by a gunshot. When he ran to her room, he found her on the floor, still alive despite being shot in the eye at close range. As the investigation unfolded, Robert's strange and detached reaction to the attack raised suspicions. Rather than showing concern, he seemed annoyed and disappointed that Loretta had survived. Authorities soon discovered that Robert had hired one of his mentally unstable students, offering him $900 to kill Loretta and make it look like a home invasion. He had given the student a house key, a gun, and specific instructions on where to find Loretta in her bedroom. This traumatic incident severely damaged Anthony's mental health, causing him to struggle to overcome what he had experienced. After divorcing Robert, Loretta remarried and did her best to help Anthony recover, but the damage was lasting. Discovering that his biological father had attempted to murder his mother permanently affected his emotional well-being. Despite his mental health challenges, Anthony was a highly regarded and hardworking student. He earned the respect of his classmates, being elected class president in both his junior and senior years. During high school, he met Megan, and their bond grew stronger over time. They pursued similar college degrees and got married just months after graduating. Following their wedding, Anthony and Megan moved from Pennsylvania to Connecticut and started a physical therapy business together. They worked hard to grow the practice until Megan became pregnant with their first child, Alexander. She then decided to leave her career to focus on motherhood. Despite the heartbreaking miscarriages, the family eventually had 3 children, Alexander, Tyler, and Zoe. To outsiders, their family appeared to be the epitome of the perfect American family. Anthony was a devoted husband and father, deeply involved in his children's lives and committed to providing for his family. Megan, now a stay-at-home mom, was equally devoted to raising their children. Their reputation as a loving and successful family grew, especially as Anthony's physical therapy business thrived. With their growing success, they purchased a condo in Celebration, Florida, a picturesque community near Walt Disney World. This is an ideal environment that brings happiness and safety to their family. They later moved to a larger house nearby and enjoyed a life filled with family activities, including trips to Disney World, beach outings, sports, and piano recitals. Anthony's business, based in Connecticut, required him to frequently travel back and forth for work, while Megan remained in Florida with the kids. For many years, the family seemed to lead a charmed life. However, their seemingly perfect life began to fall apart in 2011 due to unforeseen challenges. Megan, who had been bitten by a tick as a teenager, contracted Lyme disease, a bacterial infection. The disease may remain asymptomatic for years, but eventually it recurs, causing serious and unexpected health complications. In 2011, after returning from a trip to Disney World, Megan mentioned to her husband that she had been bitten by a bug. Initially, they assumed it was a minor issue that would resolve itself within a few days, as such infections often do. However, Megan's condition rapidly worsened, leading to diagnoses of tonsillitis, hepatitis, and other health problems. These illnesses not only affected her physical health but also took a toll on her mental well-being, resulting in a dramatic change in her personality. Eventually, Megan was diagnosed with depression, which deepened after yet another miscarriage. Her family situation also contributed to her struggles. Her husband, Anthony, managed their business in Connecticut during the week and only returned home to Celebration on weekends, leaving she feeling lonely and isolated. Unlike in Connecticut, where they had a supportive community, she found little to no support in Celebration. Her only source of comfort was the belief that her husband's physical therapy business was thriving. However, heartbreakingly, the reality was far from that. The business had been struggling financially for some time due to Anthony's mismanagement. Rather than focusing on its success, he used company funds to purchase condos across the country, intending to rent them out to vacationers. However, most of the properties operated at a loss and failed to generate profit. The income from the physiotherapy business was insufficient to support two households in different states, cover Megan's medical expenses, and pay for Anthony's frequent airfare. As financial pressures mounted, Anthony resorted to taking out small loans to make ends meet, but he was unable to repay them on time. To cover one loan, he would take out another, plunging deeper into a vicious cycle of debt. Things quickly spiraled out of control. Anthony was saddled with more than $100,000 in personal debt, along with mounting corporate debt and mortgages on his home in both Connecticut and Florida. Up until this point, he had kept their financial troubles hidden from Megan. Although he considered confessing, he ultimately decided against it. In a desperate attempt to fix the situation, he made a grave mistake. He began committing fraud to pay off their debts. He started submitting fraudulent invoices to health insurance companies and Medicaid for physiotherapy sessions that never took place. The money he received was used to pay off nearly 20 smaller loans, totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars. Over time, however, insurance companies grew suspicious. In 2019, the FBI launched an investigation. When agents interviewed Anthony's patients, they discovered that insurance companies had billed many of them for services they didn't receive. Some patients reported being charged for 5 weekly sessions when they had only attended 1 or 2. Others claimed they had moved out of state months earlier and had not seen Anthony at all. Further investigation revealed discrepancies in the records of the 2 clinics Anthony operated. The FBI uncovered invoices for therapy sessions on days the clinics were closed. On one occasion, Anthony billed for therapy sessions involving 16 patients, despite the clinic being shut that day. These findings prompted authorities to bring him in for questioning. Initially, he denied any wrongdoing, but patient testimonies made his claims indefensible. Eventually, he confessed to the fraud, insisting that his wife Megan was unaware of his crimes. He also agreed to plead guilty, provided Megan was not implicated in any charges. By September 2019, Anthony had lost his physiotherapy license, and both of his clinics abruptly closed, leaving employees without notice. Despite his confession, he was not immediately arrested. In November 2019, Anthony informed investigators that he planned to visit his family in Florida and would return to Connecticut by early December. However, after traveling to Celebration, Florida, he failed to come back as promised. By Christmas, his sister grew alarmed, having not heard from the family in weeks, a stark contrast to their usual pattern of communication. Worried, she contacted the police in Celebration and expressed her concerns. She informed them about Anthony's ongoing fraud investigation and shared that, during their last conversation, he mentioned that Megan and the children had been sick and bedridden for several days. When she received no further updates, her concerns deepened, fearing the situation was much worse than Anthony had indicated. On December 29, 2019, police officers visited Anthony's house to conduct a welfare check. Despite knocking on the door, there was no response, and the house appeared unoccupied. The Celebration Sheriff's Department noted in their report that the family had likely returned to Connecticut. However, it would take another 2 weeks to uncover that the entire Anthony family had been inside the home the entire time. On January 13, 2020, investigators from the Department of Health and Human Services, along with officers from the Osceola Sheriff's Department, returned to the residence. Over the course of 3 consecutive days, they knocked on the door but again received no answer. An eviction notice posted outside the home further led authorities to assume the family had relocated to Connecticut. Meanwhile, Anthony's sisters reported to local authorities that the family had been receiving unsettling messages sent from both Anthony's and Megan's phone numbers. Meanwhile, an FBI agent investigating Anthony's fraud case tracked him to Celebration, as he had failed to report back after traveling with his family to Florida for Thanksgiving. While monitoring the house, the agent observed Anthony briefly step outside, sit on the patio, and then return indoors. Immediately, the agent contacted the local sheriff's department, and officers arrived to arrest Anthony. In addition to the arrest, officers conducted a welfare check on Megan and the children after concerns were raised by their families. Upon being questioned about his wife and children, Anthony stated that his wife was sleeping and the children were at a sleepover. However, the officers noticed a peculiar odor emanating from the house. As they entered the master bedroom, the smell grew stronger and was unmistakably that of decomposing bodies. Inside the room, the remains of 42-year-old Megan and her two sons, Alexander and Tyler, were discovered. The family dog was also found dead in the same room. 4-year-old Zoe was initially not visible. The condition of the bodies indicated that they had been there for several weeks. Even more horrifying was the revelation that Anthony had been sleeping beside his deceased wife, Megan, all that time. When forensic experts began to remove the bodies, they discovered Zoe's badly decomposed remains in the room. Her body was so deteriorated that it had fused with her mother's remains. Anthony was immediately taken into custody and questioned about the events that had transpired in the home. Autopsy reports later revealed that Alexander and Tyler had been attacked in the abdomen. It was determined that the murders took place around Christmas in late December 2019. Initially, Anthony denied having any knowledge of the deaths of his wife and children. However, he later claimed that Megan had entered into a pact to end her life with him due to their shared fear of an impending apocalypse. According to him, she had supported him as he entered each of the children's bedrooms to kill them, suffocating Zoe and attacking Alexander and Tyler. He claimed that Megan then inflicted injuries on her own abdomen. Anthony was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, and prosecutors announced their intent to seek the death penalty due to the severity of the crime. Although authorities had Anthony in custody and his initial confession, his story changed before the trial began. In a 26-page letter to his father, Anthony presented a new version of events. He claimed he was innocent and accused Megan of being the one responsible for their children's deaths. He alleged that she had administered Benadryl to the children, separated them, and attacked them one by one. In the letter, Anthony claimed that on the night of the murders, he had taken the family van to a nearby condo to perform repairs and retrieve a necklace for his daughter. He wrote that he played basketball with the boys in the driveway before leaving, while Megan baked a pie for the children. Anthony said that he didn't return home that night and instead slept in the van because the essential oils Megan used for her symptoms irritated his sinuses. The next morning, when the van wouldn't start, he claimed he had no choice but to walk back to the house. When he returned to the house the following morning, he discovered a half-eaten blueberry pie on the kitchen counter, emitting a strange odor. In a letter written by Anthony, he stated that Megan had confessed to having a vision of the end of the world and claimed that she had killed their children. Megan then attacked herself despite his desperate pleas for her to stop. In the letter, he described himself as a powerless witness to these events. He also added that he tried to contact law enforcement but was unable to do so as there was no working phone in the house. He further noted that he had moved all the bodies to the master bedroom and covered them with blankets to give them comfort. While awaiting trial in jail, Anthony shared multiple versions of the events with his sister. In one phone call, he told her that he had no memory of the murders. Nonetheless, when it came time to enter a plea, he pleaded not guilty to the charges of 4 counts of murder. During the trial, the prosecution argued that Anthony did not kill his family due to apocalyptic beliefs or to free their souls. Instead, they alleged that he murdered his family because his fraudulent financial schemes were about to be exposed. Members of Anthony's family also testified about his struggles with mental health. His sister shared that the family had once had a strong community connection in Connecticut. However, their move to Celebration, Florida, drastically changed everything. Within just 2 years, Anthony had gained a significant amount of weight, been diagnosed with diabetes, and begun keeping his work and financial activities secret from his family. When it was Anthony's turn to testify, he depicted himself as a grieving husband, devastated by the loss of his wife and 3 children. While discussing Megan's medical history, he appeared emotional at times, occasionally shedding tears, but also displayed irritation when interrupted while answering questions. He informed the court that Megan had been diagnosed with Lyme disease during her teenage years and had also been diagnosed with a heart condition before their relationship began. Additionally, he stated that she later developed drug-induced hepatitis. Throughout his testimony, he steadfastly maintained his innocence, claiming that his wife, Megan, was responsible for their children's deaths. Anthony testified that Megan became deeply influenced by a religious group after traditional medications failed to alleviate her symptoms. According to him, she had discovered the group online and embraced its teachings, believing the afterlife to be a release from her physical ailments and illnesses. He explained that Megan often attended virtual meetings with the group via Skype, sometimes with him present. As part of their practices, Megan was given specific prayers aimed at addressing her personal struggles. She also grew to believe in a concept called family lineage karma burning. She understood this to mean that resolving karmic burdens in one life would enable her family to achieve salvation and reincarnation in better conditions. He further claimed that Megan's involvement with the group was rooted in her desire to improve her health and her relationships with people who had mistreated or hurt her in the past. When recounting the incident of the murders, Anthony provided a narrative consistent with both a letter he had written to his father and a story he had previously told his sister. According to him, he was not at home when the murders occurred and had no memory of providing any recorded confession to the authorities. He claimed that when he returned home the next morning, Megan brought him into a room and confessed to killing their children. He stated that the shock caused him to fall down the stairs, hit his head, and fracture his neck. He said he could not remember anything else until he regained consciousness in jail. When questioned about the recorded confession, Anthony claimed to have no knowledge of it and said he first became aware of it during the court proceedings. However, in the confession, he admitted to investigators that he and Megan had worked together to plan the murders of their children. He also stated that the children were aware of their impending deaths and had even given their consent before being killed. Strangely, he denied having any role in the death of the family dog. In the confession, he revealed that the murders occurred 2 days before Christmas in 2019. He told the jury that upon discovering his wife and children dead, he attempted to end his life to join them. He described cutting his wrists, taking multiple doses of Benadryl, and attempting to hang himself multiple times. Additionally, he claimed that, since Megan had possession of all the phones in the house, he shouted for help from a window. When no one came, he said he had gone to a local store to purchase a gun and attempted to end his life. In his confession, Anthony also mentioned a suicide note that he and Megan had written together. In the note, they explained that their decision to end their lives arose from several factors, including their belief in an imminent end-of-the-world prophecy. They expressed that they did not want to endure the predicted suffering, catastrophic events, or prolonged torment. The note stated that death would free Megan from her pain and that their ultimate goal was to reunite as a family without experiencing suffering. In recounting his wife's death, Anthony told the court that she had taken a large amount of Benadryl and then attacked herself twice in the stomach. However, the autopsy report contradicted his account, indicating that the downward trajectory of the stab wounds suggested they were inflicted by someone else. In 2022, the jury unanimously convicted Anthony Todt on 4 counts of murder. He was sentenced to 4 life terms in prison without the possibility of parole. In a rare decision, the judge added an additional year to his sentence for animal cruelty, as he was found responsible for killing the family dog. Melissa Drexler was born on July 10, 1978, in Lacey, USA. She was the only child in her family. Eventually, her parents moved her to a small suburb in New Jersey with a population of about 5,000 people. The Drexler family was well known in the community due to their success and wealth. Melissa's mother worked as an administrator at a local bank, while her father managed a large logistics company. The family was respected and lived comfortably, having even purchased a large house upon their arrival. Although they were well off, their family was modest and adhered to conservative values, instilling Christian beliefs in Melissa from a young age. Melissa was a quiet girl, calm and somewhat reserved. In elementary school, she struggled to make new friends but remained unaffected by it. Instead, she chose to befriend a few people with whom she felt more comfortable. Things began to change a bit in fourth grade when she met Rebecca John Ollie. This friendship allowed her to showcase more of her dynamic side. Inspired by her friends, she started attending dance classes and excelled in contemporary jazz. However, she still maintained her modest and reserved demeanor. By the beginning of high school, she kept a small group of friends and generally did not socialize with strangers or make new friends. She was viewed as an ordinary girl, not particularly popular, but calm, sweet, and unobtrusive. Melissa has the appearance and personality of an excellent student, but in reality, she is only average in academics. According to Rebecca, Melissa's strength lies in her dedication to her friends. Although she has difficulty making new friends, she maintains close relationships with her old friends, always supporting and caring for them. Although she was not very sociable, she excelled at listening and providing comfort. Emotionally, she is quite reserved. She doesn't laugh excessively, but she is also not easily hurt by unintentional jokes. It seemed she was the type of person who would not react with anger or cause trouble. In fact, even the more boisterous girls became calmer and more reserved after getting to know her. In the mid-90s, Melissa, like many teenagers at the time, did not have access to the internet, social media, or modern entertainment options. Video games were not as popular as they are today, so she often spent her free time with her friends at the nearby shopping mall. The shopping center featured arcade games and trendy clothing stores, which especially attracted girls. Melissa had a particular fondness for these stores because she dreamed of working in fashion and design. Her group of friends would spend the whole day at the mall, occasionally taking breaks to eat at the food court. All the teenagers in town would gather there to relax. Unexpectedly, it was here that Melissa had a fateful encounter that would change her life forever. Melissa was naturally reserved and did not enjoy openly discussing herself or others. This trait stood out, especially when she met John Lewis, an older boy, at the age of 16. She may have felt uncomfortable, as their relationship could draw judgment from others. Their initial meeting took place at the shopping center, and only her best friend, Rebecca, was aware of it. Rebecca described this encounter as fateful, as it would greatly impact not only Melissa and her friends but also the entire town. Their relationship was not marked by intense emotions or overwhelming attraction. It was a typical teenage romance. They were similar in many ways, remaining calm and reserved with each other. Over a few weeks of friendly meetings, it became clear that John was interested in Melissa. When they first started dating, their relationship felt very special. However, they often encountered misunderstandings, which their friends attributed to their age difference. Even small arguments could lead to brief separations, but whenever they had time apart, they eventually reconciled. Their relationship resembled that of an immature couple, and those around them believed that their feelings would not last after they graduated from high school. Over time, most of Melissa's classmates learned about her relationship with her older boyfriend, John. However, she chose not to tell her parents, fearing that their conservative religious beliefs would lead them to oppose the relationship. She was also concerned that John's age might create complications. Fortunately, it was easy to keep her relationship a secret since her parents worked a lot and were rarely home. When they were around, she would tell them she was going to the library or hanging out with friends at the mall, and they accepted this without question. During this period, Melissa and John spent most of their time together at his house. She would return home around 7 p.m., just before curfew, so her parents never suspected anything was wrong. To avoid raising suspicion, she sometimes returned home even earlier than they did. This plan worked perfectly. Her parents remained unaware of her relationship, despite the fact that she spent nearly all her free time with John. Friends like Rebecca often questioned why Melissa kept her relationship so secretive. Although Melissa struggled to explain her reasons, it was clear that she had some fears. Others could see that she and John shared a close bond. Melissa often took trips with her parents, particularly her mother. They would go to shopping centers and amusement parks on weekends and even found time to spend together during the week. Still, she continued to keep her relationship hidden and was generally hesitant to discuss John, even with her friends. Rebecca suspected that Melissa's secrecy was tied to her family's religious beliefs. While she did maintain her faith, it didn't stop her from being intimate with John, which ultimately had consequences. In the fall of 1996, Melissa discovered she had missed her period. Initially, she didn't think much of it, but as a month passed and the situation persisted, she realized the possibility of being pregnant. Fearing the worst, she took a test, which confirmed her suspicion. It was positive. By late November 1996, she approached John for a serious conversation, suggesting that she might be pregnant from their unprotected encounters. John was taken aback because Melissa had always stated that she was on birth control. He had no idea that this was untrue. She had avoided taking the pills due to concerns about side effects. Following her revelation about the missed period, Melissa gauged John's reaction and saw that he was not pleased. To lighten the mood, she laughed it off, claiming it was just a joke and that she had mixed up the dates. But there was no misunderstanding. Concerned about John's negative response, Melissa chose to keep the situation a secret to avoid losing him. She thought the issue would resolve itself, which it clearly wouldn't. By the time she reached her 4th month of pregnancy, the signs became undeniable. She felt nauseous, and her belly was starting to show. Yet even then, she stayed quiet and sought no support, preferring to keep her situation hidden. In the months that followed, Melissa attempted to maintain a normal appearance, but several close friends noticed shifts in her behavior. She began craving food she had previously disliked and snacked more frequently, which was unusual for her. It was also apparent from her face and body that she had gained a few pounds, but nobody mentioned it. They assumed her weight gain was due to hormonal changes and that she wasn't upset about it. To disguise her growing belly, Melissa started wearing baggy clothing like jeans and oversized sweatshirts. She even wrapped her belly, a style choice that was inconsistent with her usual look. Nonetheless, she successfully convinced everyone that she was merely embarrassed about her weight gain and intended to lose it, resulting in dwindling inquiries about her appearance. Not everyone in Melissa's friend circle was observant. For example, her friend Sarah, who had lunch with her every day at school, didn't notice anything unusual. It was also puzzling that Melissa's relatives failed to see any changes. As spring approached, high school classes began preparing for the graduation ball scheduled for June 1997. By the end of May, her belly should have been noticeable. However, she went to the mall with her best friend Rebecca and her mother to pick out dresses. They tried on many beautiful styles that day, but none of Melissa's friends thought anything was wrong. They later discussed it and confirmed that her belly was not noticeable at all. Despite her delicate situation, Melissa's height of about 160 centimeters made her look only slightly fuller in the loose clothing she had chosen. It's important to note that Melissa had always had a passion for fashion and designer clothes. For the summer, she even got a job as a sales consultant at a women's clothing store near the coast. During this time, her dream was to go to New York and become a famous designer, but her enthusiasm wasn't enough to make that goal a reality. She decided to attend college in a nearby town, about a 45-minute drive from her home. Those who knew Melissa well described her as a talented artist and designer, but she struggled with writing and several important subjects, which didn't align with her plans for the future. This could also be attributed to her focus on completely different matters, particularly on how to conceal her growing pregnancy. On June 6, 1997, the long-anticipated graduation ball finally took place. Melissa, like many young people from her town, spent the morning preparing for the event. She visited a beauty salon for hair and makeup, all while secretly coping with severe stomach pain that had started earlier in the day. Despite her discomfort, she hoped that everything would be fine by the evening. Accompanied by her boyfriend John and her best friend Rebecca, she climbed into a limousine for the half-hour ride to the banquet hall in New Jersey, where the prom would take place. Throughout the trip, Melissa continued to experience unusual cramps. By the time they reached the parking lot, she was sweaty and struggling to breathe. Concerned, Rebecca and John suggested that she see a doctor instead of attending the ball. However, she was determined not to let her condition ruin the night, attributing her pain to severe menstrual cramps that she believed would soon subside. At that moment, Rebecca had no idea that Melissa had been hiding a significant secret for the past 9 months. Once inside the banquet hall, Melissa's contractions began. She quickly excused herself to the women's restroom, claiming she just needed to freshen up. The other attendees caught only a glimpse of her stunning velvet dress. Behind a stall door, Melissa gave birth, desperately trying to suppress her cries. The sound she made went unnoticed by the other girls, who assumed she was merely part of a couple sneaking away for privacy. About 20 minutes later, noticing that Melissa had still not returned, Rebecca decided to check on her. Worried, Rebecca asked Melissa if she was okay. Melissa reassured her that she was fine and would be back shortly. Shortly after Rebecca left the restroom, Melissa made more strange noises. A few girls inside looked under the stall and were alarmed to see only one pair of legs and blood on the floor. They inquired about what was happening but received no response. Worried, they left to find an adult for help. A few minutes later, Melissa emerged from the restroom as though nothing was wrong. She rejoined John and Rebecca on the dance floor, appearing calm and collected. After about half an hour of eating salad, drinking punch, and dancing, she asked the DJ to play Metallica's The Unforgiven, her boyfriend's favorite song. Meanwhile, the girls who had seen the blood informed the teachers at the prom about the disturbing sight in the restroom. When a high school teacher checked it out, she found blood smeared inside and dismissed the situation as a prank since there were no victims present. To avoid causing a panic and ruining the prom, they decided to send a cleaning lady to clean the stall. Upon arrival, the cleaning lady was shocked by the bloody scene, blood smeared on the wall and some in the toilet. She found a bloody bag and threw it in the trash without realizing it contained a placenta. Unaware of what had happened, she began cleaning up the blood with paper towels. When she tossed the used towels into an already overflowing trash bin, she noticed it was unusually heavy and called for help. Together with another cleaning lady, she pulled a dark bag out of the trash. Meanwhile, the prom organizer learned that one of the girls wasn't feeling well and approached Melissa to ask about the blood. Everyone was worried about her, but she insisted that she was fine and that it was just a heavy period. At the same time, the cleaners opened the suspicious trash bag and discovered the body of a newborn inside. The shocking news quickly spread to the other students and prom organizers, leaving everyone stunned. No one suspected that Melissa had been pregnant. Her close friends and boyfriend, John, believed it was a mistake, insisting they would have noticed a pregnancy. When pressed, Melissa admitted that she had given birth to the child in the stall. Emergency services were called, and Melissa and the baby were rushed to a local hospital in hopes of saving the newborn. Meanwhile, Melissa's parents were enjoying a quiet Friday night at home, reminiscing about their own graduation, when they received a call informing them that their daughter had given birth. They assumed it was a mistake and hurried to the hospital, skeptical of what they were being told. When they arrived, they found Melissa in a hospital bed, pale and weak. Meanwhile, doctors in the emergency room were trying to save the boy she had given birth to, but unfortunately, after 2 hours of effort, they were unable to save him, and the child died. The police interviewed the young mother, Melissa, who claimed that her baby was born blue and not breathing. However, an autopsy revealed that the baby had air in his lungs, indicating that he had been breathing. A forensic expert confirmed that the baby was not stillborn, as Melissa had stated. Even more disturbingly, the baby showed signs of having a respiratory tract injury consistent with manual strangulation, along with matching marks on his neck. This evidence shifted Melissa's image from that of an innocent victim to that of a cold-blooded killer. The shocking details of the case received widespread media coverage across America, leading to cruel harassment of Melissa's family. She faced open hostility, with people defacing her school locker with messages like "killer." Questions arose not only for Melissa's family but also for her teachers. It was surprising that no one had noticed her pregnancy throughout the 9 months. Many people began to scrutinize her family. Some accused her father of neglect and mistreatment, but there was no evidence to support those claims. Both of her parents were decent and respected individuals who always treated their daughter with care. They were busy with work and were unaware of whether she had a boyfriend. They likely overlooked changes in her appearance and were completely unaware of her pregnancy. The parents were left wondering why she had lied to them and why she had not disclosed her pregnancy during that entire time. Melissa was afraid that her parents would not accept her pregnancy due to their religious views and conservative beliefs. As a result, her parents became viewed as villains, much like Melissa, who was seen as responsible for the baby's death. Not everyone believed the family's account, especially since the media painted them as monsters. On June 24th, just weeks after the tragedy, Melissa was arrested for killing the baby. She was later released on $50,000 bail and will remain at home awaiting a hearing in the case. The public demanded punishment for such a brutal act, with many calling for the death penalty. During this time, the family feared for their safety as they received daily calls filled with insults and even death threats. Most of Melissa's close friends distanced themselves from her, including Rebecca, who stopped communicating with her for a long time. Only John stood by her side, expressing that he did not blame her for the baby's death and believed she was a victim of circumstance. He even discussed the possibility of marriage if Melissa was acquitted, assuring her of his love regardless of the situation. The hearing that took place in the summer of 1998 caused significant controversy in public opinion. Some viewed Melissa as a ruthless child killer, while others saw her as a pitiful young girl who had made a terrible mistake out of fear of her parents' reaction. During this period, she underwent several psychiatric evaluations, which revealed that she was suffering from a dissociative disorder. This condition often occurs in teenagers with unwanted pregnancies, leading them to deny their pregnancy out of fear, often perceiving the child as something alien. One symptom of this disorder is the belief that the child was stillborn, even though this was not the case. However, Melissa could not fully justify her actions based on dissociative identity disorder alone. She took extreme measures to conceal her pregnancy, including binding her stomach tightly in the later stages and convincing herself that the situation would resolve itself soon. Melissa's lawyer argued that she should not have been imprisoned because her mental state required specialized treatment from the beginning, aiming to attribute her actions to insanity. A forensic expert testified that the baby was strangled after birth and that Melissa had caused damage to the baby's airways. Although the baby struggled to breathe, he eventually died, despite the doctor's efforts to save him. The prosecution argued that after Melissa gave birth to a healthy baby, he might have made sounds in the restroom, which frightened her with the possibility of being discovered by other girls. In a moment of panic and sorrow, she strangled him to hide the pregnancy and the birth. She then used a metal napkin holder to cut the umbilical cord, packed the baby into a bag, and callously discarded him in a trash can. The prosecution argued that her actions were intentional and that she was mentally stable. This was evidenced by her consistent and logical behavior, as well as her composure during the questioning by detectives following the discovery of the baby's body. Her post-murder behavior strengthened the prosecution's argument. By this time, Melissa was 18 years old and should have understood the severity of her actions. Law enforcement and the media portrayed her as a monster, willing to go to great lengths to protect her graduation prospects. Few witnesses came forward to support Melissa, including her best friend Rebecca, who believed the baby was simply born lifeless and had stopped breathing. Thus, Rebecca thought Melissa acted out of fear and chose to dispose of the baby. The situation was dire. Melissa faced the possibility of up to 50 years in prison if convicted of first-degree murder. Her best chance for a reduced sentence lay in a plea bargain, where she could plead to manslaughter with mitigating circumstances. On October 29, 1998, Melissa admitted that she had been hiding her pregnancy from everyone. While in the car, she experienced cramps but tried hard to conceal her discomfort. As the pain intensified, she struggled to cope. Once they arrived at the banquet hall, she rushed to the restroom, where she went into labor. The baby was born alive, but she wrapped her in plastic bags and disposed of her in a trash can. She acknowledged that she knew her actions would lead to the baby suffocating and dying, but her fear of being discovered overwhelmed her, leading to the tragic decision to end her child's life. The judge expressed that Melissa was not a monster and deserved compassion and understanding. However, she had taken an innocent life and needed to face the consequences. As part of a deal with the prosecution, she received a 15-year prison sentence but was eligible for parole after just 3 years. Although John and Melissa ended their relationship, he remained close to her family, often supporting her parents while she was incarcerated. During her time in a New Jersey prison, she began focusing on her education in fashion and took courses in fashion design, hoping to pursue a career in that field. Many were perplexed by Melissa's demeanor in court. She displayed no remorse for the death of her child, seeming to care more about how her parents were affected. Her family held a small memorial service for the baby, who was named Christopher. 3 years later, on October 26, 2001, Melissa was released from prison, which she viewed as a significant achievement. Just 3 days after her release, a new law took effect requiring violent offenders to serve at least 85% of their sentences before becoming eligible for parole. Had this law been applied to her, she would have faced an additional 9 years in prison. However, challenges persisted as the community held on to their resentment, and residents scrutinized her every move with disdain, particularly noting her lack of emotion regarding the death of her newborn. Despite public backlash, Melissa chose to ignore the negativity and attempted to create a new life for herself. Supporters argued that she might have a dissociative disorder, which contributed to her behavior and warranted a second chance. Nevertheless, many felt that her punishment was too lenient for the crime she committed. Unfazed by the criticism, she pursued happiness, entered a new relationship, and gave birth to 2 children. Little is known about her current life, as she maintains a low profile and does not engage with the media. Melissa Drexler's case has become a cautionary tale for young mothers in America. Local residents and educators frequently reference her story to illustrate the dangers of ignoring personal fears and the need for open communication. Her popularity in the community has diminished, as many people who knew her and her family before the incident have distanced themselves from them, leading to strained relationships. The Missouri community believes that Christianity involves more than just having the right beliefs about God. They emphasize the importance of inner devotion, moral growth, and genuine repentance. They meet at home, hold educational gatherings. The Missouri are committed to following biblical principles, which include loving one's enemies and rejecting all forms of violence. This is the kind of environment Jeffrey David Borlase was raised in. In his youth, he got a summer job at the water park in Missouri. On his very first day at work, Jeffrey met a charming girl who, like him, wanted to earn a few dollars during the school holidays. Her name was Tanya May. Jeffrey was smitten. His heart told him that he had met the one with whom he would spend his whole life. Tanya was born on September 13, 1974. She was raised in a family where Christian values were paramount, patient, indulgent, and selfless. Tanya saw in Jeffrey her other half, a wonderful husband, and a loving father. Everything happened as they hoped. They got married. Inspired by love and hope, they created a strong family. Then, 4 children were born. True to their beliefs, Jeffrey and Tanya decided to take in 4 more boys from an orphanage to raise, making a total of 8 children: Taylor, Kaya, Alexis, Meseret, Tristan, Eli, Stephen, and Meliku Borlase. As time went by, the kids grew up. Their daughter, Taylor, despite the age difference, was very close to her brothers, with whom she loved to play pranks. They also shared common interests. The children were involved in sports and music. This continued until 2015, when Taylor did not finish high school and did not move to Boone to attend Appalachian State University. However, whenever the opportunity arose, the girl visited her relatives. Meanwhile, Tristan grew up like any other child. Sometimes he got annoyed with his parents, for example, when he was not allowed to use a cell phone or social media until a certain age. He was also forbidden to date girls until he graduated from high school. Overall, all the children in the family, regardless of whether they were born in marriage or adopted, grew up in a harmonious atmosphere and were not deprived of love or affection. Their loving mother closely monitored the internal order of relations between brothers and sisters, prayed frequently, and did good deeds. There was one incident that will forever remain in Robin's moth memory: Tanya's compassionate mother. Her daughter sold her expensive wedding ring and replaced it with a cheap one to help build houses for residents of Haiti affected by the hurricane in December 2017. Pleasant changes occurred in the life of the family as Jeffrey, his wife, and children moved to a new house in Watauga County, North Carolina. The new house was more spacious, had a larger lot, and was located just under 2 miles from Robin. This would be very convenient, especially when help was needed with babysitting. Around the same time, Tristan, who was in high school, started to participate in track and field. Alexis and Kaya worked as counselors at summer camps. At first glance, it might seem that the Borlase household never had any problems or troubles, but this was not the case. Over time, Tristan's behavior began to raise concerns. By 2019, while in high school, he started having difficulties understanding some school subjects, and these challenges only increased day by day. In addition, sometimes the boy behaved inappropriately. Although by that time he had everything, he constantly argued with his parents about his own mobile phone and access to social media. Tristan spent a lot of time on his Instagram account. The eldest of the Borlase children, Taylor, was always interested in the lives of her brothers and sisters and noticed that Tristan often quarreled with their parents. She also learned about his other problems. Some teachers tried to push Tristan to give his all. One of them was initially saw in Tristan a smart student with great potential. However, he soon became convinced that Tristan, who was frequently late for classes, was not interested in studying at all. Tristan withdrew from the school community, was indifferent to everything, and did not want to try. It got to the point where he wore headphones during class and sat with a vacant expression. The teacher tried to help Tristan, and one day after class, they had a heart-to-heart talk. It was a very productive conversation, and Tristan assured his teacher that he would try to achieve more, but in the end, he did not see any improvements. After a while, Tristan became friends with a girl from their religious community, Evelyn. They began dating, and he sometimes shared his frustrations about his relationship with his family, mentioning the frequent quarrels with his mother and father. On April 10, 2019, Tristan's teacher called his parents to complain about his academic performance and behavior. Jeffrey and Tanya left their youngest child with his grandmother and went to the middle school to understand what was happening. That same day, Taylor received a text from her mother, asking if she knew that Tristan was using illegal substances. Later, Tanya explained to Taylor that she had taken Tristan's phone to investigate the claim. After 4 p.m., Tanya informed her mother, Robin, that the conversation with Tristan had gone well. Although they had taken away his phones and car keys until he started behaving normally and focusing on school, Tristan didn't seem upset. They returned home. They decided to take the family dog for a walk together. Before that, Jeffrey headed to his van while Tanya went into the house. Much of what happened afterward cannot be fully reconstructed, but it is clear that inside the house, Tristan suddenly attacked his mother with a knife, presumably taken from the kitchen, and stabbed her deeply. At about 5 p.m., cameras and CCTV installed outside filmed Tristan running across the yard, covered in blood. At that moment, Jeffrey saw him and got out of the car. Tristan walked up to him and suddenly attacked him. As Jeffrey ran away, he tripped, and Tristan rushed at him. First, Tristan hit him with his fist and then stabbed him multiple times. Neighbors reported that on that Wednesday at about 5:30 p.m., they heard loud screams. Tristan's hands were covered in blood. He went into the kitchen, where he had previously dragged his lifeless mother's body, picked her up, and carried her outside. Then he spent about an hour cleaning up the scene, even using a hose to wash the porch near the house. Around 8:30 p.m., Tristan went to his grandmother Robin's house to pick up his younger brother. She was surprised and asked him about his parents. He said that they had gone to the store for shopping. After about 20 minutes passed without any word from Tanya and Jeffrey, Robin felt a strong worry as such behavior was extremely unusual. At that moment, another grandson called her to tell her that his parents had not picked him up as they usually did. Robin immediately contacted Alexis and Taylor. They agreed to pick up the boy and meet together at the family home. Alexis arrived first with her boyfriend. It was already dark outside. Upon entering the house, they were horrified to see traces of blood on the carpet. Assuming that Jeffrey and Tanya might be in the storehouse, they headed there. Under the hammock, they saw Jeffrey's wrapped body. Alexis rushed to him, but her boyfriend tried to hold her back. He grabbed her and dragged her toward the house, saying that they should call 911. A few seconds later, they saw Tristan driving away in his father's black car. Despite his fleeting appearance, Alexis and her boyfriend managed to notice the blood on his face and hands. Meanwhile, Tristan contacted his friend Evelyn and went to her house. She realized that he was worried about something and also noticed several scratches on his forehead and hands. However, Tristan assured her that he had just had a fight with his parents and got the scratches while playing with his dog. Around 10:30 p.m., the detective received a report filed by Alexis. He immediately went to the scene. Seeing a bloody trail in the Borlase house, the partners followed it upstairs but found nothing. Returning to the yard, they began to search it and soon came across the body of 43-year-old Jeffrey, who had stab wounds to his abdomen. Continuing the search of the area adjacent to the house, detectives found a car in the woods. Previously, relatives had reported that Jeffrey's car had disappeared from the yard. It looked like it was an unsuccessful attempt to hide the family's white 2000 Ford pickup truck. The investigators then realized why the criminal had needed it. In the cabin was the body of 44-year-old Tanya, covered with a blanket and stuffed with bags of mulch. The police began collecting evidence, noticing red stains on the floor, the dashboard, and the rear door of the car. Considering the seriousness of the events, an experienced investigator was urgently called in due to the case of serious crimes of the Watauga County Sheriff's Department. He arrived at approximately 11:35 p.m. and examined the crime scene, after which the officers reported to him the statements they had collected from relatives. Then investigator decided to take the family to the sheriff's office, as it was necessary to document the interview with each of them. First of all, the lead investigator interviewed Robin, who explained what she had been doing that day and what she had discussed with her daughter Tanya. Then it was Taylor's turn, who also told everything she knew. Tristan was undoubtedly the prime suspect, while investigators were trying to piece together the puzzle, and the family was in a state of shock. Tristan was spending time with his girlfriend. He stayed overnight with her. The next morning they went to Walmart and McDonald's. Tristan promised they would go to class together later, but that didn't happen. Evelyn believed he simply wanted to escape his parents for a bit, so he suggested staying with a relative. That same morning, Tristan invited her to get in the car, and they drove toward Tennessee. Meanwhile, a warrant was issued for the arrest of the suspected killer, and searches continued at the suspect's residence. The investigator processed evidence from the white pickup truck, which was difficult to handle because it was on a steep incline. The truck was taken to the sheriff's office, where an agent from the North Carolina Bureau of Investigation joined the team and took a total of 737 photos from the scene. At the same time, investigator learned that Tristan had been spotted in Tennessee. He began the paperwork for extraditing the suspect and considered traveling there with Robin to speak to Tristan, given that he was a minor. Information about the car was shared with the National Crime Information Center, prompting efforts in Tennessee to locate the vehicle. The search for the car began, leading to a chase. While driving with Evelyn, Tristan notices that someone seems to be following them. He told his girlfriend that he had to hurry and sharply increased speed. She naturally did not understand what was happening. To make her less confused, Tristan suggested that his parents probably reported the car as stolen to find him faster. Tristan raced along the highway but eventually succumbed and stopped. Their car was surrounded by police cars. Evelyn was completely confused seeing Tristan handcuffed and placed in a police car. Officers noticed that Tristan did not appear upset or worried. According to the county sheriff's office, both young men's clothes were stained with blood. Police officers obtained search warrants for their mobile phones. Tristan's interrogation, conducted by investigator on April 11, 2019, was recorded on video and audio. Tristan answered all questions and did not resist. At times, he was overwhelmed with emotion and cried, but he admitted that he had killed his parents, detailed all his actions. When investigator asked him about his relationship with Jeffrey, Tristan stated that he had never feared Jeffrey's cruelty, let alone that he could hit his son. Tristan also mentioned that he wanted to go back to the house but got scared when he saw police cars and fled. Accused of 2 counts of murder, Tristan Borlase was taken into custody without bail. set to appear in court on May 7, 2019. In later statements, the Watauga County Sheriff remarked that the local population had never faced such serious danger, explaining that such incidents are unpredictable and very rare. This was, of course, very sad. Speaking to local media, the district attorney thanked everyone for their joint efforts, stating that the high level of dedication shown during the investigation and the search for the truth should inspire society. The autopsy report on Tanya's body indicated that she had been stabbed several times, including in the left chest, back, and arm. She had received multiple stab wounds to her left arm, likely caused by defensive actions. Blunt trauma to the head, neck, torso, and limbs were also identified. There were reports of suffocation injuries that the victim may have sustained during neck compression. As for Jeffrey, the autopsy revealed multiple stab wounds to his left chest and back, in addition to cut wounds to his arms and hands, abrasions to his scalp and forehead, blunt force trauma to his torso and limbs. Jeffrey and Tanya's funeral took place on April 17, 2019, at the Alliance Bible Fellowship. Relatives of the victims wrote a mournful obituary in which all 7 children expressed that Tanya and Jeffrey never had the opportunity to live for themselves, as they always lived only for their children. Instead of flowers, memorial contributions to the family fund were requested. By this time, search warrants had been issued to examine data from home surveillance cameras, video call accounts allegedly belonging to Tristan, and a total of 5 mobile phones that could contain information related to the crime. Having gained access to the CCTV footage, detective investigator began reconstructing the chronology of events. The investigators continued their work. Inside the car, they found Tristan's report card from Watauga County School, several pens, electronic cigarettes, a plastic container with purchases, and a receipt from McDonald's issued at 6:40 a.m. on April 11, 2019. Additionally, they found a North Carolina driver's license issued in the name of Jeffrey Borlase in the glove compartment. In the driver's side door compartment was a black pocket knife with stains on the blade that looked like blood. A week after Tristan's arrest, Taylor visited him in jail for the first time and was unpleasantly surprised by his behavior. Tristan was not only unrepentant but also tried to blame others for what happened. He was convinced that sooner or later he would regain his freedom. Taylor felt disgusted, turned around, and left. Her second visit was on May 11th, on the occasion of Tristan's birthday. This time, she brought Robin. However, this meeting was almost indistinguishable from the previous one. For Taylor, such behavior was unacceptable, especially considering that their parents had died tragically, and she was now responsible for taking care of her orphaned brothers and sisters. After 3 weeks, the neighbors decided to help the Borlase children, organized a fundraising campaign to cover the costs of maintaining the property, food, gasoline, car insurance, and clothes. During this time, Tristan had phone conversations from the prison cell, where he insisted on a new version of events. According to him, his mother first attacked him from behind while he was sitting at the table doing his homework. The trial of Tristan began on February 16, 2022. His lawyer stated that his client was responsible for murder, but not for the charge of first-degree murder. The prosecution, Assistant District Attorney Jasmine McKinney, told jurors that despite being a very large family with children who were not always well-behaved, they never lacked love. Testimonies were heard from 5 witnesses, 2 of whom were law enforcement officers, and 3 were relatives of the victims, including Robin, Taylor, and Alexis. On February 17th, the jury was presented with diagrams of the crime scene, obtained from photographic work. Also on this day, Evelyn testified. On February 20th, during the 4th day of the trial, 3 witnesses were questioned. On the 5th day, a pathologist shared her findings, although Tristan's defense objected to the display of post-mortem photographs of Jeffrey and Tanya. The judge allowed the images to be shown, ensuring that they were not extreme, pointless, or used solely to incite passion. Using post-mortem diagrams and autopsy footage taken by an experienced photographer, the pathologist noted that both deceased individuals had small abrasions on their palms and forearms, indicating they were trying to defend themselves from the weapon used by the criminal. Jeffrey and Tanya attempted to shield themselves with their hands when they were attacked, but unfortunately, it was to no avail. She reported that the cause of death for both spouses was stab wounds to the body. After the lunch break, the prosecution called Tristan for questioning. He was asked to describe what his father and mother were like. Tristan said that in their house, they always loved to read and laughed a lot, but there was also constant chaos due to the large number of children and animals. He noted that Jeffrey and Tanya focused on raising their children, teaching them to help each other and show compassion. Tristan remembered having disagreements with his parents but believed they never crossed the line. Rather, there was always an opportunity to discuss problems and misunderstandings openly. Detective investigator was called to the courtroom and testified using video recordings from surveillance cameras. The ninth day of the trial took place on February 28, 2022. After 3 days of deliberation, the jury found Tristan Borlase guilty and sentenced him to 2 life terms in prison without the possibility of parole. In a later statement, the district attorney expressed his sincere hope that this decision would bring closure to the Borlase family. According to the latest news, Tristan faces additional charges for a fight in prison. Tristan was charged with a misdemeanor for assaulting another inmate, allegedly punching him in the face and kneeing him in the chest. Taylor and Alexis continue to care for the children and console them with the hope that their parents are not in pain and are looking down on them from heaven, concerned for each of their children. The children will never forget the love and care their mom, dad surrounded them with. Undoubtedly, Jeffrey and Tanya Borlase became symbols of kindness and mercy, which they generously bestowed upon the world during their lives. Juliana Reading was born on October 25, 1986, in Dallas, Texas, into a Catholic family. She grew up with her younger brother, Patrick, under the care of their parents, Patricia and Greg Reading, who instilled strong family values and faith in them. Juliana was known not only for her beauty but also for her cheerful personality and charm, which naturally attracted others to her. Childhood was filled with warmth, laughter, and dreams. She often felt comfortable in meetings with adults, accompanying her grandmother to board meetings and enjoying the formal atmosphere. She loved her dolls, enjoyed working with children, and shared a special bond with her younger brother. Throughout her childhood, Juliana participated in many different activities, which helped shape her vibrant personality. While attending South Point Catholic High School, she excelled in both academics and sports. She participated in activities such as track, soccer, theater, and golf, contributing to the team's victory in the state championship. Furthermore, she was involved in the recycling club, served on the student council, and volunteered as a preschool teacher at her church. Her teachers recognized her as kind, respectful, and a natural leader. She dreamed of becoming an entrepreneur and actress, combining her intellect with her artistic talents. By 2005, she was performing with the Tucson Symphony Orchestra and had landed a role in the independent film Kitty, which was filmed in Atlanta. In 2006, driven by her dreams of success in Hollywood, Juliana relocated to California. She found a charming bungalow-style apartment on Centinela Avenue in Santa Monica, just minutes away from Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills. While studying communications at Santa Monica College, she worked as a hostess at upscale restaurants and took on various part-time jobs as a bartender and waitress, always on the lookout for acting and modeling opportunities. With her chestnut hair and captivating beauty, Juliana quickly attracted attention in the entertainment industry. In early 2008, it was reported that she was in talks to appear in an article in Maxim magazine, an opportunity that could have brought her even more fame. However, her dream was painfully shattered. On March 15, 2008, around 10 p.m., Juliana called emergency services, but the lines suddenly went silent. A neighbor later reported hearing furniture being knocked over just before the call. At that moment, no one realized that Juliana might have been struggling for her life. The next day, when her mother, Patricia, was unable to reach her daughter, she grew increasingly worried. She reached out to the Santa Monica Police Department to request a welfare check. Officer Scott Matt Goen was one of the first to arrive at Juliana's apartment. He heard Juliana's dog barking inside the apartment but received no response when he knocked. He then noticed a concerning smell of gas. The fire department was summoned, and officers gained entry into the apartment. Inside, they found a test flame on the stove that had gone out, an open burner, and a flickering candle, all indications that the apartment had been filled with gas for hours, making it dangerous due to the risk of explosion. What they found next was even more disturbing. From the kitchen, Officer Goen looked into the bedroom and saw Juliana lying lifeless on the bed. Her body showed signs that she had been dead for several hours, with purple discoloration on her lower limbs indicating post-mortem lividity. The scene suggested she had been involved in a violent struggle. Investigators found evidence of a fight and collected numerous DNA samples from door handles, kitchen items, and Juliana's shirt, with one vital sample found under her fingernails. Initially, media reports speculated that blunt force trauma caused her death, but the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office later clarified this. While the cause of death remained sealed, it was confirmed that she was a homicide victim. Horrifyingly, forensic evidence revealed that the DNA found under Juliana's fingernails matched her own, suggesting that in a desperate attempt to escape her attacker, she may have scratched at her own neck while being strangled. The police are remaining tight-lipped about the investigation, keeping details under wraps to protect the integrity of the case. Meanwhile, the public is left in shock over the loss of Juliana, a young, beautiful, and intelligent woman whose life appeared full of hope and meaning. As forensic teams investigate the crime scene at Juliana's Santa Monica apartment, lab technicians are examining biological evidence. Meanwhile, detectives are interviewing her friends and family to gather more information about her sudden death. One name that stood out during the interviews was John Gilmore. Juliana's father, Greg, mentioned that she had been in an unstable relationship with John for the past 2 years, a relationship he disapproved of. Greg described John as having a temper and a history of aggressive behavior. He recounted an incident in which John kicked in Juliana's car door and another incident where he forced his way into her home after an argument. Then, the police quickly approached John. He acknowledged that their relationship was rocky and admitted that they had argued on the night of March 15th, the same night Juliana was killed. However, he insisted that it was only a phone argument triggered by Juliana being upset about his plans to go out with friends. He claimed she hung up on him and then went out with another friend. He also stated that he attended a house party several miles away and texted her until 10 p.m., when her messages stopped. The next morning, he went to her bungalow but left when she didn't respond, even though he claimed to see a candle flickering inside through the security gate. Despite the initial suspicion surrounding John, he was quickly cleared. Surveillance footage confirmed his presence at a store and 2 other locations that night, and several witnesses placed him at the party during the crucial time frame of 9:45 to 10:15 p.m. Additionally, forensic investigators made a significant discovery. The DNA found at the crime scene belonged to a woman. This led investigators to consider whether someone close to Juliana might have been jealous or held a grudge. They questioned female acquaintances and collected DNA samples, but none matched. On March 28, Juliana's family held a funeral mass at St. Thomas the Apostle Church in Tucson. Friends, relatives, and former classmates came together to remember a young woman who lived her short life with purpose and joy. Those who knew her praised not only her beauty but also her kindness, ambition, and vibrant spirit. While it seemed that the investigation was making little progress, detectives were quietly exploring Juliana's personal and professional relationships. It was then that another important figure emerged, Dr. Munir Uwaida, a wealthy Lebanese-born surgeon who was nearly 20 years older than Juliana. Munir grew up in Beirut, the son of a prominent doctor, and by 2007, when he met Juliana, he was living a lavish life in Los Angeles. Their meeting occurred while Juliana was working as a hostess at an upscale restaurant. Captivated by her, Munir offered her a job as an assistant at his medical clinic. She accepted, and their professional relationship soon turned romantic. She moved into one of Munir's homes in Beverly Hills and began driving a white Range Rover that he gifted her. He spoiled her with luxury watches, designer clothes, vacations, and even offered to buy her a Lamborghini for her 21st birthday. Friends noted that Munir seemed infatuated, almost obsessed, and he even talked about marriage. He also sought to partner with Juliana's father, Greg, who was a pharmacist, by proposing a pharmaceutical company called Golden State Pharmaceuticals, with Greg as the director. However, as Juliana continued to pursue her acting career and education, she felt overwhelmed by the relationship and decided to end it. She moved into a Santa Monica bungalow, supported by her father. Although their romantic relationship had ended, Juliana and Munir remained in contact. In fact, she had recently taken a birthday trip to Las Vegas with him and some friends. However, the celebration turned sour when Greg informed Juliana that he had discovered some troubling news. Munir was married and had 3 children in Lebanon. Feeling betrayed, she cut off all communication with him. Despite personal conflicts, discussions about the business partnership between Munir and Greg continued until March 2008. Just before Juliana's tragic death, Greg decided to withdraw from the business deal due to legal concerns about the company. His lawyers sent a formal letter terminating their involvement, stating that, although Munir's offer was appealing, it posed too many professional and ethical risks. Interestingly, Munir's legal team later claimed that it was he who ended the negotiations. A few days later, Juliana was found dead, prompting investigators to consider a possible connection between the business deal and her murder. However, Munir had a solid alibi since he was out of the country at the time. Furthermore, the DNA found at the scene belonged to a woman only, not to a man. Even though Munir was cleared as a direct suspect, investigators kept an eye on him, suspecting that someone close to him might be involved in Juliana's death. Investigators focused on the women who worked with him, especially Kelly Sue Park, a 43-year-old real estate agent and his personal assistant. Detectives noticed a suspicious financial pattern involving Kelly. From June 2008 onwards, she received over $1 million from Munir within 18 months, including a $250,000 payment just 3 weeks before Juliana's murder. This raised significant concerns. As police increased surveillance of Kelly, they recovered a cigarette she had thrown away, and DNA testing showed it matched DNA found at the crime scene. On June 17, 2010, more than 2 years after Juliana's death, authorities arrested Kelly and her partner, Ronnie, in California. They lived in Thousand Oaks and were brought to Los Angeles to appear in court on June 21. Kelly was charged with the murder of Juliana in 2008, accused of entering Juliana's apartment in Santa Monica on March 15 and fatally assaulting her. Kelly's bail was set at $1 million, and if convicted, she faces a sentence ranging from 25 years to life in prison. Ronnie was taken into custody as well but was released without charges. The media, frustrated by the case's secrecy, soon uncovered another surprising development. 2 days after Kelly's arrest, Munir vanished from Los Angeles and was thought to have fled to Beirut, even though he had not yet been formally charged in connection with Juliana's death. In October 2010, a secret grand jury hearing took place over 3 days to review the evidence against Kelly. For nearly 2 years, details of the case had remained hidden. However, in December, the Los Angeles Times obtained and published a transcript from the grand jury proceedings, revealing crucial information for the first time. The testimonies included accounts from detectives, forensic experts, and the medical examiner, who detailed a violent struggle that occurred inside Juliana's apartment in efforts to destroy evidence of the crime. Prosecutors argued that leaving the gas on and a burning candle in the living room were intentional actions meant to cause an explosion and erase any evidence of the murder. The forensic pathologist described the severe injuries sustained by Juliana, including numerous bruises and abrasions, burst capillaries in her eyes indicating strangulation, and crushed neck bones. There were also scratch marks under her chin, which were determined to be self-inflicted as she fought against her attacker. Strong DNA evidence linked Kelly to the crime. Analysts found her DNA on Juliana's skin, clothing, cell phone, a stove knob, and even a blood droplet on a dish. Kelly's fingerprints were also found on various surfaces throughout the apartment. Complicating matters further, saliva from actor Brian Van Holt was discovered on Juliana's body. He received immunity in exchange for his testimony and acknowledged a romantic relationship with Juliana, stating they were together the night before her death. Despite this connection, there was no evidence to suggest he was involved in her murder. Prosecutors believed Kelly and Juliana had never met before. Their connection stems from Munir, who allegedly assigned Kelly to act as an enforcer sent to intimidate Juliana or pressure her father, Greg, over a failed pharmaceutical business deal just days earlier. Kelly received a six-figure payment shortly before the attack, along with another substantial payment made to her relatives right before her arrest. This coincidence of timing has raised many suspicions that cannot be ignored. Although the grand jury was presented with a strong theory, several questions remained unanswered. Key among these was how detectives were able to connect Kelly to the case after such a long time and what caused the violent escalation that ultimately led to Juliana's murder. As Kelly's trial garnered national attention, her defense attorney offered a straightforward explanation for the large sums of money she received from Munir. He claimed that Kelly was simply a personal real estate agent for Munir. Prosecutors, however, were not convinced. To them, Munir, who had previously been in a relationship with Juliana, appeared to be a sinister figure behind the case. They pointed out that Munir fled the United States on the same day Kelly was arrested, despite the lack of direct evidence connecting him to the murder, such as communications, financial trails suggesting violence, or any physical presence at the crime scene. With no choice but to focus on Kelly and the overwhelming DNA evidence found at the crime scene, prosecutors presented information to the grand jury indicating that Kelly's DNA was identified on nearly every surface in Juliana's Santa Monica bungalow, as well as on her body, clothes, phone, stove knob, and even in a droplet of blood on a dish. Convinced that the physical evidence was compelling, the grand jury agreed there was enough to move forward to trial. When the trial took place in 2013, jurors once again heard detailed accounts of the final, violent moments of Juliana's life from police forensic experts and pathologists. These experts described a brutal struggle, a failed attempt to cause an explosion using gas and a lit candle, and an assault so severe that it crushed the young woman's neck bones. The prosecution presented a chilling story backed by DNA evidence and forensic analysis, arguing that Kelly had been sent by Munir to intimidate Juliana, and possibly her father, into reviving the failed pharmaceutical deal. However, despite the scientific support, the prosecution's case had a significant weakness. It lacked a clear motive and a complete narrative. Why would a woman with no prior history of violence commit such a horrific crime? In June 2013, after a week of discussions, the jury reached a verdict. Kelly was found not guilty in the murder case of Juliana. As the verdict was announced, an emotional scene unfolded in the courtroom. Kelly, who was 47 at the time, began to cry, and her supporters rejoiced with relief. Meanwhile, Juliana's family and friends were devastated, expressing their anger and disbelief. Some yelled at Kelly, accusing the jury of failing to deliver justice. The jurors left quietly through a back exit to avoid the media and did not explain their decision publicly. Kelly's lawyer later argued that the prosecution had relied too heavily on DNA evidence without explaining why Kelly would have had a motive to kill. He pointed out that while DNA can show someone's cells were present, it doesn't clarify how or why they were there. He believed the prosecution failed to present a coherent narrative that made sense to the jury. Juliana's parents issued a statement asserting that the evidence against Kelly was compelling and that their daughter's death was tied to a failed romantic relationship and a dubious business deal. However, the saga of Kelly did not end at the courtroom. Just over 2 years after her acquittal, Kelly was arrested again, along with 12 others connected to the criminal activities of Munir. The charges included conspiracy, insurance fraud, aggravated assault, and performing unauthorized surgeries that defrauded insurance companies of $150 million. Kelly pleaded not guilty, but the allegations were troubling. Prosecutors claimed that Munir, having lost his medical license in California, permitted unqualified assistants to conduct surgeries while deceiving at least 21 patients into thinking he was the one performing the operations. Kelly was released on $1.5 million bail while the case progressed. Although no new charges linked her directly to Juliana's death, the fraud case had significant overlaps with the murder trial allegations, specifically that Munir and Kelly had collaborated to create a complex fraudulent medical enterprise. Over the following 5 years, the fraud case slowly moved through the legal system, facing numerous legal hurdles, dropped charges, and reinstated accusations, including aggravated violence, insurance fraud, and conspiracy. In an unexpected development, the Los Angeles Superior Court dismissed all charges against Kelly and several others in May 2020. The reasons for this decision were kept confidential, and the judge overseeing the case since 2017 did not provide any public explanation. This is a huge disappointment for Juliana Reading's family, as more than a decade has passed since her death with no one being held accountable. The story of Juliana Reading serves as a powerful warning about how ambition, obsession, and money can intertwine in troubling ways. It highlights the truth that, at times, mere facts are not enough to secure a fair verdict. Let's look at the events that took place in Kershaw, South Carolina, on December 26, 2011. A 30-year-old woman named Hope Melton called her grandmother to express her fear that someone was following her while she was driving on a rural road. Unfortunately, the call was cut off before Hope could provide more details. To investigate the case, the police reviewed CCTV footage, which helped them identify the suspect. Hope Melton, whose full name was Beverly Hope Roscoe Melton, was born on December 4, 1981, in Cheraw, South Carolina. She was the daughter of William Roger and Elizabeth Ray Hodge Roscoe. Hope graduated with honors from Chesterfield High School in 2000, where she participated in various organizations, including the Beta Club, the Vocational Honor Society, the Health Occupations Class, and the Chorus. At the time of her death, she was managing T&T Country Store in McBee, South Carolina, and actively attended Lancaster Church of God, where she taught children's church. Hope had been happily married to Gary Lee Melton for just over a year, and they were excited about starting a family. Unfortunately, Christmas 2011 was the last holiday they spent together. On December 26th, Hope planned to visit her grandmother, who lived about 30 miles away, for lunch. However, during the drive, she called her grandmother in a distressed voice, saying someone was following her and asking for help. The call was suddenly disconnected, leading Hope's mother and grandmother to rush out to search for her. About 5 miles from their location, they noticed Hope's car parked on the side of a rural road, but Hope was missing. Her grandmother immediately called 911. The call was sent to the county sheriff's office, and it was classified as a missing person case. Quick action is crucial in such situations. One of the sheriff's office deputies arrived at the scene and examined Hope's car. It was undamaged and in working order, so an accident was ruled out. A forensic team searched the vehicle but discovered no clues about Hope's location. Volunteers and police began searching the neighborhood for any clues. Gary, Hope's husband, who was visibly upset, arrived at the scene and told the police that Hope intended to stop at a gas station on her way to visit her grandmother. This was the only information the detectives had at that moment. Hope's house was about 30 miles from her grandmother's, and there were 4 gas stations along that route. The detectives decided to check each gas station one by one. At the first gas station, the detective in charge of the case reviewed security camera footage in hopes of spotting Hope. Gary mentioned that she left their home around 11:45 a.m., so the detective requested footage from the hour leading up to her distressed call at 12:19 p.m. Initially, a male customer entered the store, and everything seemed normal. 3 minutes later, a woman appeared on the video. Hope was described as being blonde, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing around 140 pounds, and wearing a pink shirt and blue jeans. However, the detective quickly noted that the woman in the footage was taller than Hope, so it wasn't her. The detective continued to review the tape until 12:45 p.m., but there was no sign of Hope, indicating she may have gotten gas at a different station. Meanwhile, Hope's family was grappling with shock and trying to find reasons for her disappearance. They were hopeful that she was safe and would return home soon. The detective investigating Hope's disappearance visited a second gas station located just 10 miles from where her abandoned car was discovered. This station had surveillance cameras that could provide important evidence. Upon arriving, the detective spoke with the manager and explained that they were searching for a missing woman. After describing Hope's appearance and the car she was driving, the manager remembered possibly seeing her around noon. The footage from the outside camera confirmed that Hope had been at this gas station before she vanished. She had filled up her car and seemed untroubled at that time. Another camera recorded a man holding the door open for her as she entered the store. After buying gas, Hope left the store looking cheerful, as if she was eager to spend time with her grandmother. Upon reviewing the video again, the detective became more interested in the man who had opened the door for Hope than in Hope herself. The footage showed a man in a white cap following her inside. He glanced at her while she paid for her gas and exited the store. The detective decided to focus on identifying the man in the cap, but the footage did not reveal any clues about his identity. The detective aimed to identify the car of a man seen in surveillance footage. One of the recordings showed Hope walking towards the store to pay for gas. At that moment, a dark minivan arrived, and a man wearing a white cap got out, but the license plate was not visible. The detective then switched to another camera that captured Hope driving away from the gas station. As she returned to her car, a gray car appeared, and its driver watched her leave. Neither this driver nor the man in the white cap followed Hope out of the gas station. The detective replayed the footage multiple times to catch every detail, convinced there were more clues in the gas station video. He returned to the footage of Hope walking back to her car and noticed another vehicle, a striking red Chevy. This car crossed the parking lot and headed toward the exit, following Hope as she drove away. The detective realized that he had seen this car tailing Hope right before her disappearance. With evidence that she had been followed from the gas station, the police needed to determine what happened next. The search party discovered alarming evidence 6 miles from Hope's abandoned car, a pink bracelet and a blood-stained blanket. Hope's husband identified the bracelet as a Christmas gift he had given her, raising serious concerns about her safety. On her way to her grandmother's house, Hope passed an office building equipped with numerous surveillance cameras. However, the building was closed for Christmas, making it difficult for the detective to find an office manager with access to the CCTV system. Eventually, he located someone who had the keys and could operate the cameras. The surveillance system only recorded when there was movement, so the detective began reviewing footage from just after noon. He saw Hope's car enter the frame at 12:06 p.m., followed 2 seconds later by the red Chevy seen at the gas station, which was trailing just a few yards behind her. Both vehicles were heading north toward the wooded area where Hope's car was discovered. Although the footage did not clearly show license plates, the red Chevy was recognizable, leading the police to issue an all-points bulletin, APB, for it. It took about an hour or two before this red vehicle was stopped by police on a street in Jefferson, South Carolina. The driver was 23-year-old local resident Nicholas Miller. There was no one else in the car besides him, and he was very nervous when the police pulled him over. Perhaps he had something to hide. He was brought to the police station, where a detective questioned him. Miller answered all questions evasively. The detective asked Miller to describe how he had spent the day, what he had been doing, and where he had been. Miller replied that he had spent the morning shopping at a Walmart store 30 minutes away. He then drove back to Jefferson. Police requested a search warrant for Miller's car, and the detective investigating Hope Melton's disappearance went to Walmart, where Miller said he shopped. Police had to check his story. The store had numerous cameras recording everything that happens on the sales floor. He was driving a red Chevy, and at about 10 a.m., his car pulled into the parking lot. When the driver got out, the detective saw that it was indeed Miller. So far, his story was confirmed. He just walked into Walmart like it was a normal day, like hundreds of other shoppers, and nothing out of the ordinary seemed to be going on. It seemed like he was just going about his normal business. He didn't take a shopping cart or shopping basket, but as the tape played, the detective realized that Miller was no ordinary shopper. He seemed to be just hanging around the store, uninterested in the merchandise being sold there. Perhaps he was in the store for an entirely different purpose. At one point, the detective noticed that Miller was following a woman who was not paying attention to him but was minding her own business. Reviewing the footage further, the detective became convinced that his assumption was correct. Wherever the woman went, Miller followed her. However, a few moments later, she reappeared in the footage again, this time with a man. At this point, it would be safe to assume that Miller realized that this was an unrealistic target for him. A few minutes later, the couple left the store. Investigators speculated that the woman may have been lucky to escape. After a few more minutes, cameras captured Miller leaving the store. As he exited Walmart, it appeared that he was frustrated because a potential target had slipped from his grasp. We can only assume at this point that he was heading back to Jefferson, where he would eventually meet Hope at a gas station. Hope's family had hoped for her safe return home, but when the police obtained a search warrant for Miller's car, it became clear that something terrible had happened to Hope. While examining the car, forensic investigators saw blood spatter on the passenger side fender and on the driver's side bumper. They also found Hope's wallet in Miller's car. Now that the authorities had new evidence, the decision was made to question Miller again. It is important to note that the interrogation was conducted by Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker, a person whose name is significant during this case. During the interrogation, Miller began to deny his involvement in Hope Melton's disappearance, but when informed of the evidence found, he finally admitted his guilt and agreed to take the police to Hope's body. Miller led detectives to a remote turkey farm, 14 miles from where Hope's car was found. She was lying on the ground, on her back, face up, with no clothes on, an utterly horrific scene. Miller was unable to give any reasonable explanation for why he had done it. Hope's family was informed of the discovery of her body. What had happened to her had forever changed the lives of those who knew and loved Hope Melton. Now, the police could finally piece together the events that led to Hope's death. Investigators learned that Miller had recently broken up with his girlfriend, which they believed may have triggered his nervous breakdown. At the gas station, Miller saw Hope filling up her car and decided to follow her. Hope had just enjoyed a wonderful Christmas with her family and was looking forward to spending a special day with her grandmother. Unbeknownst to her, someone was tracking her movements. Once they were on a secluded road, Hope realized she was in danger and called her grandmother for help. Miller later confessed that he had forced Hope off the road, dragged her from her car, and shoved her into his vehicle. He then took her into the woods, assaulted her, and committed further atrocities. To conceal his crime, Miller took Hope to a turkey farm, where he abused, then brutally beat her to death with a baseball bat and disposed of her body. What began as a routine gas stop turned into a terrifying encounter with a predator, leading to a tragic outcome for Hope. The details of this crime are unimaginable. Nicholas Miller has been charged with multiple offenses as the trial approaches. Additionally, his ex-girlfriend provided disturbing evidence, including photos showing Miller chasing her in his car just hours before he kidnapped Hope Melton. Now let's focus on Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker. Parker was fired from the police force for several reasons. Officials accuse him of giving preferential treatment to inmates, taking property meant for the sheriff's office for personal use, providing uniforms, badges, and weapons to civilians. He allowed 2 inmates to live and sleep outside the jail in exchange for doing work on his property. While at the Chesterfield County Prison, where the inmates were allowed to sleep, they had access to the internet, phones, and unlimited unsupervised visitors, all with Parker's knowledge. Prosecutors also claimed that Parker gave inmates special privileges, such as alcohol and unsupervised visits with women. The inmates were allowed to go shopping and eat at restaurants in return for allegedly doing work on Parker's house and personal property. Consequently, Parker faced trial. During the trial, a prisoner, who is serving a 15-year sentence for arson, testified against Parker. He stated that while in the Chesterfield County Jail, he was able to furnish his cell with flat-screen TVs, a refrigerator, and a new mattress, purchasing these items with money sent by his family. A prisoner informed jurors that he had lunch with deputies and was allowed to buy and wear regular clothes instead of his jail uniform. He mentioned that he worked at one of the county's impound lots, where he had access to the internet, phones, and a Facebook account. Eventually, he was moved from jail to the sheriff's office, where he engaged in intimate activities with a female visitor, celebrated his birthday with a party that featured filet mignon and alcohol. It's quite unusual for an inmate to host a party at the sheriff's office. He also stated that a deputy drove him and another inmate in a marked sheriff's office car to Florence, South Carolina, for a lunch date with a female friend. He explained how he became close to Parker by working at his home, attending church with him, and giving gifts to Parker's daughter. In 2014, Parker was convicted of 5 counts of misconduct in office, 2 counts of providing contraband to inmates, and 1 count of embezzlement. He received a 2-year prison sentence with the possibility of parole. As the judge prepared to announce the sentence, the former sheriff became emotional, expressing remorse to the residents of Chesterfield County, his family, and friends. After the verdict was delivered, Parker apologized to his family for the shame he caused and to his fellow law enforcement officers. Previously, Sheriff Sam Parker had interrogated Miller, who confessed to the crime and led the police to Hope Melton's body. Initially, Miller was facing the death penalty, but the sheriff's office actions prevented prosecutors from pursuing that option. During the interrogation, the sheriff promised Miller that if he confessed and disclosed what happened to Hope Melton, he would not receive the death penalty. However, the sheriff did not have the authority to make such a promise. Believing the sheriff, Miller confessed to the crime, which ultimately compromised the case. Attorney Dan Johnson issued a statement saying former Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker had seriously damaged the case. Johnson explained that Sheriff Parker secured a confession from Nicholas Miller by making an illegal promise not to pursue the death penalty. Due to Parker's serious misconduct in coercing Miller's confession with this promise, all statements made in relation to it should be excluded from the trial. In March 2015, 26-year-old Nicholas Miller admitted guilt to all charges and received a life sentence without the chance for parole. Hope Melton's family was outraged and frustrated with the former sheriff. Hope's mother, Elizabeth, expressed disappointment, as they had hoped for a death penalty sentence for Miller. The family is still waiting for an apology from Parker while actively seeking justice and working to honor Hope Melton's memory. Jenna Gagnier was born in 1987 in Los Angeles to Mark Gagnier and Jeanetta Grover. Her parents, who had military backgrounds, were known for their discipline and structure. They met while serving in the armed forces, but after marrying, they chose to leave military life to start a business. Their main goal was to open a restaurant, which eventually became their lifelong passion. As the eldest child, Jenna later became an older sister to her 2 younger sisters, and she built a close and trusting relationship with them. Her parents raised their daughters with discipline but balanced that with encouragement for independence and responsibility. This upbringing nurtured Jenna's entrepreneurial spirit from an early age. Even as a child, Jenna was energetic, curious, and easily connected with others. Her outgoing personality made her the center of attention, and her charm and confidence won her many friends. She was determined. Once she decided to pursue something, she worked relentlessly toward it. At 12, Jenna started earning her own money by setting up a small hair braiding studio in her family's garage. Initially, her clients were just friends and classmates, but soon word spread, and women from the neighborhood began to line up in the evenings for her signature braids. This experience helped Jenna gain her first financial independence in life. Jenna's carefree childhood came to an abrupt end when she turned 14. Her parents divorced, and the divorce was tumultuous, filled with conflicts that deeply affected her. Her father's move to Texas shook her emotionally while she stayed in Los Angeles with her mother and younger sisters. She had to live between 2 houses, often moving back and forth. During this time, Jenna changed. She became more irritable, withdrawn, and sharp-tongued. Her school performance suffered, and tensions with her mother grew. To her parents, it seemed like typical teenage rebellion, but she was actually struggling to cope with the breakdown of her family. As time passed, her relationship with her parents improved as she matured. She gradually accepted the situation and formed a new dynamic with both her mother and father. She found her balance again, rediscovering her energetic spirit and earning back the respect of those around her. By the time she graduated high school, she was determined to succeed in life, even if she hadn't figured out how yet. She graduated with good grades and planned to attend college to pursue dentistry, believing it would lead to stability. However, after starting college to become a dental assistant, Jenna quickly realized it wasn't the right choice for her. The classes felt dull, and the long-term career prospects no longer excited her. After much contemplation, she made the difficult decision to drop out of college, despite her parents' disapproval. This choice surprised them, as they had hoped Jenny would pursue a traditional career path that would ensure her stability and success. During this time, Jenny met a young man, and their relationship developed quickly. He suggested they move to Las Vegas, promising that the city offered more opportunities for them to live independently and achieve financial freedom. Excited by the idea of a fresh start, she agreed. However, relocating to a new city proved to be very challenging. Las Vegas, a city full of possibilities, also demanded financial stability and a solid plan for survival. Without a degree or any work experience, it is not easy to find a steady source of income. Jenny explored various job options, but most offered low pay and demanding hours, with little chance for advancement. One day, she learned about a job opportunity at a nightclub through acquaintances. The potential to earn significantly more than in typical jobs that didn't require a college degree was intriguing. Despite her initial doubts, her tough financial situation motivated her to give it a try. The first few shifts were challenging. She felt unsure and uncomfortable in her role. However, she soon realized that with an income of around $5,000 a week, the job was worth it. This amount was sufficient for her to pay rent, live comfortably, and even start saving. Over time, Jenny's perspective on the industry changed. What she initially thought would be a temporary job gradually evolved into a deliberate career choice. She began to see that working in the entertainment industry was not just about making money, it also provided valuable networking opportunities. Many of the club patrons were wealthy individuals, celebrities from music and sports, and successful entrepreneurs. Jenny noticed how other women in her field leveraged their work for greater opportunities. Jenny's family did not support her career choice. When her parents learned of her decision, they were disappointed, straining their relationship with her. They struggled to accept that she had chosen a non-traditional career, which they perceived as questionable, leading to frequent arguments. Her family urged her to pursue a more stable and socially accepted job, but Jenny remained committed to her path. She explained that she was happy with her life, financially secure, and making a deliberate choice. However, her parents still believed she was forfeiting a bright future for an easier, less respected profession. Over time, Jenny's family's pressure eased as they recognized that she was steadfast in her choices and had no plans to alter her lifestyle. Nonetheless, they still disagreed about her career. For Jenny, this was a pivotal moment. She gained financial independence and self-confidence, enabling her to shape her own future. With newfound opportunities, she began to gain wider recognition. While working in the entertainment industry, Jenny understood the importance of creating a captivating and memorable persona. This inspired her to adopt the stage name Mercedes Moore, which she felt would help her stand out. Her early experiences in nightclubs taught her how to build a personal brand effectively. She focused on working at upscale venues that catered to wealthier clients, as they offered better pay and networking opportunities. Gradually, she received invitations to exclusive clubs in Las Vegas, known for attracting high-profile individuals. These elite venues opened new possibilities for Jenny. She began meeting influential people and was invited to private events, which allowed her social circle to expand to include well-known figures. Through these connections, she learned how to leverage her appearance, lifestyle, and network to appeal to a broader audience. Additionally, Jenny recognized the potential of social media for self-promotion. She concentrated on enhancing her online presence, primarily on Instagram, while also using Snapchat and Twitter. Instagram has become the ideal platform for her to share her pictures and luxurious lifestyle, which has greatly increased her popularity. Followers were drawn to her looks, luxurious lifestyle, and celebrity connections. As time passed, Jenny began to feature in the stories and posts of prominent figures, significantly increasing her audience. Soon, her Instagram account gained 3 million followers, making her a well-known name in the influencer scene. This newfound recognition enabled her to earn money through brand collaborations, sponsorships, and promotions that aligned with her image. This was an important turning point in her life, when she transformed from an ordinary woman in the entertainment industry into a media figure whom many people followed, talked about, and cared for. With the rapid growth of social media, Jenny started exploring ways to transform her substantial following into a consistent source of income. Although sponsored content provided financial gains, depending on platform algorithms and advertisers presented some challenges. She sought a way to have greater control over her earnings and to connect directly with her audience. During this phase, she discovered OnlyFans, a platform where creators could sell exclusive content to subscribers for a monthly fee. Noticing how many models and influencers were finding financial success there, she decided to give it a try. After creating her account, she quickly began promoting it to her followers. Those interested in exclusive content were drawn to her page, and her subscriber numbers surged in no time. Within a few months, she amassed thousands of paying followers, and her income exceeded her expectations. Unlike brand collaborations reliant on external companies, OnlyFans provided Jenny with steady and predictable earnings. She was no longer dependent on late-night club shifts and could work on her own terms. This financial independence empowered her to make choices that previously felt impossible. As Jenny's income increased, she was able to leave the entertainment industry behind. Her main source of income became online content creation, social media management, and personal brand building. Deciding to leave the club scene was a deliberate decision. She no longer wanted to rely on the strict schedules of clients or the demands of a nightlife career. This new stability also positively affected her personal life. Around this time, she began dating a man who was not involved in the entertainment industry. He wanted to keep his personal life private so that his relationship could develop without media attention or questions from fans. Those close to Jenny noticed that she seemed calmer and more confident. With her newfound financial stability, she could afford to live in an upscale community, travel freely, and enjoy her passions without the stresses of her previous lifestyle. Jenny planned to launch her own clothing line and further develop her personal brand. At first glance, this period in her life appeared to be her most successful, marked by financial independence, happiness, and a flourishing social media career. However, as her popularity grows, she faces dangers she did not foresee. Among her millions of followers were not only devoted fans but also individuals whose unhealthy obsessions could lead to serious situations. The first warning signs appeared when strangers began posting personal details in the comments on her posts, mentioning her neighborhood and frequent hangouts. What seemed like coincidences quickly escalated. One user even posted her home address publicly, creating a serious dilemma. Jenny's inbox was soon flooded with messages containing threats, inappropriate requests, and persistent demands to meet her. Strangers began showing up at her home, some arriving with gifts to get her attention, while others simply stood outside her gates hoping for a glimpse of her. Some even rang her doorbell asking to be let inside. Initially, she thought these incidents were isolated, but the situation continued to worsen. Unknown individuals began lurking near her home, hanging around her parking area, and following her movements. She noticed the same cars parked nearby at various times throughout the day. As a result, she began going out less and became more cautious about what she shared on social media. Jenny stopped tagging her location, avoided revealing details of her home's interior, and took extra precautions to keep her address confidential. The sense of safety she once felt had vanished. Every knock at her door made her anxious, and unexpected noises set her on edge. Eventually, Jenny realized she could not continue living under this stress. She decided to move to a gated community in Houston, believing it would provide the safety she was looking for. This area has a secure entrance, surveillance cameras, and security staff on duty. This new home was meant to be her safe haven, a place where no one could reach her without her permission. She hoped this change would finally end the unwanted attention, but she was unaware that even the most secure fences couldn't protect her from what was coming. While Jenny was enjoying her success, someone she did not know was watching her from afar, Kevin Accordo. Living in Florida, Kevin appeared to lead a mundane life without any criminal history, with a steady job and an appearance similar to millions of others. However, at some point, something shifted in his mind. He became obsessively fixated on Jenny. He meticulously followed her every move on social media, and with each new photo and post, his obsession deepened. To him, she was the center of his world, although she had no idea who he was. Over time, Kevin's obsession transformed into an unhealthy fixation, convincing himself that a special connection existed between them despite their lack of interaction. He studied her updates, analyzed her lifestyle, noted the places she frequented, and observed her social circle. Eventually, watching her online was no longer enough for him. He resolved to meet her. Kevin began searching for ways to uncover Jenny's address. Despite her efforts to keep her exact location private, small details in her posts provided him with clues. He scrutinized the backgrounds of her photos, compared interior features to real estate listings, and sifted through comments from followers to pinpoint her address. His breakthrough came with one of her last posts, where her front door was slightly visible. That was all he needed. From that image, he identified her neighborhood, and when a follower mentioned the name of her residential complex, he acquired the information he sought. Without delay, he jumped in his car and embarked on a long drive to Texas. Covering thousands of miles, he traveled through multiple states, spending days on the road, entirely undeterred. He was convinced that this meeting would change everything. When Kevin finally reached Houston, his primary objective was to enter the gated community where Jenny lived. Although the area had access control and security on duty, he found a way to bypass these measures. Law enforcement suspects he might have entered behind a resident's vehicle or masqueraded as a delivery driver to avoid suspicion. Surveillance footage captured him multiple times walking near her home, indicating that he was scouting the area before making his move. There were no signs that anyone had forced their way into the apartment. The windows remained intact, and the doors showed no damage. Investigators believe he may have waited for Jenny to come home and then entered as she opened the door. Another possibility is that he learned about a scheduled package delivery and used that as a pretext to gain her trust. Once inside, the situation turned deadly. The attack was quick and violent, with evidence that Jenny put up a fierce fight. Blood stains on the walls, floors, and furniture suggested a brutal struggle. The scene depicted a desperate fight. Jenny resisted until the very end, but Kevin had the upper hand physically. Her injuries told a grim story of a severe assault, with bruises and deep marks across her body indicating a prolonged and aggressive attack. The trauma suggested that she endured significant blows to the head. There was no gun at the scene, but authorities concluded that she died from asphyxiation. Kevin likely choked her until she stopped moving. After committing the crime, he did not leave. He remained in the apartment for 3 days. He slept in her bed, ate from her refrigerator, and used her personal items. His fingerprints were all over the place, marking his presence in every room. During those 3 days, Kevin wrote on the walls, mirrors, and doors with red lipstick. The notes contained jumbled phrases, some expressing regret, others alluding to feelings of betrayal, and some cryptic messages about Jenny supposedly wearing another man's ring. Investigators believe this behavior indicated either a severe mental collapse or a deep sense of injustice he felt. Initially, no one raised concerns because Jenny's family lived in another city. Worry only arose when she stopped responding to calls and messages, prompting her father, Mark, to check on her in person. When Mark arrived at her home on the evening of August 29th, he immediately sensed something was off. Her car was still in the garage, indicating she had not left. He rang the doorbell and knocked, but there was no response. Looking through the windows, he noticed the curtains were drawn, and there was no movement inside. Mark knocked again, louder this time, but still received no answer. He tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Taking a step back, he braced himself and forcefully pushed against the door. On his second attempt, the lock gave way, and the door swung open, unleashing a strong, foul odor that overwhelmed him. Despite his disgust, he stepped inside and was immediately drawn to the staircase. At the bottom lay his daughter, Jenny, lying face down. Mark froze in shock. She was positioned awkwardly, her clothes stained with dried blood, her skin pale, and her lips had a bluish tint. He was paralyzed, unable to look away as time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, he heard a dull noise from upstairs. He looked up and saw a figure sprawled on the second floor in the dim light. The man's body twitched slightly before going still. Without thinking, Mark rushed upstairs. In one of the rooms, he found a man lying in a pool of blood with a knife sticking out of his chest. The man was still alive, but his eyes were fading. Mark didn't recognize him. Mark had never seen this person before. Looking around, Mark saw red writings all over the walls, mirrors, and doors, lipstick scribbles that were messy and chaotic, hinting at a disturbed mind. Among them were lines stating that he was sorry for being tricked and that she was wearing another man's ring. As Mark tried to make sense of the scene, the man on the floor took a final breath and passed away. The police arrived within minutes of the call. Investigators identified the deceased as Kevin Accordo, a Florida resident with no previous criminal record or legal issues. They confirmed he had spent 3 days in the house after committing the murder. His behavior indicated serious psychological issues. He made no effort to clean up the crime scene or escape. He simply waited. When Mark entered the house, Kevin realized that his time had run out. With no way to escape, he injured himself. Paramedics tried to help him, but he died on the spot. The investigation revealed that Kevin had never met Jenny. They had no connection. They were not acquaintances and had never spoken. The only link between them existed solely in his mind. Piece by piece, the police pieced together the incident. Kevin had stalked her online, tracked her down, traveled thousands of miles to find her, broken into her home, taken her life, and then lived in her space as if she were still there. Although the truth was uncovered, it didn't change anything. As news of Jenny's tragic death spread, the public reacted immediately. The case sparked widespread discussion and quickly gained attention in both traditional media and social media platforms. However, soon after the news broke, misinformation began to circulate. False reports flooded the internet. Some sources have claimed that she died from an overdose. Speculative narratives emerged, suggesting she was seriously ill and that complications led to her death. Then, an even stranger theory emerged, claiming that she had died during a private encounter. The rumor about how her body was found spread quickly, but these claims were unfounded. Official sources rapidly rejected these false stories, confirming that her death was the result of a planned crime related to stalking. With the details now clear, law enforcement had no doubts. The suspect was no longer a threat. Kevin had escaped justice by ending his life, leaving Jenny's family with a profound sense of injustice. For them, this meant no one would be held responsible. There would be no trial or punishment to provide even a small sense of closure. All that remained were fragments of evidence, signs of a struggle, mysterious writings on the walls, and unanswered questions. Jenny's family was deeply heartbroken. Mark Gagnier, her father, was the first to discover her body. The trauma of that moment lingered with him. He frequently recalled the night he entered his daughter's home and found her gone. Her younger sisters lost not only a sibling but also their role model, the person they adored. Her mother was overwhelmed, struggling to cope with the aftermath of the tragedy. Despite their pain, the family committed to honoring her memory. Her father became a public advocate, sharing her story to raise awareness about the dangers of stalking and urging influencers to prioritize their safety. He hoped that her story would warn others about these risks. The drive to achieve one's goals at any cost can lead people to commit shocking acts and betrayals. It can be hard to grasp the lengths someone will go to achieve their dreams, especially when it endangers the lives of others. Today's story is about a tragic murder that shocked all of Brazil. The impact was felt most deeply in the small town of São João Batista. For this close-knit community, the crime is one of the most brutal and unprecedented events in history. Flavia Godinho Mafra was born on April 19, 1996, in São João Batista, a peaceful town in the southern Brazilian state of Santa Catarina, grew up in Canalinha. As the youngest child in a large, loving family, her parents worked hard to support their children. Flavia was kind, friendly, and outgoing. She excelled in her studies and had a passion for music, always surrounded by friends. From a young age, she dreamed of becoming a teacher and had no plans to leave her hometown. After attending a local teacher training college, she graduated and began teaching at the elementary school she had once attended. At 20, Flavia met Valdelli Mafra. They quickly fell in love and started dating. In the summer of 2019, Valdelli proposed, and Flavia happily accepted. They got married that October, and just 2 months later, they received wonderful news. They were going to have a baby. Their joy was beyond words. In another development, Rosalba Maria Grime was born in 1994 in Canaleña, a town in Santa Catarina. There is little information available about her early life or family background. From a young age, she was seen as unusual. People often felt she exaggerated stories, fabricated achievements, and sought to appear more important, making it hard for them to take her seriously. As she grew older, Rosalba increasingly craved attention by playing on others' sympathy. She would create tales of personal struggles and serious health issues she claimed to be facing. In one troubling incident, she tried to prevent a boyfriend from leaving by telling him she had a terminal illness, begging for his companionship during what she described as her final months. When her deception continued for a long time, she suddenly claimed to have made a miraculous recovery. In 2017, Rosalba married Zelmir Schiestel, a quiet, shy man who was easygoing and agreeable. Rosalba had taken the initiative to propose the marriage, and Zelmir simply nodded in agreement. They moved into a small home in a peaceful residential area on the outskirts of town. Rosalba worked as a librarian at a local school. However, her co-workers had mixed feelings about her, primarily because of her dominant demeanor and reputation for being dishonest. For the first 3 years of their marriage, Rosalba struggled to conceive, with doctors suggesting that she might never be able to have children. Therefore, when she discovered in the fall of 2019 that she was pregnant, she was filled with joy. She quickly shared the exciting news with her family, friends, and co-workers. Overcome with happiness, Rosalba even posted a picture of her positive pregnancy test on social media, announcing it to everyone she knew. In the weeks that followed, she was inundated with congratulations for her and the baby. Her husband and family treated her like a queen, shielding her from stress, taking care of everything for her. Even co-workers who had not been particularly friendly with her before began to show kindness, recognizing how long she had hoped to be a mother. In December of that year, Rosalba faced a heartbreaking event. She suffered a miscarriage in her 3rd month of pregnancy, leaving her deeply shocked and silent about her loss. Instead of sharing her pain, she chose to act as if she were still pregnant. She seemed determined to maintain the facade, perhaps knowing she might not have another chance to conceive. To support her ruse, she started wearing loose clothing and eating more to create the appearance of being pregnant. Meanwhile, a troubling plan began to emerge in her mind. About 2 months after she lost the baby, news spread at the school about the pregnancy of a young teacher named Flavia, who received many congratulations. Until that point, Rosalba and Flavia were not close. They had rarely interacted. However, Rosalba shared several fabricated stories in order to gain sympathy. She added Flavia on social media and began messaging her every day, suggesting they go for walks or chat since their due dates were similar. Rosalba asserted that they would have much in common. Flavia was initially hesitant to have lunch with Rosalba because of her eccentric reputation, but she eventually agreed during a work break. They exchanged phone numbers, and Rosalba shared several fabricated stories to gain sympathy. The only true part of her stories was that she had struggled for years to conceive and had longed for this pregnancy. Of course, she did not mention the miscarriage. Initially, they met infrequently, despite seeing each other at work almost every day. It later emerged that Rosalba had also connected with 2 other expectant mothers from the same town on social media, who she believed were at a similar stage in their pregnancies. She attempted to build friendships with them by inviting them out and asking to visit their homes. Rosalba claimed she was having a daughter. However, when she discovered that both women she had met online were having boys, she abruptly cut off contact with them. Shortly after, she found out that Flavia was expecting a girl, and from that point on, Rosalba became completely fixated on her. As time went on, it became harder for Rosalba to keep up the pretense of being pregnant. She frequently searched online for symptoms and experiences that expectant mothers often report. She would share these with her husband, family, and co-workers as if they were her own. Over several months, she gained nearly 30 pounds, but her appearance still didn't fully resemble that of someone in the later stages of pregnancy. Her husband insisted on joining her for doctor's appointments. He wanted to see the baby on the ultrasound, but Rosalba had to come up with excuses to maintain the deception. Zomir was a trusting man who loved his wife and believed everything she said, which made it easier for her to keep him unaware of the truth. She would tell him that appointments had been canceled or rescheduled due to the clinic being overbooked or the doctor being unavailable. At times, she claimed she was lucky enough to get a last-minute appointment while he was at work, and he believed her every time. To strengthen her story, Rosalba began creating fake notes on her phone that appeared to be from her doctor, including recommendations, appointment confirmations, and cancellations. Although she didn't have a strong grasp of medical terminology, often made spelling and factual errors, Zomir wasn't familiar with medical details, so he had no reason to question her. To maintain the deception and avoid raising suspicion, Rosalba even sent messages to her husband pretending to be the doctor. In one message, she suggested that they temporarily pause their intimate relationship to minimize any risks to the pregnancy. He accepted this advice, believing it was from a medical expert. Rosalba developed an obsession with shopping for baby items such as onesies, diapers, bottles, pacifiers, blankets, and toys. She frequently visited stores with her husband, mother, or sister, but eventually, all her attention turned to Flavia. In July 2020, Rosalba organized an emotional maternity photo shoot. In the photos, she wore a flowing pregnancy gown and held tiny baby booties and a onesie while her husband lovingly embraced and kissed her belly, while she smiled sweetly for the camera. Everything appeared so genuine that no one suspected anything amiss. Those photos would later become part of the criminal case files. By early June 2020, Flavia and Rosalba were almost inseparable, spending time together every day, sharing thoughts, and planning for the future. However, it was always Rosalba who took the initiative. Flavia, being kind and empathetic, found it hard to say no. Whenever she tried to reschedule, Rosalba would play on Flavia's sympathy, claiming she was going through personal issues, needed someone to talk to, which worked every time. Rosalba was closely watching Flavia, asking her about her symptoms, doctor visits, and medical tests. She would then share those details with her own family and husband as if they were her own experiences. Rosalba imitated Flavia's walk, mannerisms, food cravings, and even how she held her back or moved awkwardly. Valdelli disapproved of his wife's new friendship and was upset about the time they spent together, which created tension in their marriage. They argued about it several times, but Flavia, being gentle and compassionate, couldn't bring herself to reject or ignore Rosalba. By mid-July, Rosalba had told people that she was due to deliver her baby, but she concocted another lie, claiming that the doctors had incorrectly calculated her due date. Meanwhile, she was secretly planning something disturbing, a scenario so dreadful. In August, Rosalba started planning a surprise celebration for Flavia to honor Flavia's upcoming baby. She chose decorations, invited guests, and set up a special photo area. Flavia, wanting to be polite, initially tried to decline the party. However, Rosalba became emotional, claiming she had put in a lot of effort and truly wanted to give Flavia a meaningful experience. Eventually, Flavia reluctantly agreed, unaware of the twists ahead. The celebration was scheduled for August 27, 2020. Rosalba managed all the details, promised to send the location and final arrangements to the guests. However, the day before the event, Rosalba contacted each guest and claimed the celebration had to be postponed due to unexpected issues. She assured them she would provide a new date and time soon. Her explanation was convincing, and no one questioned it, nor did anyone reach out to Flavia, who remained completely in the dark. On August 27th, at the originally planned time, Rosalba picked up Flavia, telling her they were going to the baby shower. Because it was meant to be a women-only event, Flavia's husband, Valdelli, stayed home. He walked his heavily pregnant wife to Rosalba's car, completely unaware this would be the last time he saw her. As they drove, Flavia was oblivious to their destination. Rosalba said it was a surprise, and a few minutes into the drive, She suggested Flavia wear a blindfold to keep it a secret. Flavia hesitated but eventually agreed, not sensing any danger. During the drive, Rosalba kept the conversation light to help Flavia feel relaxed and avoid raising any suspicions. They went to an abandoned ceramics warehouse in Canalinha's Galera neighborhood. After helping Flavia out of the car while she was still blindfolded, Rosalba guided her into one of the old buildings. The silence and strange smell likely made Flavia uneasy. When she reached up to take off the blindfold, Rosalba suddenly struck her head with a heavy brick. Rosalba hit she multiple times until she collapsed on the floor. In a final act of violence, Rosalba punched her in the face. It seemed Rosalba had wanted to hurt her as much as possible, despite once calling her a friend. Without checking if Flavia was still alive, Rosalba hurried to carry out the next phase of her horrific plan. She had brought a box cutter, some rags, and a blanket to the scene. With a steady hand, she began to cut into her friend, Flavia. Rosalba had no medical training, no understanding of anatomy, and no idea how a C-section was performed. Despite this, she started slicing into Flavia's abdomen with the box cutter, trying to retrieve the baby. She acted aggressively, using too much force and lacking precision. The box cutter, unlike a surgical instrument, tore through the skin rather than creating clean cuts. Rosalba had completely misunderstood the reality of what she was attempting. What she thought would be a quick procedure turned out to be chaotic and messy. The process took much longer than she expected, and her frustration grew, resulting in her accidentally cutting the baby several times while trying to pull her out. The environment was entirely unsanitary. Rosalba didn't even attempt to clean the tools she had brought. The fact that the baby survived the ordeal was nearly miraculous. After finally extracting the baby, she wrapped the newborn in the blanket and placed her in the back seat of her car. Rosalba then wiped her hands as best as she could, changed into clean clothes she had brought from home, and threw her blood-stained outfit into the trunk. She paused to rehearse her story before heading to the hospital. In her haste, Rosalba forgot to properly close the trunk of her car, and while waiting at a red light, it popped open enough to expose the bloodied clothing inside. Passengers in the car behind her noticed this and immediately called the police, providing a description of the vehicle and the direction it was heading. Minutes after Rosalba arrived at the hospital, officers intercepted her at the entrance as she carried a blood-soaked bundle in her arms. She told them it was her baby and that the newborn needed urgent medical attention. Officers escorted her to the emergency room while they waited nearby. With a trembling voice and tears in her eyes, Rosalba explained to the medical staff that she had gone into sudden labor and didn't have time to reach the hospital in advance. She said the baby had fallen onto gravel during her rush trip to the car, and in a panic, she had wrapped the baby in the first blanket she found before driving. When a doctor informed her that she needed to be examined, Rosalba refused, insisting she was fine. This raised immediate concerns among the staff. Upon examining the baby, the medical team found several unusual cuts and puncture wounds that did not appear to be from a fall on gravel. The injuries looked like they had been inflicted with a sharp object in a chaotic manner. Fortunately, none of the wounds affected vital organs, and the medical team quickly treated them to prevent infection. Concerns were immediately communicated to the police, who insisted that Rosalba undergo a physical examination. They warned her that if she refused, they would have to use legal authority. With no other option, Rosalba reluctantly agreed. The examination confirmed the doctor's suspicions. There were no signs of childbirth or pregnancy. There was no bleeding, no physical trauma, and no other indicators. Both internally and externally, everything looked normal, indicating that her entire account was fabricated. However, the doctors chose not to confront Rosalba immediately. Instead, they asked her to call her husband, Zolmir, and request that he bring her personal documents since she only had her driver's license with her. They needed to investigate where the baby had come from and the source of the unusual wounds on the newborn. The condition of the baby suggested a delivery in an unsanitary setting, but the full extent of the horrifying crime had yet to be uncovered. Rosalba called Zolmir, informing him that she was at the hospital and that their daughter had been born, but complications had arisen. She requested that he bring some paperwork and told him where to find it. Unfortunately, she made a major oversight. She forgot about a crucial piece of evidence. While gathering the documents, Zomir inadvertently picked up a medical record that belonged to someone else, specifically Flavia's file. She had taken the folder to review the test results and recommendations and later hidden it in her drawer with her own documents. When hospital staff noticed that the medical file belonged to a woman named Flavia Godinho, who was expecting a daughter in early September, they realized the baby seemed to be hers but was not with her. However, the pressing question remained, where was the real mother? The police immediately began to suspect Zomir could be involved. He was detained, questioned about how he had obtained someone else's medical file and where his wife had gotten the baby. Clearly confused and shaken, he claimed he had no idea what was happening. When informed that Rosalba had never been pregnant, he was visibly stunned. He then asserted that this was not true, stating he had cared for Rosalba throughout her pregnancy and even claimed to have felt the baby move. He presented photos from their maternity shoot and messages he believed were from the doctor monitoring her pregnancy. However, these messages turned out to be incriminating. They were filled with spelling errors and incorrect medical terminology. Authorities quickly discovered that the texts had come from Rosalba's own phone. After laying out all the facts, Zomir broke down in tears, covering his face with his hands. He had truly trusted his wife and was eagerly anticipating becoming a father. Meanwhile, Flavia's husband, Valdelli, had reported her missing. He informed the police that she had left with a friend to attend the baby shower, expecting to return by 9 p.m., but she never came back and her phone was off. Worried, Valdelli began calling other guests who were said to be invited to the party, only to find out in shock that the event had been canceled the day before. As Valdelli continued to attempt to reach Rosalba, the friend who supposedly organized the gathering, his concern deepened when he discovered her phone was also turned off. Realizing he couldn't wait any longer, he went directly to the police. However, law enforcement had not yet received the hospital report regarding Rosalba and the newborn, so they were unaware that the cases might be linked. The officers said they would start searching in the morning, but that wasn't sufficient for Valdelli. He teamed up with Flavia's parents and other relatives to begin their own search. They divided into teams to cover more areas, and Valdelli decided to check the outskirts of town. It was there, while passing by an abandoned factory, that he chose to stop and investigate. Tragically, he found his wife's body, brutally disfigured. Shocked and terrified, he quickly called the police, unable to understand what had happened or who could commit such a horrific act. When the police arrived, they had already been informed by the hospital about Rosalba. This woman also possessed a medical file belonging to a woman named Flavia Godinho. The authorities realized that the name of the victim discovered at an abandoned factory matched the name on the stolen medical file, which clarified the case. Forensic evidence showed that the victim had been hit at least 5 times in the head with a brick, but these injuries were not fatal on their own. The cause of death was identified as severe blood loss due to a violent attempt to remove the baby. A box cutter used in the act was found near the body. With all the evidence pointing to Rosalba's guilt, it became a straightforward case. DNA testing confirmed that the baby Rosalba attempted to claim was indeed Flavia's daughter. Despite the strong evidence against her, Rosalba continued to deny her involvement and maintained her story. Her fingerprints were discovered on the knife beside Flavia's body. Flavia's blood was found on her clothes, shoes, and hair. Investigators confirmed that Rosalba had a miscarriage months earlier and had lied about still being pregnant. She had premeditated the crime, choosing her victim in advance to take the baby, without considering the consequences of her actions. Rosalba was convicted of aggravated homicide, infanticide, concealment of a corpse, obstruction of justice, kidnapping of a minor, and denial of rights to infants. In hopes of receiving a lighter sentence, she later recounted the events in detail, shocking everyone in the courtroom. Her attorney claimed that Rosalba had suffered a psychological breakdown after her miscarriage and became obsessed with motherhood, losing touch with reality. However, a psychological evaluation determined that she was mentally competent and fully accountable for her actions. She was sentenced to 57 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving at least half of her sentence. Zomir, Rosalba's husband, was completely exonerated. It was established that he had no knowledge of his wife's plans and had no part in the crime. Shortly after her arrest, he filed for divorce and moved away from São João Batista. Flavia's family also chose to leave the small town after the legal proceedings were finished. The case had become the most talked about topic in the community, and they wanted to protect young Cecilia, the name they chose for Flavia's daughter. The tragic murder of Flavia Godinho Mafra stands as a chilling reminder of how far desperation and obsession can drive a person to commit unspeakable acts. The small, tight-knit community of São João Batista was forever changed by this brutal crime, which shattered their sense of safety and trust. Flavia, a beloved teacher and soon-to-be mother, was robbed of her life and dreams by someone she considered a friend, leaving her family and community to grapple with unimaginable grief. Rosalba Maria Grimes' calculated deception and heinous actions not only took a life but also exposed the depths of her fixation on fulfilling a fantasy at any cost. While justice was served with her conviction, the scars left on Flavia's loved ones and the town will endure. Cecilia, Flavia's daughter, survives as a symbol of hope amidst tragedy, raised by a family determined to honor her mother's memory. This case underscores the profound consequences of unchecked ambition and the devastating ripple effects of betrayal, serving as a somber lesson in the value of empathy, honesty, and the sanctity of human life. Roxanne was born on September 21, 1961, and grew up in a family with 2 sisters and a brother. In 1987, at the age of 26, she married Derek Duran. Before their marriage, Roxanne studied chemistry at university and worked in a pharmaceutical plant, while Derek was employed in the computer industry. Both were ambitious and career-focused, but always made time for each other. Their relationship blossomed as they planned to start a family after achieving their professional goals and purchasing a home. In 1996, at the age of 34, Roxanne and Derek decided to move to the countryside to escape the noise and bustle of city life. They settled in a large house in Wales Creek, just a 30-minute drive from Portland. It was close to their workplace, yet it offered the peaceful rural lifestyle they desired. Additionally, they purchased land on the outskirts of the city, which gave them the privacy and tranquility they were seeking. It was an idyllic setting, perfect for settling down and starting a family. Initially, life in their new home was peaceful and they built close relationships with their neighbors. Their spacious house became home to several cats and dogs, but a sense of emptiness remained. Sadly, they were not successful in having children, despite keeping hope and continuing to plan for a family. At this point, Roxanne decided to restore the farm, with a dream of raising horses, a passion she soon devoted herself to. She invested heavily in the farm, determined to turn it into a profitable family business. Initially, Derek, as the primary breadwinner, was skeptical. He worried about the financial risks and questioned the feasibility of Roxanne's plans. However, she remained undeterred, often explaining how working with animals brought her peace and helped relieve stress. Eventually, they decided to expand their property to accommodate the growing farm. Sadly, Roxanne did not live to see this dream come to fruition. On Sunday, February 4, 1996, around noon, Derek left the house to buy groceries while Roxanne stayed home to rest. About 30 minutes later, neighbors living about a kilometer away noticed thick black smoke rising into the sky. While they couldn't determine the source of the fire, they suspected it was significant and called the fire department immediately. The farm's remote location delayed the fire department's arrival, which took nearly 20 minutes. By the time they reached the scene, the entire house was engulfed in flames. Fire poured from every window and door, and the roof appeared on the verge of collapse. Unable to enter the blazing structure, firefighters focused on containing the flames from the outside. Meanwhile, Derek, returning from the supermarket, spotted the smoke from afar and raced home. When Derek arrived, he saw firefighters struggling to control the fire. Noticing Roxanne's car still in the garage, he informed the fire chief that she was likely inside the house. Tragically, the flames were too intense for anyone to enter. Grief-stricken, Derek was overcome with despair. He screamed, cried, and even attempted to run into the burning building, but firefighters restrained him. Helpless, he fell to his knees and watched in agony as the fire consumed their home. The firefighters took about 3 hours to extinguish the fire. By the time the flames were under control, the house had been completely burned to the ground. In the aftermath, authorities discovered charred human remains in extremely poor condition. The damage to the remains was so severe that determining the victim's gender, let alone identifying them, was impossible. Even forensic experts had difficulty analyzing the bodies because of the severe damage, while supporting documents such as dental records were destroyed in the fire. To identify the victim, investigators opted for a more precise approach. Bone marrow samples were extracted from the remains and compared to DNA samples from Roxanne's parents. This analysis confirmed that the remains belonged to Roxanne, Derek's wife. Once her identity was established, the focus shifted to uncovering the cause of the fire and determining the circumstances of her death. The cause of the fire became a puzzling mystery. The house had been completely destroyed, leaving little evidence to explain how such a devastating blaze began. However, the fire brigade suspects that the fire may have been deliberately started by humans, as its intensity indicates signs of human involvement. This raises important questions. How could the fire have spread so fiercely, and was someone behind it? The fire spread quickly, destroying the family's entire farm, making Derek an immediate target of police attention. Authorities were baffled by Roxanne's death in the fire. Why hadn't she escaped and saved herself when the fire started? The flames did not engulf the house instantly but spread gradually, which should have given Roxanne time to take action and flee. Even if she had been asleep, the acrid smell of smoke or the sound of crackling flames would likely have woken her. Moreover, farm animals will also respond, contributing to the alarm. These factors made investigators suspect that the fire was not accidental. Of course, Derek is quickly being interrogated. Although he had recovered from the initial shock, he was still disoriented. Nevertheless, he answered the detectives' questions coherently. He claimed the fire was likely caused by an accident. He explained that he had let his wife sleep in that morning, allowing her to rest after a long work week. They had no plans that day except to relax. While she slept, he decided to run to the store, hoping to return before she woke up. Before leaving for the store, Derek attempted to make breakfast but noticed that the pipes were frozen. He went to the basement to adjust the heating system, which ran on flammable propane. According to him, the equipment had a malfunction, which could have allowed dangerous gas to leak into the utility room. Despite this, there were no apparent fire sources in the basement, as the wiring was concealed. Due to the complete destruction of the house, investigators struggled to verify Derek's account. Forensic experts and fire service specialists meticulously examined the evidence. They determined the fire started in the basement but could not identify the precise cause. Although Derek's story sounded logical, detectives remained skeptical, suspecting that something did not add up. To confirm his alibi, they asked him to provide receipts from the grocery store. Derek complied and handed over the receipt, but law enforcement still viewed him with suspicion. They theorized he might have tampered with the equipment or even set the house on fire intentionally before leaving for the store to create an alibi. Their suspicions were heightened by scratches they noticed on Derek's face during the interrogation. When questioned, he explained that the scratches were likely from clearing debris on Friday. Lacking concrete evidence against Derek, the authorities had no choice but to release him. However, the investigation remains ongoing due to suspicions that the fire might not have been an accident, especially considering the severity of it. Investigators are looking into other possibilities and are closely analyzing Derek's statements. In the garage, where there were fewer flammable materials, providing some protection from the fire, Roxanne's car was found. The police noticed that the car battery's wires were disconnected and speculated that this could have caused a spark. They theorized that the fire might have started when gas that had accumulated in the basement ignited. During this time, construction work on the house had left one wall partially dismantled, allowing an influx of oxygen. Fire experts believed this provided the conditions for gas to seep into the garage, creating a point of ignition. They also suggested that the unfinished state of the building may have accelerated the fire's spread. However, further investigation revealed no evidence linking the car or its battery to the fire. Surprisingly, the car was undamaged, which seemed unlikely if it had been the source of the blaze. The investigation then shifted to a new clue. In the basement, near the heating equipment, investigators discovered a pile of burnt pellets of unknown origin. This pile appeared to have been deliberately placed near the fire's point of origin. Initially, it was unclear what the substance was or how it might have fueled the fire. 3 days later, forensic scientists identified the pellets as cat litter. Although Derek and Roxanne had cats, their litter boxes were never kept in the basement. This raised suspicions that the placement of the litter near the heating equipment had been intentional. Detectives suspected that Derek might have used the cat litter to start the fire, but they initially couldn't determine how. Further analysis confirmed that the pellets matched the type of litter Derek and Roxanne used. A bag of the same litter was found in the house, but it had been stored far from the basement's point of origin. It was confirmed that Derek had purchased and stored this litter in his office before bringing it home. Initially, the litter was kept far from the basement. However, evidence suggested that Derek might have deliberately poured some of the litter near the heating equipment to fuel the fire. The issue was that cat litter, made from compressed sawdust, doesn't burn easily. This raised a puzzling question. How could such a small amount of litter cause a fire that destroyed the entire farm residence? A detective, who had been a Boy Scout in his youth, offered a possible explanation. He mentioned that in his Boy Scout days, counselors demonstrated survival techniques, including a trick for starting fires. It involved soaking materials to aid in ignition. Interestingly, Derek had also been a Boy Scout and might have been familiar with this fire-starting method. However, despite investigators' efforts to prove the fire was arson, they found no conclusive evidence to confirm their suspicions. Much of the evidence had been destroyed in the fire. Derek denied any involvement in the blaze, but investigators needed proof of his innocence or guilt. They brought in specially trained dogs to search the scene for flammable or explosive materials, suspecting that an accelerant like gasoline might have been used to start the fire. Given the extent of the destruction, these tools were essential. Yet even after a thorough search of the ashes, the dogs found no traces of accelerants. Tests on substances like the cat litter produced no reaction either. Investigators also looked into Derek and Roxanne's personal lives but found nothing suspicious. There were no signs that Derek or his wife, Roxanne, had enemies, and those who knew them described them as a respectable couple with a happy marriage. No one could believe that Derek might be involved in such a crime. Forensic experts from the armed forces continued their investigation at the scene. Slowly, suspicions began to take shape. Near Roxanne's body, investigators discovered a melted pistol. Its presence raised questions. Why was a weapon there? Derek explained that it could have fallen from its storage spot near the bed. The bedroom contained several legally registered firearms for self-defense. A forensic examination suggested that Roxanne might have died from a gunshot wound. However, no bullets were recovered, and the fire had destroyed much of the evidence. The poor condition of Roxanne's body made it difficult to definitively prove or disprove whether a firearm had been used, leaving investigators with unanswered questions. The final report from the forensic expert provided important clues. According to the expert, Roxanne's lungs contained no soot, confirming the investigators' suspicion. She had not inhaled smoke and must have died before the fire started. Additionally, no carbon monoxide was found in her blood, further supporting this conclusion. Unfortunately, due to the condition of the remains, the exact cause of death could not be determined. Despite this, the detectives were convinced they were investigating a murder. The circumstances strongly suggested foul play. It was unlikely that a young and healthy woman would remain trapped in bed during a fire unless something violent had occurred beforehand. Furthermore, the fire appeared to be a deliberate attempt to destroy evidence and cover up the crime. Upon closer examination, traces of blood were discovered in Roxanne's lungs, which the forensic expert believed may have resulted from a severe head injury that caused internal bleeding. This suggested that she had inhaled her own blood, which further reinforced the theory of a violent death. The key question now was, who could have killed Roxanne in the short window between Derek leaving the house and the fire starting? It seemed highly improbable that a random attacker had chosen this exact moment to strike. Investigators decided to delve deeper into Derek and Roxanne's lives to uncover any potential motives. They learned that Roxanne and Derek frequently argued, primarily over financial matters. Derek had grown frustrated with his wife's spending habits, which stemmed from her passion for horses. She had recently purchased an expensive horse, and its upkeep costs were significant. She also invested additional money into training for equestrian competitions, which demanded even more of her time and resources. Not only was this expensive, it also took up a large portion of her time and energy, leaving Derek feeling abandoned. Matters worsened a week before the tragedy when Derek's employer informed him of his upcoming promotion to a managerial position that required him to relocate. Although this was a major career advancement for Derek, it introduced even more tension into their marriage as their disagreements intensified. The problem was clear. Derek's new office was located approximately 200 kilometers away, and Roxanne was adamantly opposed to moving because of her horses. This conflict sparked several heated arguments, as confirmed by Roxanne's relatives. However, there were no prior indications of violence or cruelty, and no one suspected foul play. Roxanne's younger sister, who maintained frequent contact with her, revealed that she had planned to remain at the farmhouse. She had suggested that Derek rent an apartment near his new workplace and return home on weekends. Predictably, Derek disliked this arrangement and tried to convince Roxanne to sell the farm and move with him. She disagreed, causing tension in the family to rise. At the fire scene, forensic experts discovered that a gas hose connected to the heating system had been detached, resulting in a gas leak. Derek claimed the hose may have become dislodged during the fire, possibly when a firefighter accidentally pulled it. However, the hose was fitted with a threaded connector, which made it clear that it could not have simply come loose. Moreover, there was no visible damage to the hose, indicating that it had been deliberately unscrewed. Further forensic analysis of the ashes confirmed that the fire at the Roxanne residence was an act of arson. Once investigators received the official report, suspicions of Derek's involvement in his wife's murder were strengthened. The remaining evidence, however scant, now needs to be linked to him. Police have asked him to provide his clothing for further analysis. It was recalled that, on the day of the interrogation, a suspicious dark stain appeared on Derek's pants. Initially, this detail was overlooked, as the case had not yet been classified as a murder. However, as the investigation progressed, the stain gained significance. Derek claimed it was just dirt from working on his car and denied it could be blood. Subsequent testing revealed that the stain was indeed blood, and it belonged to Roxanne. This discovery exposed Derek's lie and reinforced the police's suspicions. In March 1996, following a month-long investigation into Roxanne's death, Derek was arrested and charged with arson and murder. From the outset, he maintained his innocence, even displaying arrogance toward authorities. He treated the trial like a chess game, casually discussing it with his friends and colleagues. The prosecution argued that on the day of the murder, Derek and Roxanne had another dispute, possibly about moving or their horses. They alleged that, in a fit of rage, he attacked and killed his wife. This claim was supported by suspicious scratches on his face, which appeared shortly before his police interrogation. The scratches resembled nail marks, but defense witnesses testified that, on the morning of February 4, 1996, Derek had been dealing with a neighbor's pets and had an altercation with their dog. Four individuals corroborated this account, suggesting the scratches could have occurred naturally. The prosecution countered with inconsistencies in Derek's explanations. At one point, he claimed the scratches were from cleaning the yard and scraping against branches. However, investigators concluded the injuries may have occurred on different days. Witnesses and Derek's lawyer offered explanations for the various marks, including the dog altercation and yard work. Despite these accounts, attention shifted to more incriminating evidence, the bloodstain on Derek's trousers. Initially, it was theorized that Derek might have been injured during the dog incident and accidentally left the bloodstain. However, forensic experts have dismissed this idea, asserting that the pattern of the bloodstains does not match the wound caused by a bite or scratch. Instead, the evidence suggested the stain resulted from a direct physical attack, possibly by Derek. In his defense, he argued that Roxanne occasionally wore his trousers while horseback riding, as they had a similar build. He speculated that she might have injured herself while riding and wiped her blood onto the pants. He maintained that he had no direct knowledge of how the bloodstain got there. The defense contended that the blood on the trousers could not conclusively link Derek to the murder, as it was unclear when the stain appeared. To reinforce this view, they invited an independent forensic expert to analyze and present a report. The expert said Roxanne had inhaled more blood than initially thought, indicating she had suffered a prolonged beating, severe facial injuries that did not kill her immediately, leading to severe bleeding. The horrifying details of Roxanne's suffering and the state of her burned body added emotional weight to the prosecution's case. However, the defense attorney emphasized that the evidence was circumstantial and based largely on assumptions rather than concrete proof, which was particularly significant given Derek's previously good reputation. The defense highlighted Derek's favorable character, arguing that no one in his life had ever seen him act aggressively or inappropriately. He was widely described as friendly, adaptable, and easygoing, despite his recent disagreements with Roxanne. Witnesses testified that he and his wife shared a loving relationship, built on mutual understanding. At work, Derek was known as a hardworking, successful IT professional who advanced quickly in his career. Neighbors described him as polite and respectful, and he had no prior legal troubles, especially not involving violence. Despite his declarations of innocence, investigators continued to scrutinize inconsistencies in his statements. Derek, despite not being interested in horses, supported his wife by helping her build a stable and a riding area, and even by joining her in equestrian classes. Following the trial's closing arguments, the jury deliberated for over 12 hours but couldn't reach a verdict. This was largely due to the forensic scientists' failure to determine the exact cause of Roxanne's death. Without conclusive evidence, Derek was not convicted of premeditated murder. However, he was found guilty of arson and negligent homicide based on his own admission that he had turned the heating system to its maximum setting and neglected to check on his wife. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Throughout the trial, he maintained his innocence and criticized the prosecution as unjust, frequently venting his frustrations to friends and colleagues. After the sentencing, public opinion largely sided with the prosecution, as the charges seemed justified. Derek served his 10-year sentence and was released on November 30, 2006, under mandatory supervision for 3 years, which he completed without any issues. After his release, he started his life over, found a new job, and, on October 15, 2010, remarried Janine, a local radio presenter. Janine firmly believed in Derek's innocence and described him as a loving, caring husband who gave her no reason to feel unsafe. Since his release, he has had no legal troubles. Despite his conviction, Derek continues to assert his innocence, maintaining that he was wrongfully accused. Although his efforts to appeal and clear his name have failed, he has expressed gratitude for the chance to rebuild his life and for the support of friends and family who stood by him. Questions about Roxanne's death remain unresolved. Was it truly an accident, or could a stranger have been involved? Share your thoughts in the comments. On an evening, in Durham, North Carolina, Janet Abaroa, a pregnant mother, was discovered dead in her home, while her 6-month-old son Caden slept in the next room. The investigation into her death revealed a complex situation involving deceit, infidelity, and financial problems. As the police examined the case, they found inconsistencies in the story told by her husband, Raven. Allegations of embezzlement and a suspicious life insurance policy complicated the narrative further. What really occurred that night? Janet Abaroa was born on June 19, 1979, in Virginia, the 7th of 10 children in a devout Mormon family. She was bright and athletic, standing out from a young age. Janet excelled in sports such as soccer, basketball, and swimming. Her dedication in both academics and athletics led her to be part of the first women's soccer team at Southern Virginia University. While at the university, she met Raven Abaroa, a member of the men's soccer team who charmed her with his shared religious beliefs. Their relationship quickly grew strong, and by August 2000, when Janet was only 20 years old, she married Raven in a ceremony that followed their religious customs. After getting married, they relocated to Durham, North Carolina, seeking job opportunities with Eurosport. At first, they seemed like the perfect couple, but soon problems began to arise due to financial issues and infidelity. Their marriage started to fall apart in 2003 when Raven admitted to having multiple affairs, including a relationship with a minor, which broke Janet's trust and added stress to their already fragile bond. Following this confession, Raven moved out temporarily, forcing Janet to deal with the emotional upheaval on her own. The situation worsened when Janet discovered she was pregnant with their second child. This unexpected news put her in a difficult position as she struggled between her commitment to her marriage and the reality of Raven's infidelity. In December 2004, Raven Abaroa was arrested for shoplifting at the sporting goods store where he and Janet worked. During the investigation, it was discovered that he had been involved in a scheme to steal more than $9,000 worth of merchandise from the store. Raven executed his plan carefully. He ordered athletic shoes and had them delivered to their home. Once he received the shoes, he sold them online using an alias. This method allowed him to earn money from stolen items while pretending to run a legitimate business. The theft was uncovered when the supplier contacted the store about unpaid merchandise, prompting investigators to check the delivery address. This led to Raven being dismissed from his job and facing legal consequences. Although Janet was not involved in the thefts, she experienced significant shame and humiliation because of her husband's actions, ultimately prompting her to leave her job. Raven avoided prison for his embezzlement and instead received a 2-year probation sentence and was ordered to pay nearly $10,000 in restitution. This financial burden added significant stress to his young family, who were already struggling to get by. Although they received help from their landlord and church community, Raven's actions worsened their already difficult financial situation. As pressure mounted, Raven took out a $500,000 life insurance policy on Janet, which raised suspicion about his true motives. This choice was particularly concerning given their unstable finances and the fact that he had never held such policies before. Janet grew increasingly worried about Raven's aggressive behavior toward her friends, fearing his unpredictable bouts of anger. These issues, cheating, financial trouble, and rising tensions, created a volatile environment that ultimately led to the tragic events of April 26, 2005. On that day, Janet picked up her 6-month-old son, Caden, from daycare and returned home. As the day went on, tensions in the household were evident due to ongoing marital issues. Around 8:30 p.m., Raven was getting ready to leave for a soccer match in Morrisville. He locked their 2 dogs in the shed before he left. This was out of character since the dogs normally slept indoors, which made Janet feel secure. This unusual behavior raised suspicions among investigators. Raven stated that when he left, Janet was preparing for bed. However, when he returned home around 10 p.m., he found her dead on the floor in an unnatural position. When investigators arrived at the Abaroa home, they found Janet on the bedroom floor in a kneeling position. The scene was horrific, indicating she had been brutally attacked. An autopsy later revealed that Janet had multiple stab wounds, including 3 deep defensive wounds on her left arm, 2 fatal stab wounds to her chest and neck. These fatal wounds severed an artery and penetrated her lung, causing her death. The coroner also confirmed that Janet was pregnant at the time of her murder, a fact known only to a few close friends. There were no indications of a struggle or forced entry at the crime scene, and valuables were left undisturbed. The only items missing from the house were Raven's laptop and several kitchen knives. Janet's wedding ring and other jewelry were found untouched on her vanity, which implies that the victim either knew her attacker or allowed them into her home willingly. Important evidence collected at the scene included a bloody shoe print and a fingerprint that did not match Raven's. These discoveries raised serious questions about Raven's statements and the circumstances of Janet's death. Raven's frantic call to report that his wife, Janet, was not breathing came under immediate scrutiny. During the call, he initially claimed she had been shot. However, when emergency responders arrived at the Abaroa home, they discovered that Janet had died from multiple stab wounds, contradicting Raven's claim. This inconsistency sparked immediate suspicions among investigators regarding the truth of his statements. The inconsistencies were alarming. Initially, Raven was willing to cooperate with investigators. However, as the investigation continued, he told Janet's family that she had taken her own life. Her family was skeptical of this claim, knowing her character and her strong religious beliefs against taking her own life. Raven also gave conflicting accounts to law enforcement. He first said he found Janet dead, but later claimed she was alive and had asked him why she was in pain. During his call to 911, instead of seeking help for Janet, he simply informed them that she had been shot. These contradictions in his story raised further suspicions about his involvement in Janet's murder. Shortly after Janet's death, Raven moved to Utah with their son. His choice to leave North Carolina surprised investigators. Additionally, he tried to collect Janet's life insurance payout even before her funeral, which raised more concerns about his motives. During the investigation, authorities found that Raven had backed up all the data from his laptop to CDs just one day before the murder, on April 25, 2005. This timing raised suspicions and questions about his intentions before Janet's death. After the murder, Janet's sister discovered these CDs, which contained crucial information saved right before the incident. This evidence implied that Raven might have planned the murder in advance, adding to the case against him. In 2008, Raven married Vanessa Pond, a single mother whose daughter was in the same daycare as his son. At first, Vanessa was unsure about starting a relationship with Raven, but he continually pursued her and won her over with his attention, care for her child. He portrayed himself as a committed father and partner, which helped him earn Vanessa's trust. However, troubling signs began to appear that resembled the issues from his first marriage to Janet. Reports started to surface indicating that Raven exhibited abusive behaviors similar to those from his previous marriage. Allegations of controlling behavior and emotional manipulation raised concerns among Vanessa's friends and family. They observed that Vanessa began to isolate herself from her support network as Raven took control of her life. Ultimately, Vanessa's marriage to Raven ended due to these abuse allegations. This pattern of behavior indicated a troubling trend that seemed to follow Raven into his new relationships, suggesting that he had unresolved issues from his past and struggled to maintain healthy partnerships. In the months after Janet Abaroa was murdered, the investigation faced major obstacles. Although there were initial suspicions about her husband, Raven Abaroa, there was no direct evidence connecting him to the crime. Investigators found a bloody shoe print and a fingerprint at the scene, but neither matched Raven's. This absence of solid evidence made it difficult for the prosecution to strengthen their case against him. Furthermore, Raven's alibi for the night of the murder was supported by several witnesses who saw him at a soccer match in Morrisville. While this alibi seemed to clear him, it also complicated the investigation, as detectives had trouble fitting his presence at the game into the timeline of Janet's death. As time went on and leads dried up, the case went cold until Detective Charles Soule took over in late 2009. Charles was eager to review the investigation with a fresh perspective. He carefully examined the evidence from the initial investigation and started to look for inconsistencies in Raven's statements and actions. One key question he raised was whether Janet had been wearing her contact lenses at the time of her death. He theorized that if she was ready for bed but still had her contacts in, it would contradict Raven's claim that she was murdered shortly after he left for soccer practice. To explore this theory, Charles decided to exhume Janet's body, hoping to find crucial evidence regarding whether she had her contact lenses on when she died, which would clarify the timeline of events leading up to her murder. In early 2010, authorities exhumed Janet's body from Dunkard Cemetery. During the examination, they confirmed that she had died with her contact lenses still in. This finding suggested that she had not been preparing for bed, as Raven had stated, but likely was attacked shortly after he left for soccer. The results of the examination were significant. They not only contradicted Raven's timeline but also raised suspicions of premeditation on his part. The presence of the contact lenses indicates that Janet was caught off guard, prompting further questions about Raven's role in her murder, prompting law enforcement to take strong action against him. Detective Charles began to connect the dots: Raven's inconsistent statements, his suspicious actions after Janet's death, and the new evidence from the examination all suggested he was responsible. The contradictions in Raven's story became harder to overlook, with increasing evidence pointing to foul play and a growing suspicion that he had planned his wife's murder. Authorities were preparing to act, and it was nearly time to arrest him, ensuring justice for Janet Abaroa. On February 1, 2010, Raven Abaroa was arrested on first-degree murder charges related to his wife, Janet Abaroa's, death. In April 2013, the long-awaited trial of Raven Abaroa began, lasting 5 weeks. The trial received a lot of media coverage due to the serious nature of the crime and the complexities of the case. The prosecution built a strong case largely based on circumstantial evidence, calling over 80 witnesses, including friends and family. These witnesses shared their observations of Raven's violent behavior and manipulative tendencies. Key testimonies came from women who had experienced Raven's abuse firsthand, describing his emotional manipulation and aggression, which painted a picture of someone capable of committing a serious crime. One important witness was a close friend of Janet, who spoke about Janet's fears of Raven's unpredictable outbursts and her worries for her own safety. This testimony aimed to illustrate a motive linked to Raven's abusive behavior and the troubled state of their marriage. The prosecution also pointed to crucial evidence from the crime scene, noting that there was no sign of forced entry, suggesting that Janet likely knew her attacker. They argued that Raven's actions after Janet's murder, such as moving to Utah with their son, Caden, and trying to collect a life insurance payout, indicated his guilt. The defense emphasized the absence of direct evidence connecting Raven to the murder. They argued that the prosecution primarily relied on circumstantial evidence and emotional appeals instead of solid proof. The defense pointed out that no fingerprints or shoe prints matching Raven were found at the crime scene, which weakened the prosecution's arguments. Additionally, they highlighted Raven's alibi, supported by multiple witnesses who confirmed he was at a soccer match at the time of Janet's murder. This alibi was essential for the defense, indicating that he could not have been at home when the crime happened. The defense also noted inconsistencies in witness statements and questioned the reliability of those who reported seeing or hearing anything unusual on the night of the murder. By addressing these evidence gaps, they aimed to instill reasonable doubt in the jurors' minds. By May 2013, after 5 weeks of testimony and deliberation, the trial ended with a hung jury. The jurors could not reach a unanimous verdict. 11 jurors voted guilty while one maintained that the defendant, Raven, was innocent. This deadlock led to a mistrial, causing frustration for both sides and leaving them uncertain about the next steps. The situation underscored the complexities of the case. Although the prosecution presented strong circumstantial evidence, the absence of direct evidence linking Raven to Janet's murder hindered a conviction. The mistrial also revealed significant disagreements regarding Raven's guilt or innocence, setting the stage for further legal battles in the pursuit of justice. As discussions about a potential retrial started, both sides prepared for the challenges ahead, recognizing that the matter was not resolved. The trial raised more questions than it answered, leaving Janet's family searching for closure and justice for her tragic death. After the mistrial in 2013, negotiations for a possible plea deal began between the prosecution and defense as they assessed new evidence that had come to light during the investigation. One crucial piece of evidence the prosecution believed could influence the jury in a retrial was the report on Janet's body examination conducted in July 2010. Raven presented several inconsistencies, but the most notable was regarding Janet's contact lenses. His assertion that Janet was preparing for bed was contradicted by the exhumation report, which showed that she still had fragments of contact lenses in her eyes. Detective Charles suggested that if Janet had not removed the lenses, she wasn't ready for bed. This implies that she was attacked and killed shortly after Raven left for his soccer match. This scenario suggests that Raven may have faked going out for the game, locking the dog away to prevent it from protecting Janet. Afterward, he could have returned to the house. Since Janet recognized him, there were no signs of forced entry or a call for help, which she would have done if an intruder was present. Raven then likely committed the murder before leaving for the match, allowing him to establish an alibi when he returned. Raven called 911, initially stating that his wife, Janet, was dead. However, he later reversed this claim, saying she was alive by the time he arrived. Although there was no conclusive evidence linking him to the crime scene, such as matching bloody footprints or fingerprints, it was likely that a jury would find him guilty of first-degree murder if retried. On March 12, 2014, he entered an Alford plea for voluntary manslaughter related to his wife's death. This plea allowed him to accept that there was enough evidence for a conviction without admitting to guilt. He reached this decision after detailed negotiations between the prosecution and defense following a mistrial in 2013. The Alford plea meant Raven would plead guilty to voluntary manslaughter, which is a lesser offense than first-degree murder. This charge implies that, although he did not intend to kill, his actions were recklessly negligent enough to cause someone's death. By taking this plea, Raven acknowledged that the evidence against him was compelling enough to likely lead to a conviction if the case were retried. The decision to accept the Alford plea was influenced by several factors. After the mistrial, both the prosecution and defense recognized the difficulties of going through another trial. The prosecution wanted to secure a conviction without risking a hung jury, while the defense aimed to reduce the potential sentence for Raven. As part of the plea agreement, Raven Abaroa was sentenced to 8 to 10 years in prison, but he received credit for approximately 4 years already served, resulting in a shorter sentence. By pleading to voluntary manslaughter, Raven avoided the harsher penalties associated with first-degree murder, which involves premeditated intent. Although he pled guilty, he could still maintain his public innocence, admitting that his actions contributed to Janet's death. This strategy likely sought to minimize public criticism and provide some closure for both families. On December 25, 2017, Christmas Day, Raven Abaroa, 39, was released from prison. After his release, he returned to Utah to try to rebuild his life. Janet's family was deeply affected by her death and the legal proceedings that followed. They believed that justice had not been fully served for her murder and continued to advocate for victims of domestic violence. Janet Abaroa's case has become an important example in law enforcement training on domestic violence investigations. Law enforcement agencies have integrated insights from Janet's tragic story into their training programs to help officers better identify signs of domestic violence and respond effectively. As a result, Janet's legacy continues to influence lives, emphasizing the critical need for awareness and advocacy in combating domestic violence. Her family's dedication to this cause reflects their belief that no one should suffer like Janet did, and they are committed to ensuring her story benefits future generations. Raven Abaroa's involvement in his wife's murder is still uncertain. However, many people suspect his guilt based on his behavior towards Janet before her death, which included infidelity, a questionable relationship with a minor, abusive actions, and sudden outbursts of anger. His inconsistent statements to law enforcement, fleeing to Utah, suggesting that Janet's death was a result of her own actions, and trying to collect her life insurance money before the funeral also raised suspicions. Additionally, the same patterns of abuse and anger reappeared in his second marriage, leading to concerns about the legal system's decision to allow him to accept a plea agreement with a light charge. Despite these issues, Raven is currently living freely because there is no direct evidence against him. Do you believe he was responsible for his wife's brutal murder? Mariana Baza, a 19-year-old physiotherapy student, studied at a private university near her hometown of Bariri. Born in 2000, she was the only child of Ayrton and Marlene Forty, a couple devoted to their daughter. Her family described her as a bright, kind, and compassionate person, always full of smiles and warm words. Her love for physiotherapy went beyond just choosing a career. It reflected her caring personality and desire to help others heal and find relief from pain. Her parents were immensely proud of her dedication. At university, she was a hardworking student who managed to balance her studies with an active social life. She made friends easily, whether at school or at the gym where she worked out regularly. Mariana had been in a 3-year relationship with her boyfriend, Jefferson Biana. At 22, Jefferson was serving in the Brazilian Navy in Sao Paulo. The two had met in their late teens and built a strong relationship founded on mutual respect and shared aspirations. They were a loving couple, often sending each other playful messages and celebrating life's milestones together. On the morning of September 24, 2019, Mariana and Jefferson were exchanging their usual texts. While they faced challenges like any young couple, especially the distance caused by his Navy duties, they maintained their bond through calls and messages. There were no signs of any issues between them. They were happy and planning their future together. That morning, everything in Bariri seemed normal. Around 7 a.m., the sun was just beginning to rise, and Mariana was already starting her day. She was at the gym with her friend, Eloisa Passarello, fitting in an early workout to clear her mind and stay active. The gym was a familiar place for Mariana, where she often balanced exercise with catching up with friends. By 8 a.m., the workout was over. At 8:11 a.m., Mariana walked out of the gym, with Eloisa following a few steps behind. The street outside was quiet, lined with homes and a few parked cars. Mariana, carrying her phone, appeared to be checking notifications or organizing her thoughts about the day ahead, classes, assignments, and maybe a quick text to Jefferson. She was focused, with a busy schedule ahead. As she approaches the car, the camera catches her slowing down, her head tilted slightly as if noticing something unusual. At 8:12 a.m., she stopped at the front passenger side of her Volkswagen. Her tire was completely flat, so deflated it would be impossible to drive. Eloisa lingered near the gym entrance, watching Mariana by her car. Mariana looked more annoyed than worried. Surveillance footage showed her pulling out her phone, possibly deciding who to call for help, maybe her dad, her reliable go-to for car issues, or her cousin, who lived nearby. However, she didn't make a call, at least not right away. The street wasn't empty. The footage captured a man crossing from the opposite sidewalk toward Mariana's car. He was dressed casually in jeans and a plain shirt. However, the cameras couldn't clearly capture his face due to the distance and grainy quality of the feed. He approached Mariana directly, calm and purposeful, exuding a friendly demeanor as he offered to help with her flat tire. Mariana hesitated. She was not naive and was thinking whether to drive to her father's house or call someone she felt she could trust. However, the man was persistent. He warns her that driving on a flat tire could damage the wheel, making her believe that he truly cares about her. Around 8:15 a.m., Eloisa, Mariana's friend, had to leave for work. She got on her motorcycle and rode off. Meanwhile, the man continued speaking with Mariana, his gestures becoming more animated as he attempted to convince her. By 8:28 a.m., the situation shifted. Footage from the gym's cameras showed the man pointing across the street toward a small chakra, a rural property with a house and some land. He claimed he could properly fix the tire there and persuaded Mariana to follow him. Although hesitant and cautious, Mariana eventually agreed. At 8:29 a.m., she drove her Volkswagen across the street into the chakra's yard. Once she entered, the gate closed behind her, and her car disappeared from the camera's view. That was the last time Mariana was seen alive in public. The chakra's yard, hidden by walls and the closed gate, was a blind spot, outside the coverage of the gyms and nearby cameras. The street soon returned to its normal routine, unaware of the danger unfolding just out of sight. Before disappearing, Mariana had taken a picture of the man kneeling by her car and sent it to her boyfriend, Jefferson. Their conversation was lighthearted, typical of their 3-year relationship. Mariana didn't seem fearful when she sent the photo. Instead, she laughed about the situation. Jefferson didn't sense any danger either. By noon, Jefferson tried messaging Mariana again but got no response. Her phone, usually active with notifications, was completely silent. He called her, but the call went directly to voicemail. Later, he recalled noticing that her phone appeared to have no signal, a detail that would continue to haunt him. His concern grew as the hours passed. Mariana was supposed to attend her physiotherapy classes in Bauru, a 30-mile drive from her hometown of Bariri. She had never missed a class without notifying someone beforehand. By 2 p.m., Jefferson began contacting her friends to see if anyone had heard from her, but no one had. Growing increasingly worried, he reached out to her family, including her parents, Berton and Marlene, as well as her aunts and cousins, all of whom were very close to her and maintained regular contact. The family grew equally alarmed. Her father, Ayrton, repeatedly tried calling her, but her phone remained off. By 3 p.m., the family was convinced that something was seriously wrong. They contacted the Bereary police to report Mariana missing and emphasized the urgency of the situation. The police promptly filed a missing persons report and began gathering information from her close contacts. Jefferson was interviewed first. He shared the photo and text messages Mariana had sent him that morning. The photo, time-stamped around 8:30 a.m., showed a man crouched next to Mariana's Volkswagen, working on a tire. His face was partially visible, but the angle of the photo made it difficult to identify him. Jefferson told the police that everything had seemed normal. Mariana hadn't appeared uncomfortable, and the man looked like a helpful passerby. The police considered the photo an important lead, but more information was needed. They asked Jefferson if Mariana had any enemies or recent conflicts. He insisted that she was well-liked and had no issues in her personal life, adding that their relationship was happy and stable. His alibi was verified, as he was in Sao Paulo fulfilling his naval duties at the time. His colleagues confirmed his whereabouts. Investigators then spoke to one of Mariana's gym friends, Heloisa, who had been with her earlier that morning. Heloisa confirmed the timeline of the incident. Mariana had finished her workout around 8 a.m., and they chatted briefly before stepping outside together. It was then that Mariana noticed the flat tire on her car. A man approached and offered to help her. Heloisa did not recognize the man, but she described him as friendly and non-threatening in appearance. She recalled that Mariana was hesitant at first but eventually let him assist after he pointed out that driving on the flat tire could damage the wheel. She left around 8:15 a.m., assuming everything was fine. Later, when speaking to the police, she expressed deep guilt, wishing she had stayed with Mariana longer. Heloisa's description of the man was vague: average height, casual clothes. However, it matched the person in the photo Mariana had sent to Jefferson. When police asked Heloisa for more information, asking if she had noticed anyone else in the area or anything suspicious, she mentioned only a few people exercising and passers-by, but did not see anything unusual. The busy morning traffic made spotting anything unusual difficult. The police reviewed the gym's CCTV footage, which showed Mariana driving into a nearby property, referred to as the Chakra, at 8:29 a.m. They visited the location, which was owned by a local resident who had hired a handyman, Rodrigo Pereira Alves, to paint it. The owner confirmed that Rodrigo had been there that morning but said he had since disappeared. The officers inspected the area but found no signs of Mariana or her car. However, another surveillance tape revealed her Volkswagen being driven away an hour later. The footage showed the driver stepping out briefly, and their clothing made it clear the driver was not Mariana. The photo Mariana had sent to Jefferson became critical evidence. Police have secretly launched an investigation into the man in the photo without releasing his identity to avoid exposure. They discovered he had a criminal history, including serious offenses, which raised suspicions. The flat tire, possibly deliberately slashed, suggested a premeditated plan rather than a random event. The police initiated covert surveillance near the suspect's last known location while tracking Mariana's phone. Its last signal came from the gym's area and went offline around 8:36 a.m., likely turned off or destroyed. Knowing her car had been driven away, officers issued an alert to neighboring towns with details about the Volkswagen and the man in the photo, now their primary suspect. The car was last seen heading west toward Itapolis. In response, authorities expanded the search operation, deploying reinforcements, including a helicopter and additional officers. By 5 p.m., word had already spread quickly throughout Bereary. Everyone was talking animatedly, texting, and trying to piece together the details of the event. They were tracking a car and following clues from a photo. Soon, a name surfaced: Rodrigo Pereira Alves. He was a career criminal with a long history of offenses, including robbery, kidnapping, extortion, and attempted robbery. He had served 12 years in prison and had been released just 30 days before Mariana's kidnapping. The photo Mariana had sent matched him, as did footage from nearby CCTV cameras. As the evening progressed, the search intensified. By 8 p.m., the effort was relentless, with helicopters in the air and patrol teams on the ground. At around 9 p.m., the search team located the Volkswagen abandoned in Itapolis, near a sugarcane plantation. The car was immediately secured, and forensic investigators began their work. The vehicle was found with its doors unlocked, keys missing, and interior in disarray. Evidence showed a violent struggle had taken place, with scratches on the dashboard, torn seatbelts, and severe damage to the interior of the car. Under the seat, police found a knife, though it wasn't believed to have been used in the crime. There was no blood, but the evidence made it clear something serious had taken place. After discovering the car, authorities intensified their pursuit of Rodrigo. He had grown up in a troubled home, dropped out of school early, and turned to crime as a teenager. Known as a loner, he worked sporadic jobs in construction and mechanics, but had no stable employment. Few people in the community were even aware he was out of prison, as his return had gone unnoticed. Using cell phone tracking, the police discovered that he was hiding at a relative's house. Officers surrounded the area, but Rodrigo, realizing he was trapped, attempted to escape by climbing onto a nearby rooftop. After a tense standoff, he was captured. Disheveled and gaunt, he initially resisted and denied involvement, but the evidence against him, including Mariana's photo, surveillance footage, and tire tracks, was overwhelming. Eventually, he provided information on where Mariana could be found. The search for Mariana led investigators back to the sugarcane plantation where the car had been abandoned. Late the next morning, they made a devastating discovery. Mariana's body was found hidden about a mile from the car, concealed among the dense sugarcane stalks. She was gagged, blindfolded, and her hands were tied behind her back. The scene was heartbreaking. An autopsy performed revealed that her cause of death was strangulation. Her injuries were severe: bruises on her arms and legs, scratches on her face, and broken fingernails, all indicating she had fought desperately against her attacker. The autopsy also investigated the possibility of abuse, though the results remained inconclusive, as further testing was required. No stab wounds or gunshot injuries were found, ruling out the knife discovered in the car as a weapon. The coroner estimated that she had died within hours of her disappearance, likely between 8 a.m. and noon on September 24th. The presence of the bindings and gag indicated that she had been restrained before her death, suggesting a deliberate and brutal act. Rodrigo was charged with kidnapping, abuse, robbery, and murder as prosecutors built their case using physical evidence and his prior criminal record. The prosecution argued that he had used the pretense of offering help to gain Mariana's trust, overpowering her in the yard of the property. Investigators noted a clear pattern of impulsive and predatory behavior, consistent with his criminal past. But why was Rodrigo even in Bariri? It turned out he had obtained the job through a friend, claiming that it was part of a fresh start. Rodrigo admitted to luring Mariana to the chakra, stating that the incident happened on a whim. He claimed to have hitched a ride with her car after fixing her tire, then took her into his house and panicked when she tried to leave. However, investigators dismissed his claims of panic, labeling the act as cold and calculated. In early 2021, more than a year after Mariana was murdered on September 24, 2019, the trial of Rodrigo began at the Judicial Center near Bariri. The courtroom was filled with family, friends, locals, and media outlets, all focused on Rodrigo, a 39-year-old defendant who sat expressionless in the dock. The prosecution, led by experienced attorneys, aimed to prove that Rodrigo was a calculated predator. They presented critical evidence, including CCTV footage from the gym and a photo Mariana had sent to her boyfriend. The prosecution highlighted key points in their case. One piece of evidence was the flat tire on Mariana's car, believed to have been deliberately slashed, which, they argued, demonstrated premeditation. They painted Rodrigo as someone who targeted Mariana, manipulated her trust, and meticulously planned her abduction and murder. His criminal history became a focal point, 12 years in prison for kidnapping and attempted murder, having only recently been released before the crime occurred. The autopsy report was damning, describing strangulation, bruises, and defensive wounds that all suggested a violent struggle. The prosecution argued that Mariana was likely strangled with her own shirt during the attack. The defense faced a challenging case and employed strategies to cast doubt and downplay the prosecution's arguments. They highlighted gaps in the forensic evidence, emphasizing the absence of blood or DNA to conclusively prove abuse. They also claimed the knife found in the car could belong to anyone. Despite their efforts, it was clear the odds were against them. Mariana's family, including her parents, Ayrton and Marlene, as well as other relatives, attended all of the court proceedings, their grief evident on their faces. The prosecution called them as witnesses to testify about Mariana's character, portraying her vibrancy and the profound loss her death had caused. Marlene, her mother, described her daughter as their everything, highlighting that she was always smiling and always helping others. Jefferson, Mariana's boyfriend, also testified, tearfully recalling their last messages and the haunting photo she had sent him. He confessed emotionally to the court that he would never forgive himself for not realizing that she was in danger. The prosecution used the testimony to emphasize the manipulation and betrayal of trust that Rodrigo had committed against Mariana, a point that the jury had to consider. Another surveillance video captured Rodrigo leaning against Mariana's car before she left the gym, further supporting the claim that he had intentionally sabotaged her vehicle to trap her. Rodrigo's defense team did not contest his presence at the crime scene, that was undeniable. Instead, they focused on portraying him as mentally unstable, arguing that his 12 years in prison had left him impulsive and erratic, rather than a calculated killer. They did not deny the crime itself, but tried to reduce its severity, aiming for a conviction of manslaughter rather than femicide to lessen his sentence. In March 2021, the court delivered its verdict. Rodrigo Pereira Alves was sentenced to 40 years, 10 months, and 18 days in prison. But the story didn't end there. Mariana's mother, Marlene, who had become a vocal advocate for preserving her daughter's memory, passed away in February 2022 at the age of 51. On September 23, 2024, just one day before the 5th anniversary of Mariana's murder, Rodrigo died from an unspecified illness in the intensive care unit of Botacata Hospital. While it was reported that he suffered from a chronic disease, details of his exact cause of death were not disclosed by the prison or the hospital. Bree Kristen Kuhn was born in May 1987 in the United States and grew up with her parents and her older brother, Eric. The family lived in Pennsylvania until her parents divorced. Following the divorce, Bree and Eric moved to Texas with their mother, whose name has not been disclosed. When Eric entered 9th grade, Bree left Texas to live with their father in New York. At that time, their father was in a new relationship with a woman named Karen. Though Bree and her brother Eric lived apart, they remained close, staying in touch on important occasions. However, their relationship with their mother became strained over time. According to Eric, their mother was physically abusive, and Bree would often defend him. She took on the role of a protector, enduring the abuse herself to keep her brother safe. These traumatic experiences profoundly affected Bree, leading her to struggle with depression and anxiety throughout her adolescence. By the age of 13, she had attempted to end her life. In the face of adversity, Bree focused on her education, attending 2 community colleges. While still young, she enlisted in the U.S. Navy, where she served for 17 years at various naval stations across the country. In 2009, she welcomed her first child, a daughter named Kay, with her then partner, James. Although their relationship ended, Bree retained custody of Kay, while James was granted weekend visitation rights. She later began a relationship with Colin Turner, a fellow service member in the military. Colin James Turner, born on December 28, 1987, was raised in a close-knit, religious family alongside his parents, Tierva Donald Turner, and his sisters, Nicole and Rebecca. Known for his warmth and strong family values, Colin served in the Marine Corps with a specialization in explosive ordnance disposal. He married Casey Gatzman in 2009, and they had a son that same year. After the separation, custody of the children went to Casey, but Colin remained actively involved in his son's care and life. On May 29, 2016, Colin married Bree, and together they started a family with Bree's daughter, Kay. Colin embraced the role of Kay's father, treating her as his own, which deeply endeared her to his family. In April 2017, Bree and Colin welcomed their son, John Patrick, followed by their daughter, Lonnie, in August 2018. After 14 years of service, Colin retired from the Marines and began studying electrical engineering at Arizona State University. He also managed to balance his studies with his responsibilities as a parent, such as helping Kay with distance learning. By this time, the family had settled in Gulf Breeze, Florida, a community recognized for its safety and family-friendly environment. Despite outward appearances of stability, underlying issues were present in Bree and Colin's relationship. She confided to her brother, Eric, that her relationship with Colin was strained. When Eric visited to help mediate, Colin reportedly joked, both privately and in front of Bree, that they got along because they were both narcissistic psychopaths. Eric also noticed Bree felt burdened as the family's sole financial provider, while Colin focused on his studies and childcare. Although Eric encouraged Bree to leave the relationship, she hesitated. Her concerns include that Colin could use her mental health history and his family's finances to gain a legal advantage in a custody battle. In April 2021, she attempted to end her life by overdosing on pills and alcohol while speaking on the phone with Eric. Panicked, Eric contacted Colin, who was at home with Bree but reportedly did not help her. He ultimately called emergency services, and she was hospitalized in a psychiatric facility for 10 days. A month later, she returned to the facility for another week. During her recovery, Bree attributed much of her emotional distress to job-related stress and accused Colin of interfering with her work, which she said exacerbated her difficulties. However, she never publicly accused him of psychological, physical, or emotional abuse. After her hospitalization, she joined an intensive outpatient program and resumed her career at the Naval Air Station in Pensacola. In her role as an assistant to the command chief, Bree was able to continue her treatment while serving under limited-duty sailor status. In the months leading up to the tragedy, Bree began seeking legal assistance. On Wednesday, September 8, 2021, she reached out to a group of mothers on a messaging app, asking for recommendations for a lawyer. She mentioned that the situation could escalate, as it involved disputes over children and property. At 12:53 p.m. that same day, Bree called 911 to report a domestic dispute with her husband, Colin, and requested police assistance at their home. Within minutes, 2 officers arrived at the scene. Colin, her husband, was calmly sitting in a beach chair at the end of the driveway. He informed the officers that Bree had a shotgun, a pistol in the bedroom, and admitted that he also had a firearm in his truck. Colin emphasized that Bree was the one who had called the police. When the officers asked about her whereabouts, he led one of them to the home's entrance and pointed toward the kitchen. As the officer entered, Bree's young son approached, curiously asking about the officer's equipment. Shortly afterward, Bree appeared, looking visibly frustrated. The police officer explained that they could not intervene immediately unless there were obvious injuries or specific evidence of violence. Bree responded bitterly, sarcastically stating that she would make things clearer next time. The officer attempted to de-escalate the situation, explaining that without a court order or restraining order, they could not prevent Colin from seeing or taking the children, especially since 2 of them were biologically his. When asked if she wanted to file a formal complaint, she declined, saying she just wanted to leave the house with her children. The officer informed her that he would speak to Colin while she gathered her belongings. While the officers were speaking with Colin, Bree began transferring items from Colin's truck to hers. Noticing this, Colin firmly stated that he would not allow her to take the children. He argued that he was their primary caregiver and claimed that he intended to take them to his parents' home in Georgia for a few days to let tensions cool down. He also denied having any intention of keeping the children away from Bree. One of the officers advised Colin that, as long as no violence was involved, parenting disputes were not matters for police intervention. When asked if he wanted to file a formal report, he agreed. The officers retrieved paperwork from their patrol vehicle and provided forms to both parties. When Bree saw her form, she asked what she should do if her husband hit her after they left. The officer advised her to use her phone's camera to document any evidence. The officers then departed. A few hours later, around 5 p.m., there was another 911 call from their home, this time from Colin. When the police arrived again, they found Colin outside, holding the youngest child. He told the officers that Bree was refusing to let him back into the house. She then went outside and tried to take the child from his arms. The officers intervened and asked Bree to go back inside to allow for a calm discussion. After confirming that Colin lived in and co-owned the house, an officer informed him that he had the legal right to enter the property, though they discouraged him from using force. The officer emphasized that Colin's access to the home was a lawful right. Concerned about another confrontation, he requested that the officer accompany him inside. Colin explained that Bree had attempted to take the child into the house, but the child had started screaming, refusing to go in without him. When the officer asked if any physical conflict had occurred, Colin said no, but mentioned that the situation was part of a long-standing dispute that had lasted for years. Bree, on the other hand, told the officers that they were discussing divorce and claimed Colin intended to take the children to Georgia. She further accused him of being physically aggressive, adding that the earlier police visit had failed to protect her. She also alleged that Colin had contacted her superiors at work and possibly made claims of emotional abuse. The officer reiterated to Bree that she could not legally prevent Colin from entering his own home. He suggested they work out a temporary arrangement, such as staying in separate bedrooms and minimizing contact, for the well-being of their children. However, Bree refused, expressing concern that allowing Colin inside could lead to more violence. She again brought up her previous allegations of abuse and expressed fear of being harmed. The officer advised her to document any future incidents, but it was clear Bree was seeking more than just advice. She wanted protection that the current system was not equipped to provide. When the officer suggested that everyone enter the house together, Bree refused. The officer then turned to Colin, who calmly provided the children's information. During the exchange, he mentioned Bree's mental health issues. Police confirmed this and said that he had previously intervened in an incident at their home in March, when Bree attempted to harm herself. Police reminded Colin of the same advice they had previously given him, to remain separated within the home for the safety of everyone involved. He also pointed out that standing outside in the intense heat with a small child amidst biting mosquitoes was unsustainable. Before heading inside again, Colin asked the officer to retrieve his wallet, which Bree had allegedly taken from his vehicle. At the door, Bree met the officer. When asked about the wallet, she denied having it and claimed she had only taken Colin's credit card. The officer reminded her that a wallet is personal property, not something to be shared in marriage, and instructed her to return it if she had taken it. In a calm but firm tone, the officer told Bree she had to allow Colin and their daughter back into the house. Bree agreed, but only on the condition that Colin would not harass her or the children. The officer reassured her that if anything happened, she could call them again. As the officer prepared to leave, he returned to inform Colin that Bree claimed she did not know where the wallet was. Colin just smiled and implied that he would let the matter slide. But in reality, nothing was resolved satisfactorily. Less than 2 hours later, at exactly 6:22 p.m., a third and final 911 call came from their residence. Colin James Turner, just 33 years old, had been fatally shot. The final fatal gunshot rang out while the 911 operator was still on the line. On the porch, officers found Bree, then 34, sitting calmly. As they approached, she spontaneously confessed that she had shot her husband. She was taken into custody without resistance. When asked about the children, she said she had taken them to a neighbor who lived a few houses down. Paramedics checked her over while officers ensured that she was physically stable. When asked if she could breathe properly or needed medical care, she didn't respond, so emergency personnel were instructed to evaluate her. Bree was brought to the police station for questioning. The interrogation was slow, interrupted by long silences and frequent bouts of crying. During the interview, Bree opened up about the state of her marital relationship. She said Colin was the primary caregiver for their children and admitted that she believed she had little chance of winning custody due to her history of mental health struggles. She revealed that Colin had threatened to take the children to Georgia and had physically assaulted her. He had also warned that if she reported him, no one would believe her because of her mental health issues, calling her crazy. Bree confessed that she had removed the batteries from the garage door opener to stop Colin from leaving with the children. She claimed that Colin only pretended to care about her mental health as a way to manipulate her, especially after she decided to file for divorce. She mentioned that she had a legal appointment scheduled for the next day. She also mentioned that she had an appointment with a lawyer scheduled for the next day. When asked what had happened just before the attack, Bree said her memory after the second police visit was hazy. She recalled Colin attempting to enter the house through the garage but failing because the way was blocked. However, she said he then used a side door to enter the house. She claimed she tried to stop him, but her next clear memory was knocking on a neighbor's door. She remembered leaving her children there to ensure their safety before returning home to help her husband. Investigators pressed her for a more comprehensive account, but she could only provide scattered details. She said she returned to the garage and saw blood everywhere. Throughout the questioning, Bree repeatedly asked to call her father. Eventually, she was allowed to make the call, which lasted 18 minutes and consisted mostly of sobbing. Her father tried to comfort her, suggesting she would likely spend the night in jail and urging her to seek help if she felt like harming herself again. He reassured her that things could improve and told her to stay strong and look for hope. Toward the end of the call, Bree asked if her father could take custody of her two youngest children. He didn't give a definitive answer, suggesting instead that they would need to discuss it with Colin's mother. He also advised her to cooperate with a public defender if necessary until a more suitable legal option became available. At the end of the call, Bree painfully confesses she doesn't know what's worse, knowing that Colin is dead or realizing that she was the one who killed him. A month later, in early October 2021, Bree was indicted by a Santa Rosa County grand jury for first-degree premeditated murder in connection to the death of her husband, Colin. Prosecutors had not yet decided whether to seek life imprisonment or the death penalty. On October 16th, Colin's family and friends gathered for a military funeral to honor his 14 years of service in the U.S. Marine Corps. During the ceremony, the American flag symbolizing his service was presented to his eldest son, Brody Turner. The youngest children of his were adopted by his parents, who always strived to love and support him despite enduring an irreparable loss. After 3 years of delays, Bree's long-awaited trial began on Tuesday, September 24, 2024, at the Santa Rosa County Courthouse. Now 37 years old, Bree faced accusations of committing a premeditated and calculated act of murder. The prosecution carefully outlined the events of September 8, 2021, arguing that Bree intentionally killed her husband following a day of escalating conflict. Meanwhile, the defense presented a drastically different narrative, asserting that Bree was a victim of battered woman syndrome. They argued that she had endured years of psychological and emotional abuse from Colin, who had become increasingly unstable after suffering a traumatic brain injury during his military service. The defense maintained that he posed a significant threat to her and their children. Over 4 days, the court heard testimony from various witnesses. The jury and those in the courtroom reviewed full body cam footage from responding officers, which captured their interactions on the day of the incident. The recordings revealed Bree's sarcasm, Colin's calm demeanor, and the chilling 911 call during which gunshots were recorded in real time. Every officer involved testified, including one officer who described the crime scene in detail, recounting the site of the garage, blood, Colin's body slumped in a chair, and a holstered weapon nearby. A crime scene analyst presented a series of photographs to help jurors visualize where Colin's body was found. Evidence collected included shell casings, bullet fragments, and Colin's phone, which was still connected to the 911 operator, lying beneath him. Prescriptions for Bree's attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and mental health treatment were submitted as evidence, along with testimony from her supervisor, Craig Forum, from the Pensacola Naval Station. Craig explained that Bree had been placed on limited duty due to mental health issues. He said that on the day of the shooting, Bree did not show up for work, and Colin called him to inform him that Bree had cut off the family's financial access and damaged the electronics in the house. Colin also told Craig that she had missed therapy sessions and that he was considering moving the children to Georgia. Craig testified that Colin remained calm and spoke in a composed manner throughout the call. He also provided Colin with contact information for a family counselor. Soon after, he spoke to Bree, who accused her husband of lying and being unreasonable in taking the children away. On the trial's second day, forensic pathologist Dr. Diana Oleski was called to testify for the prosecution. Although she did not personally perform Colin's autopsy, she reviewed the results and formed her conclusion. The autopsy revealed that Colin had been shot 4 times, all from behind. The bullets entered between his shoulders and chest. One particularly devastating shot passed through his left shoulder, exited the side of his neck, and lodged in his right wrist. The injuries caused extensive trauma, including punctured lungs, fractured ribs, damage to cervical vertebrae, a ruptured spleen, spinal cord injuries, and damage to the pericardium, the heart's protective membrane. Diana concluded that Colin would have survived for only a few minutes following the pericardial injury. When the defense attorney asked if there was any evidence to indicate that Colin's arm was broken, since he had claimed during the 911 call that Bree had tried to break his arm, Diana responded that there were no signs of injuries consistent with that statement. Eric, Bree's brother, was the next to testify. He recounted a phone conversation with Bree months earlier, on the day she attempted to end her life. During that call, she told him she had taken pills mixed with alcohol. Eric stated that when he informed Colin of this, Colin showed no concern and took no action to help, prompting Eric to step in and call for assistance. Eric also mentioned that Bree had always feared losing her children, believing Colin's family's wealth and legal resources would work against her. On the day of the attack, Eric said Bree was especially anxious because she had an upcoming surgery and feared that Colin would use that time to take the children. He recalled speaking to Bree several times that day, noting her mood alternated between calm and distressed. During their final 45-minute call, Eric said he overheard Bree arguing with Colin, followed by shouting and the sound of objects being thrown. He claimed that Bree had then picked up a weapon. When asked how Eric knew this, he hesitated, saying he believed Bree had told him. Eric begged her to leave with the children, but she didn't listen. The call ended with Bree saying that she was not going to take the kids, followed by the sound of gunshots, crying children, and Bree repeatedly saying that she had killed him and that she needed to call the police. However, Eric's testimony was inconsistent under cross-examination. His account differed from his initial statements to detectives in Pennsylvania. He attributed these contradictions to the claim that his first interview had not been recorded, a claim the detective denied. With that, the prosecution rested its case. The defense initially planned to present Bree's defense through testimony from a mental health expert and Bree herself to explain battered woman syndrome. However, they unexpectedly changed strategy, opting not to present these testimonies and offering no public explanation for their decision. Instead, the defense called James, Bree's ex-husband and the father of her eldest daughter, Kay. James testified about the incident on the day of the shooting. He stated that he exchanged text messages with Colin and later received a phone call from Bree. During the call, Bree had told him that he needed to come get Kay and that she had just shot Colin. When he had asked why, she had responded that she didn't know. James immediately went to pick up his daughter. James also testified in court that he had always thought highly of Colin as a stepfather and that Kay had spoken positively about him. On the third day of the trial, proceedings were interrupted by a hurricane warning, delaying closing arguments until Friday, September 27th. During the prosecution's closing argument, they emphasized that Bree showed no visible injuries on the day of the shooting. They argued that Bree deliberately provoked Colin, secretly filmed the confrontation on her phone, and kept her brother on the line during the incident. They contended that her motive was not self-defense but a desire to assert control. The prosecution concluded that, being unable to provoke aggression from Colin, Bree attacked him 4 times in the back without realizing he was on a 911 call. The defense argued that Colin had been walking around the house with a firearm and suggested he hid the weapon in his truck before police arrived. They referenced Colin's 911 call, where he claimed Bree tried to break his arm, a claim contradicted by the autopsy. One of the defense attorneys mocked Colin's actions during the call, asserting that, as a Marine, he should have handled the situation differently, further implying that his response would have been ridiculed by others in his military unit. The defense ultimately claimed that Bree resorted to attacking Colin because law enforcement had repeatedly failed to protect her despite her pleas for help. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict. During the sentencing hearing, the judge allowed Colin's parents to speak about the impact of the incident. Colin's mother expressed gratitude for having custody of her grandchildren and stated her intent to adopt them. She condemned Bree not only for taking her son's life but also for attempting to tarnish his reputation. Colin's father spoke of his sadness and disappointment in Bree's actions, sharing that the children were doing well in school and surrounded by love. The judge then sentenced Bree Kristen Kuhn to life in prison. Although the verdict has been announced, the case is not over yet. On October 3, 2024, Bree's legal team filed an appeal with the Florida Court of Appeals, challenging her conviction and requesting a new trial. Meanwhile, Bree was discharged from the U.S. Navy with a general discharge under honorable conditions after 17 years of service, thus avoiding further military disciplinary action. In 1995, 11-year-old Lacey Phillips lived with her mother, Mary, her father, James, and her older siblings. Brother Jesse, who was 15 at the time, and sister Darla, who was 17. The family was very close-knit and had a strong bond. The Phillips family lived in their own home in a small town called Bald Knob, Arkansas, which they had moved to 5 years earlier from Hope, Arkansas. They considered Bald Knob an ideal place for family life and raising children. Mary was known as a loving mother and wife, fond of gardening, outdoor recreation. The Phillips family was a typical American family, slowly building their happiness, unaware of how cruelly it would eventually be destroyed. On June 6, 1995, 11-year-old Lacey was under the supervision of her older sister, Darla. Both were students, but summer vacation had begun. Their mothers go to work during this time and often the children will stay at home waiting for their parents to return. However, at 4 p.m. that day, Lacey had an appointment with the dentist, which coincided with Mary's end of her work shift. Consequently, Darla drove Lacey to the workplace, where their mother worked as an accountant in an automated tax and accounting service. It was planned that Lacey would wait until her mother finished work and then go to the appointment together. Darla later described this outing as completely ordinary. She talked with Mary for a while, and then Darla went home, planning to meet her friends later. She and her mother said goodbye and hugged, unaware that this would be their last meeting. Although Mary and Lacey were expected to be a little late coming back from the dentist, it was merely a routine checkup that wasn't supposed to take long. Meanwhile, Jesse and Darla were left alone at home. Their father was on a business trip 500 kilometers away. The siblings expected their mother and Lacey to return by 5 p.m., but as much more time passed with no sign of mother, they began to worry. At around 6 p.m., both teenagers grew increasingly worried as neither returned from the dentist's office. Lacey is too young to have her own plans, and Mary had no other plans for the evening. Even if something had changed, Mary always called the children to inform them if she would be late. Her uncharacteristic absence without warning heightened their concern. Darla assumed her mother might be late at work, so she called the office but received no answer. Concerned, she then headed to the dental clinic, but there was no sign of Mary or Lacey. Time passed, and as the sun began to set, Darla contacted their father to share their growing worries. He suggested they leave the house and look around the area, considering that Mary's car might have broken down or she might need help. Jesse and Darla searched the vicinity but found nothing. They returned to their house and reported their findings to their father, prompting him to contact the police. A dispatch officer spoke to James to gather necessary information. He provided details about where Mary worked, the car she drove, and their trip to the dentist set for around 4 p.m. The most alarming fact was that Mary and Lacey never reached the dentist. Law enforcement took James's report seriously, confirming that no one had arrived at the dental office. Around midnight, an officer was dispatched to check Mary's workplace. Upon arrival at the parking lot in front of the building, the patrolman noticed a pickup truck parked alone. After checking the license plate, he confirmed it was indeed Mary Phillips' vehicle. This discovery intensified fears that something had gone terribly wrong. The car was intact and locked, so the officer decided to check the office where Mary worked. He knocked on the door, which surprisingly opened because it was unlocked. Upon entering, he found the lights were off and had to use a flashlight to explore. It was then that he discovered something horrifying, the body of a woman covered in blood, with her hands tightly bound behind her back. A cord from a household appliance was wrapped around her neck, and her clothes were pulled down. The officer immediately realized she had been brutally beaten. A pulse check indicated she was dead. The body was cold, suggesting she had been killed hours earlier. The office resembled the aftermath of a violent struggle, with blood scattered around, intensifying concerns that the perpetrator might still be present. The patrolman called for reinforcements and continued to carefully inspect the rooms while waiting for his colleagues to arrive. He checked the office and then moved to the utility rooms, where he noticed a trail of blood leading to another door, which was also unlocked. He entered without any problems and saw a gruesome scene. In the middle of the room was a chair to which a girl was tied, also covered in blood. There was especially a lot of blood. Her face showed clear signs of having received several blows to the head. Thought the girl was dead, he managed to take several pictures of the second victim when she suddenly woke up, opened her eyes, and looked in his direction. Later, the police officer recalled this moment as one of the most terrible and unexpected in his life, as if he had seen a dead person returning to life. The patrolman immediately turned to his colleagues and, in addition to requesting reinforcements, asked them to call for doctors. He freed the girl and tried to provide first aid, but it quickly became obvious that she was in serious condition and that only doctors could fully help her. Despite her injuries, she was conscious and could speak. She clearly stated that her name was Lacey Phillips. The only thing that worried her was her mother's condition. She asked several times what had happened to Mary and if everything was okay with her, but the policeman distracted her from these troubling thoughts, not telling her the truth. The medics arrived a few minutes later, and Lacey was urgently taken to the nearest medical facility. On the way, she regained consciousness and then lost it again. Lacey had sustained a serious head injury from several strong blows to the head with a blunt object. Additionally, marks were found on her neck indicating strangulation, and in addition to sustaining a fracture in her cranial vault, she had a broken jaw. Mary's husband, James, was notified that something had happened to his loved ones but was given no details. He immediately packed his things and left for the city to see his daughter in the hospital to support her. He was shocked and did not understand what had happened to his family. Now, the doctors did not dare to provide a prognosis on whether the Phillips' youngest daughter, Lacey, would survive. An even greater blow was the death of 34-year-old Mary. She could not be saved and had died before the patrolman arrived. Forensic experts worked at the crime scene but were unable to find any clues that would lead to the criminal. Their only hope was Lacey, who had miraculously survived the attack, and they awaited news from the medical center with excitement. A few hours later, doctors managed to stabilize Lacey's condition. The morning after the attack, on June 7th, she woke up in hospital. She was in the intensive care unit, and they were finally able to communicate. Despite her traumatic brain injury, she remembered perfectly what had happened. Later, Lacey admitted that all of it was captured in her memory. Lacey began to recount the frightening details of how her older sister had taken her to their mother's workplace at about 3 p.m. She remained in the office until 3:45 p.m., as both of them were getting ready to go to the dentist's office for a routine checkup. The workday was almost over. But a few minutes before it ended, an unfamiliar man entered the office. He immediately headed to the desk where Mary worked. She and Mary looked at him and even stepped back. There was something frightening in his gaze, but they thought he was just a client who had come into the office. When the stranger raised his hands, it became obvious that he was not there for advice. He was wearing latex gloves. In one hand, he held a roll of wire, and in the other, a gun with which he threatened Mary and Lacey. The man announced that it was a robbery. Mary tried to cover herself and protect her daughter, but he pushed Mary's aside, knocked her to the floor, and began tying her wrists behind her back with the wire. Lacey was confused, scared, and unable to react. Everything happened too quickly. After tying up Mary, the unknown man shouted at Lacey and ordered her to follow him into another room. He brought a chair from Mary's office, placed it in the middle of the room, and forced she to sit on it while he tied her hands to the chair behind her back. She cried, begged him not to harm her and her mother. The criminal said he would not harm Mary but would hurt her daughter. After securing Lacey to the chair with wire, he immediately hit her hard on the head with the handle of the pistol. Her eyes went dark, and she lost consciousness. After which, the stranger left the room, closing the door behind him. Lacey was left alone. She was tightly tied up and couldn't even move. She felt like she was bleeding from her head. Lacey regained consciousness a few minutes later, looked around, and saw that blood was all around the chair. She was in pain, but she couldn't imagine the extent of the head injury she had sustained. She began to scream and call for help, hoping that her mother would enter the room and untie her. The door swung open, and to her horror, it was the same man again. He was furious that she was still alive and screamed, striking she again before grabbing her by the neck and beginning to strangle her until she lost consciousness once more. This lasted for several minutes. Perhaps the criminal was afraid of being caught, so he wanted to escape from the building as quickly as possible. He believed he had killed Lacey, turned off the light, and left the room. The criminal immediately fled the office. Several hours passed. Lacey came to her senses but then lost consciousness again. Each time she regained consciousness, she tried to get free and call for her mother but received no response. Her hands were tightly bound with metal wire. Lacey grew weaker with every minute. The only hope for salvation was the thought that someone would find them. About 8 hours passed during which Lacey remained locked in the dark room, bleeding. She was half asleep, could barely move, and had lost all strength. Suddenly, the girl heard a faint clicking sound coming from the next room. At first, she was scared that it was the attacker, but then the sounds were repeated next to her, and flashes appeared in her half-asleep state. Lacey realized it looked like a photo shoot. She confirmed it when she opened her eyes and saw someone taking her picture. Fortunately, it was not the criminal. It was a policeman who had arrived at the office to check on Lacey. Lacey remembered how the ambulance had arrived, how the policeman freed her. She was losing and regaining consciousness on the way to the intensive care unit of the nearest children's hospital. All this time, the doctors talked to her to keep her conscious. At each moment of clarity, Lacey tried to find out what had happened to her mother, but she never received an answer to any of her questions. Even now, while talking to the police, she still did not know that Mary was dead. After the police visit to the hospital, her father, brother, and sister came into the ward. They brought balloons and soft toys. Lacey still believed that her mother, like her, was in the hospital and had probably also suffered at the hands of the attacker but was still alive. The whole day of June 7th, Lacey's relatives spent with she, but they never answered any of her questions about Mary. She saw how, with each passing moment, her father's eyes filled with tears. Doubt began to creep in, but at that time, Lacey was still too weak and simply pushed away the bad thoughts. In the evening, James gathered his strength, went up to his daughter, knelt down, and hugged her. In a trembling voice, he told her that Mary was now in heaven with her great-grandmother. The detective leading the investigation could not afford to be sentimental, as the criminal responsible for the attack was still on the loose and might strike again. The local residents were in danger, and the bloodthirsty killer had to be stopped urgently. When Lacey found out about this, she realized with horror that she was the only chance for the police to catch the criminal. She also understood that she was in great danger and that the attacker might return to eliminate her as an unwanted witness. In the office where he committed the murder and attempted murder, the stranger left no traces. He managed to avoid leaving evidence by using latex gloves, which Lacey reported. However, he left biological fluids after abusing Mary, but their examination would take time, and the research capabilities of that era were much more modest. Therefore, the results only allowed the police to limit the circle of suspects, which at that point was not substantial. The criminal was likely an experienced killer. He knew how to avoid being caught, acted covertly, and used gloves. However, the police still had the main source of information, Lacey. She remembered the attacker perfectly and provided a very detailed description, including the smallest details of his clothing, appearance. Having learned that this man had taken her mother away from her, she was determined to bring him to justice. Describing the face of the criminal, Lacey suddenly recalled one important detail. Before he struck her on the head, while he had tied her hands with metal wire, she noticed a teardrop tattoo on his face, as well as a tattoo on his arm. This detail allowed the detectives to match these distinctive features with registered criminals. Detectives quickly identified a 31-year-old man named Jack Jones, who had the tattoos described by Lacey. Jack was well known to the local police for multiple robbery charges, but investigators did not suspect that he was responsible for much more serious crimes. The police quickly discovered Jack Jones's last known residence and went to apprehend him, expecting that he might already be on the run. To their surprise, Jack personally opened the door, did not seem alarmed at all. He was immediately brought to the station for questioning. While being taken to the department, detectives contemplated what tactics to employ to get the criminal to talk. To their surprise, no tricks were needed. As soon as Jack was asked about Mary and Lacey, he calmly began to recount what had happened. He stated that he had seen Mary standing in her office early that same day while he was driving past. As soon as it happened, he decided that he wanted to kill her because he found her incredibly beautiful. He returned later, knowing that the office closed around 4 p.m., when there should have been no one there. However, he saw a girl there but did not retreat. He tied up Lacey in the room because he was not interested in her. His goal from the very beginning was Mary. He bound her hands behind her back, placed her on the floor, abused her, and then cut a cord from the kettle, wrapped it around her neck, and began to strangle her. According to Jack Jones, this murder was an act of revenge for the abuse of his wife, as her attacker remained unpunished. The investigation revealed that Jack's wife did report the crime to the police, but later she retracted her statement against the abuser, leading to his release. Jack insisted that his wife was indeed abused, but why Mary had to pay for it remained a mystery. On the evening of June 7, 1995, Jack Jones was arrested for the abuse and murder of Mary. He was also charged with the attempted murder of Lacey. When the Phillips family was informed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as no one could be sure that the killer wouldn't come back to eliminate the only witness. However, their fight was just beginning, as Jack still had to be brought to justice in court. Thanks to his confession, there should not be any problems. Lacey did not want to attend the hearings to avoid further trauma, but the existing evidence against him was enough to send him to prison. The trial began in April of 1996. By that time, law enforcement officials had carefully reviewed all the evidence against Jack. It was decided to show in court a recording of Lacey's account, made on a dictaphone while she was recovering from her injuries in the hospital. She quickly recovered physically, but psychologically she was broken. However, even in such a state, she wanted justice. The defense attorney tried to refute her statement, but the jury did not believe him. The defendant himself pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, claiming that he was not himself during the attack on the mother and daughter because he was treating his bipolar disorder with illegal drugs. His arguments about a difficult childhood were also unconvincing. Ultimately, the jury found Jack Jones guilty on all counts. For the murder of Mary Phillips, he was sentenced to death by lethal injection. For the brutal beating of Lacey, he received a life sentence along with an additional 30 years and a fine of $15,000 for the attempted murder of Lacey. But this was not the end of Jack's criminal story. While on death row, he confessed to another murder, that of 32-year-old Lori Barrett. This incident occurred during her 5-day vacation in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where she planned to visit friends. Because she arrived late, she didn't want to bother her friend's family and decided to stay at a hotel instead. That evening, Barrett went to a local bar to relax after her trip. There, she met a young man with several tattoos. According to several witnesses who spoke to the police, Barrett was seen drinking with the stranger until about 2 a.m. in the hotel patio. After that, they went up in the elevator together, presumably to her room. The next day, she failed to show up for a planned barbecue with her friend. Later, a cleaning lady went to her room and found her body, which had been abused and strangled. Jack Jones confessed to this murder in 2005, claiming that he liked Barrett right away, and they spent the whole evening together before going up to her room. However, the details of what happened next and the reason for the attack remain unknown, as Jack refused to disclose them. For the trial related to this case, he was extradited to Florida and received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, after which he was returned to Arkansas to await execution. Interestingly, Jack Jones could have been caught and convicted of this crime while it was still being committed. A composite sketch was created based on witness statements and footage from the hotel's security cameras. His sister identified him after seeing the sketch in a newspaper and showed it to their father, who insisted that she never talk about the event or show Jack's image to anyone else. She complied, remaining silent. Jack's father then put him on a bus and sent him to Arkansas to prevent anyone from recognizing him based on the composite sketch. Unfortunately, it cost Mary Phillips her life. When Jack's family was questioned about the story, they admitted that they knew their son had met with Barrett before the attack but did not believe that Jack could be involved in such a brutal crime. Consequently, the father decided not to contact the police. They described Jack as a very complex person who grew increasingly gloomy and cruel with age, taking out his anger not only on his siblings but also on his parents. However, they justified his behavior until the last moment, believing he could be loving and gentle. They did not think he was capable of murder. On April 24, 2017, 52-year-old Jack Jones was executed for the murder of Mary Phillips at the Cummins unit, along with abuser-murderer Marcel Williams, marking the first double execution in the country in 17 years. Jones and Williams were 2 of 4 inmates executed in Arkansas in April 2017, the other 2 being convicted murderers Liddell Lee and Kenneth Williams. Jones's last meal consisted of fried chicken, fries with tartar sauce, beef jerky, 3 candy bars, a chocolate milkshake, and juice. Lacey, now grown, was present at the execution. When Jack was given his last words, he turned to the victim's daughter, tenderly called her by name, and claimed that he had perceived her as his daughter all his life. Naturally, this only caused her disgust and anger. After the execution, it was revealed that Jack Jones was involved in another murder. Just before his execution, he gave his sister a letter he had written in 2006, with instructions to open it a year after his execution. She respected his request. When she finally opened the letter from her brother, she read a terrible confession. On May 2, 1983, 20-year-old Regina Harrison left her house in the evening to ride her bike. At that time, 19-year-old Jack Jones was riding his bike towards the beach. He meets Regina, who catches his eye and secretly follows her to a deserted street, where he attacks, abuses, and kills her. They began to search for her that same evening after Regina did not return home at the appointed time. The next day, her body was found in a nearby park with signs of abuse and strangulation, which became the cause of death. During the investigation of this crime, detectives found a witness who identified the criminal as Ronald Stewart, who was passing by the park at the approximate time of the murder. In January of 1985, Ronald pleaded guilty and was then sentenced to 50 years in prison. He died behind bars of cancer in 2008. It later turned out that the only reason an innocent man took the blame was that Ronald Stewart had already committed a series of abuses of other girls. He had been convicted of those crimes and was now afraid of the death penalty, so he made a deal with the prosecution and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. Ronald never denied his guilt during his lifetime, but DNA testing later showed that he was not guilty of Regina's murder. After Jack Jones' sister, Lynn, went to the police and handed over the letter confessing to the murder, DNA testing was conducted, and in February 2019, his words were officially confirmed: Jack was behind Regina's murder. Before the execution, he lost one of his legs due to diabetes. He stated that he was ready to die, and it remains unknown why he confessed to the murders of Mary and Barrett but did not do the same regarding Regina Harrison until he only mentioned it in a letter to his sister. After the execution, it became official that Jack had killed at least 3 young women. Law enforcement officials now believe that he could have been involved in more brutal crimes. Mary's widower, after Jack's death, spoke out against people who expressed support for the criminal. There were supporters of the killer who believed that he deserved a lighter sentence and demanded that the execution be canceled. However, James said that he did not believe they would have maintained such a loyal attitude towards the criminal if he had killed their loved ones. Lacey, after talking to journalists, said that she could finally move on with her life. Justice had finally prevailed, and this dangerous criminal would no longer be able to harm anyone. However, even despite the execution, she believed that she would never be able to completely free herself from the consequences of the horror she had endured. In 1998, Shil Danishevsky-Kovlin, 34, lived in New York and worked in the financial consulting field. She is known for her kind and charming personality, which makes it easy for people to notice her. Extremely ambitious, she immediately entered the financial field in New York after graduating from college with a degree in marketing. Through dedication and hard work, Shil quickly became a respected financial advisor, serving many prestigious clients. Her colleagues admired her efficiency and determination. However, while her career was advancing rapidly, Shil's personal life was not as smooth. By her late 30s, she was still single, and she longed to focus on her personal life, hoping to find a partner who shared her values and ambitions. In February 1998, Shil attended a Jewish singles event at a bar called La Barbat in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen. She saw the gathering as a perfect opportunity to meet someone who shared her faith. At the event, she met 25-year-old Rod Kovlin. For Shil, it was love at first sight. So convinced of their connection, she called her sister Eve just hours later, saying she planned to fly to Las Vegas to marry him that night. Eve managed to talk Shil out of making the impulsive decision, but the bond between her and Rod remained strong. Despite their 11-year age gap, they found themselves to be compatible. A few weeks later, they got engaged, and by September 1998, just 7 months after meeting, they were married in a joyful ceremony surrounded by family and friends. In 2000, 2 years after their wedding, Shil and Rod welcomed their first child, a daughter named Anna. The early years of their marriage appeared promising, with their bond growing stronger and them becoming inseparable. They were both deeply connected to their Jewish faith and participated actively in their local Orthodox Jewish community. For a time, everything seemed to be going well. However, over the years, differences began to emerge. They gradually realized that they did not have as much in common as they had initially believed when they got married in 1998. Shil was a hardworking and motivated individual who achieved great success in her career, eventually becoming the Senior Vice President of Private Wealth Management at UBS. Meanwhile, Rod has had many difficulties and has not achieved any success in his career. He initially tried a career as a stockbroker but failed to establish himself, leaving him reliant on Shil's income. Hoping to help Rod find success, Shil financed several of his business ventures. However, he lacked the drive to make them work, and each attempt ended in failure. While Shil found his lack of ambition frustrating, she continued to love and support him. Over time, more problems surfaced. Rod became obsessively interested in backgammon and gambling. After a few initial wins, he decided to pursue backgammon as a way to make money. He began traveling across the country for tournaments, sometimes staying away for days at a time, and spent countless hours practicing when he was home. Unfortunately, his obsession with backgammon wasn't his only troubling behavior. Rod also began seeking attention from other women, using websites and social media to contact them. At his most obsessive, he reportedly reached out to almost 40 women on Facebook in a single day, many of whom he had met at backgammon tournaments. His preoccupation with backgammon and other women took precedence over his responsibilities as a husband and father. To make matters worse, he started displaying sudden and extreme outbursts of anger, leading Shil to suspect that he might be bipolar. Sheil experienced even greater heartbreak when she became pregnant with twins but tragically lost both babies during a premature delivery. One child died in the womb, while the other passed away shortly after birth. Despite this devastating news, she and Rod still desired another child. In 2006, they turned to an egg donor, and Sheil gave birth to a baby boy named Miles. Over time, Rod's behavior became increasingly toxic and manipulative. He weaponized the egg donor process against Sheil, cruelly reminding her of her inability to conceive naturally and blaming her for using an egg donor. He even goes so far as to tell their son, Miles, that Sheil is not his biological mother. By 2008, 10 years into their marriage, Sheil and Rod's relationship had completely unraveled. Rod's behavior continued to deteriorate. He suggested the possibility of an open marriage, a concept entirely incompatible with Sheil's values as an Orthodox Jew. She firmly rejected the idea, but he refused to change. He even used the alias James Early to join JDate, a Jewish dating site, openly flaunting his infidelity without any regard for his wife's feelings. By January 2009, Sheil was emotionally drained and overwhelmed by Rod's toxic behavior and uncontrollable anger. Fearing for her safety and that of her children, Sheil confided in her sister, Eve, expressing concern that Rod's actions could cause harm. In April 2009, she decided it was necessary to separate from him to shield her children from the ongoing conflict. She rented an apartment across the hall in the same building and asked Rod to move there, so he could stay close to the children while minimizing exposure to further tension. Initially, the arrangement seemed to work, but after only a month, Rod broke the agreement and moved his belongings back into Sheil's apartment, further exacerbating the situation. By mid-May 2009, Sheil realized her marriage was beyond repair and decided to file for divorce. Rod moved back into the apartment across the hall. Gradually, Sheil's life began stabilizing. She fully dedicated herself to her flourishing career and, freed from her broken relationship, began dating again. Both personally and professionally, she began thriving once more. However, Rod cannot accept Sheil's success and begins to sabotage her life. He installed surveillance cameras in the building's hallways and secretly placed spyware on her computer to monitor her activities. He even tried to falsely accuse her of using banned substances to make her lose her job and said she had drained all the money in their joint bank account. In reality, Sheil had withdrawn only $800, while Rod had taken $7,200 since their separation. Rod's accusations failed, as Sheil's boss knew the truth. Frustrated by his failed attempts, Rod grew even angrier. On July 8, 2009, he abused his unrestricted access to Sheil's apartment and took their children without her permission. When he failed to return them by 8 p.m., as agreed, Sheil made repeated attempts to contact him, but he ignored all her calls and messages. Fearing for her children's safety, Sheil contacted the police. Contrary to what Rod had told Sheil, he had neither taken the children sightseeing nor to a theme park. Instead, he took them to Columbia Presbyterian Hospital and falsely accused Sheil of abusing them. However, doctors and agents from the Administration for Children's Services, ACS, quickly saw through his lies. The children were returned to Sheil around 5:30 a.m. the following morning. Despite being exposed, Rod continued his fabricated claims. He reported Sheil to the NYPD's Special Victims Unit, but detectives, like the doctors and ACS agents, determined he was lying and dismissed the case. This strategy ultimately backfired on Rod. The family court judge overseeing their divorce case restricted his visitation rights, allowing him to see the children only under court-supervised conditions. Additionally, the court ordered him to pay Sheil $425 per month in child support. When Rod claimed he couldn't afford the payments, the court prohibited him from spending money on gambling and backgammon, which further fueled his anger. Rod's anger escalated into physical violence, including choking Sheil and threatening to kill her. Fearing for her life and the safety of her children, Sheil obtained a court-issued protection order. At that time, he was still a beneficiary in her will. However, on December 29, 2009, she decided to completely remove him from her will and contacted her estate attorney to finalize the changes. On December 30th, 2009, Sheil hired a babysitter for her children and went on a date with someone she had recently connected with on JDate. After returning home, she spent time with her children, put them to bed, and logged into her JDate profile at 10:13 p.m., logging out a few minutes later. The next morning, on December 31st, 2009, Sheil's 9-year-old daughter, Anna, woke up at 7 a.m. and went to wake her mother. When she didn't find Sheil in her bed, she checked the bathroom. Upon opening the door, she screamed. Sheil was lying face down in a pool of blood. Anna immediately called her father, Rod, who arrived at the apartment shortly after. He moved Sheil's body from the bathtub, called 911, and performed CPR on her unresponsive body. When police arrived at the scene, first responders informed them that Sheil's body had been found in the rear bathroom of the apartment. Investigators soon arrived as well. Rod claimed that Sheil must have slipped while taking an early morning shower and hit her head on the bathtub. He pointed to a cabinet above the tub with partially broken hinges as evidence of an accidental fall. Initially, investigators believed it was a tragic accident. They briefly questioned both Anna and Rod before concluding their investigation and informing Sheil's family of her death. After returning to his office, Detective Rothermel reviewed the details of the crime scene. Although the initial evidence pointed to Sheil's death being an accident, he suspected something was amiss. Several observations from that morning did not align with Rod's explanation of a slip-and-fall incident. For instance, the position of Sheil's body and the angle of the detached cabinet door didn't match the narrative. Additionally, Sheil had visible bruises and scratches on her face, lips, and right arm, which seemed unusual for someone who had simply gone to the bathroom for a shower. To investigate further, Rothermel delved into Sheil's activities from the prior evening, uncovering a key detail that raised questions. The day before her death, Sheil had undergone a keratin hair treatment and was instructed not to wash her hair for 72 hours. This prompted Detective Rothermel to question why Sheil would take a bath when she wasn't supposed to wet her hair. Another inconsistency was Rod's claim that he had pulled Sheil's body out of blood-stained water, yet his shirt appeared to be completely clean when he recounted this to the police. Despite these observations, Rothermel chose to wait for Sheil's autopsy results before proceeding with a full forensic investigation of the crime scene. However, an autopsy was not performed because Sheil's family objected on religious grounds. Without further evidence, Rothermel's investigation stalled, and the case was eventually closed. News of Sheil's death shocked everyone close to her. However, like Detective Rothermel, many of her family members and friends have questioned the circumstances surrounding the incident. Sheil's sister, Eve, shared that Sheil doesn't like to soak in the bathtub and always prefers to take showers. Her friend, Stephanie Goldman, confirmed this and said that she never even took a quick shower. Even after Sheil's burial, her family strongly suspected that her ex-husband, Rod, was responsible for her death. These suspicions grew stronger when Sheil's estate attorney, Lance Meyer, disclosed a crucial detail. On the day of her death, she had been scheduled to meet with him to remove Rod from her will. This revelation pointed to a clear motive. Rod stood to inherit $5.2 million if Sheil died while his name remained in the will. Armed with this crucial information, Sheil's family urged authorities to reopen the case and resume the investigation. Detectives Rothermel and Francis Brennan, the lead investigators in the case, informed the family that the investigation could not proceed further as the case was officially closed. They explained that the only way to reopen it would be to allow an autopsy to be conducted on Sheil's body. However, due to the family's religious beliefs, this was initially not an option. After being denied assistance by the police, the family decided to hire private investigator Michael Swain to uncover the truth about Sheil's death and Rod's involvement. When Michael visited Sheil's apartment, he noticed some peculiar details. The cabinet hinges in the bathroom appeared to have been deliberately loosened, something Sheil, who had a slim build, would not have been able to do, even during a fall. Additionally, there was no bath towel in the bathroom, which was a strange detail considering Rod's claim that Sheil had gone there to take a bath. 2 months after Sheil's death, her family ultimately consented to an autopsy. On March 1, 2010, the authorities obtained a court order for the procedure, and Sheil's body was exhumed for examination. The autopsy revealed that her hyoid bone was fractured, a common indication of strangulation. As a result, in April 2010, Shields' cause of death was officially reclassified from an accident to a homicide. However, investigators had to wait 2 more months to secure a search warrant for her apartment. Investigators began questioning individuals who had interacted with Shields in her final hours. One of her friends, Melissa Shields, was the first to be interviewed. Melissa recalled meeting Shields shortly before her death and sensing that something was troubling her. When Melissa asked about it, Shields admitted that she felt her ex-husband, Rod, was following her. When it came time to question Rod, he refused to cooperate. The investigators later examined his emails and phone records from December 30th, 2009. They discovered that he had been in contact with Deborah Oles, a married woman from North Carolina who had 3 children and was a Parcheesi player. They had begun an extramarital affair, and she had even traveled to New York to visit him. On the night of Shields' death, Rod played online backgammon with Deborah until 1:03 a.m. At that point, he told her he needed to work on tasks for the Backgammon Federation. However, at 4 a.m., Rod texted Deborah, claiming he had fallen asleep and hadn't completed the work. Surveillance footage showed Rod leaving his apartment building at 4:13 a.m. and returning moments later. Notably, he gave the doorman a Snickers bar, an unusual gesture for a normally unsociable person like him. Shields' estimated time of death was between 1:25 a.m. and 4:25 a.m., coinciding with the window of time Rod was not in contact with Deborah. Investigators interviewed Deborah, but she spoke highly of Rod and provided no evidence linking him to Shields' murder. Rod was unable to access the money Shields had left him in her will due to the murder case filed against him in 2011 and the ongoing investigation. His children were eventually placed in the custody of his parents following a custody battle. Later, Rod's parents discovered he had stolen $84,000 from his children's college fund, which he had spent on trips with Deborah and backgammon tournaments. As Rod's behavior became increasingly violent, his parents evicted him and Deborah from their home. Angered by this, Rod devised a plan to kill his parents in order to regain custody of his children and access Shields' money. He came up with multiple scenarios, including using his daughter, Anna, to poison their tea, but he ultimately abandoned that idea. Instead, he planned to sneak into the house through a basement window, murder his parents, retrieve his children, and burn down the house. Some of these plans involved Deborah, but she refused to participate and urged him to abandon his schemes. While Rod was plotting ways to avenge himself on his parents, the police were actively investigating Shields' murder and searching for solid evidence against him. As the investigation progressed, Rod became aware that he was close to being arrested. In a desperate attempt to avoid suspicion, he tried to frame his own daughter, Anna, for Shields' murder. He created a fake email, supposedly written by Anna, confessing to having pushed Shields in the bathroom during an argument, which allegedly led to her death. In the email, he claimed that on the night of Shields' death, Anna had fought with her mother over her mother's romantic relationships. By 2014, Rod's girlfriend, Deborah, had also begun to fear him, leading to the end of their relationship. After the breakup, Deborah contacted the authorities and disclosed everything she knew about Rod's plans. She also provided hard drives with incriminating data from Rod's devices, which implicated him in Shields' murder. Rod Kovlin was arrested on November 1, 2015, just 2 months before the expiration of a 6-year waiting period that would have granted him access to Shields' $5.2 million fortune. Based on Deborah's testimony and other evidence she provided, Rod was officially charged with second-degree murder in 2016. His trial began in 2019 at the Manhattan Supreme Court in New York. During the 8-week trial, a 12-member jury heard witness statements, including one from Patricia Swenson, a former girlfriend of Rod's. Patricia testified that during a trip in August 2009, Rod had expressed deep anger toward Shields and repeatedly stated that he wanted to kill her. Prosecutors argued that Rod had been planning Shields' murder for some time and that, although the evidence was circumstantial, it clearly identified him as the only person with a strong motive. As the trial continued, more evidence against Rod emerged. Despite his defense lawyer's attempts to portray him as innocent, the jury found Rod Kovlin guilty of murdering his ex-wife, Shildana Kovlin, on April 10, 2019. He was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 25 years, for second-degree murder. Rod later appealed the verdict, but his appeal was denied. He is currently serving his sentence at the Attica Correctional Facility in New York. In 2012, a shocking double crime involving two young parents rocked the small community of Mountain City, Tennessee. The case of Janelle Potter serves as a haunting example of how excessive protection and control can result in devastating consequences. Janelle Potter was born on January 17, 1981, in a suburb of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was the younger of two daughters to Marvin and Barbara Potter. Barbara was a secretary at a small retail company, while Marvin was a former Marine. Janelle grew up with her older sister, Christy, who was 6 years older. However, their relationship was complicated and tense, largely due to their parents' approach to parenting. Janelle was born prematurely and was fragile and often sick from an early age. Her parents were overly protective of her, treating her with extreme care, allowing her to do whatever she wanted as long as she remained happy and smiled. In contrast, Christy was expected to help care for Janelle, often assuming the role of caretaker instead of that of a sibling. As she grew older, Christy began to resist this unfair expectation, desiring her own time and space. When she pushed back against this imbalance, she faced scolding and discipline from their parents. In the Potter family, Janelle was the focal point. She received constant praise and was treated like a princess, leading her to believe she was truly exceptional. On the other hand, her parents tightly controlled every aspect of her life from a young age, trying to shield her from even minor mistakes or risks. As a result, Janelle grew up in an emotional bubble, missing the chance to learn from experiences and face the natural consequences of her actions. As Janelle grew older, her parents gradually neglecting Christy. Christy became somewhat invisible, left to navigate life on her own and struggling to gain any of her parents' attention. Despite her hard work in school, achieving top grades, and excelling in sports, her accomplishments were often overlooked or dismissed. Nothing she did seemed to matter. In contrast, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite. Even as a child, she began to test limits, only to discover that there were none for her. She frequently lied, with no consequences. If something was broken, she would blame it on Christy, and their parents would believe her without question. Christy often faced scolding or punishment, even when she hadn't done anything wrong. At the age of 10, Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, leading her parents to become extremely controlling and protective. Barbara took the lead in this overprotectiveness, while her father, Marvin, mostly supported Barbara's decisions. Janelle was forbidden to play outside with other children or go anywhere on her own. When she began school, Janelle found it difficult to keep up with her studies. Her teachers noticed that she seemed disengaged, inattentive, and unmotivated. However, her parents refused to acknowledge this issue. Instead, they attributed her struggles to her health problems or suggested that her teachers were biased against her. They never reprimanded her for poor academic performance and continually reassured her that schoolwork wasn't very important. Janelle struggled to fit in at school, often getting into conflicts with her classmates. She would create stories, play tricks, and always shifting the blame onto someone else. Barbara and Marvin frequently visited the school, advocating for Janelle to be treated as special and demanding that her needs be prioritized. Many people saw Janelle as spoiled and difficult to handle. Teachers even suggested she should be suspended or expelled due to her constant disruptions, but her parents remained blind to her behavior. They believed it was always someone else's fault. In contrast, Christy graduated with honors and was accepted into a reputable college, but her parents failed to celebrate her achievements. In fact, they seemed to overlook her completely, focusing all their attention on Janelle. Taking control of her own life, Christy got a job while studying, moved out, and became financially independent. She was tired of being blamed and gradually distanced herself from her family. As Janelle grew older, she became more selfish, unapproachable. She constantly started fights, made demands, and complained. She rarely went anywhere without her mother, who always defended her, regardless of the situation, and wasn't afraid to confront anyone who questioned her daughter. The Potters were not well liked in their quiet suburban neighborhood. Many viewed them as strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle, believing that her mother's excessive control had harmed her emotional health. However, most neighbors chose to keep their distance to avoid any conflict. Janelle graduated from high school with a below-average GPA, making college impractical, but this did not concern Barbara. She reassured Janelle that studying or working wasn't necessary, as they could fully support her. Janelle was content with that. Her days were spent watching TV and using the computer, with no limits on her screen time. Even in her 20s, her parents controlled every aspect of her life. She wasn't allowed to socialize with friends, date, or even drive. As a result, Janelle had no friends, lacked basic social skills, and was unable to make her own decisions. She did not understand the consequences of her actions or have a sense of personal responsibility. Barbara and Marvin justified their behavior as acts of love and protection, pointing to Janelle's delicate health. Janelle accepted this and enjoyed her freedom from responsibility. Her parents consistently praised and shielded her, regardless of the situation. In 2005, the Potter family chose to move to Mountain City, a small, peaceful town in Tennessee with a population of just over 3,000. In this town, almost everyone knew one another, and the crime rate was very low. It appeared to be the ideal place for a quiet and relaxed life. They purchased a modest yet comfortable home in a tranquil residential area. The newcomers quickly attracted the attention of the locals, who dropped by to introduce themselves, offered assistance, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know the family. Initially, everything went well. Barbara even made a few friends among the neighbors. However, it wasn't long before people began to notice strange behavior from the family. The adult daughter, Janelle, initially came across as polite and friendly, but if anyone disagreed with her or made the slightest critique, she would have dramatic outbursts or emotional breakdowns. Her mother would immediately leap to Janelle's defense without asking what had happened. Marvin became a regular at local hangouts, often seen enjoying a drink while sharing exaggerated stories about his supposed heroic military past. Many of these tales were either greatly embellished or entirely fabricated, and the townspeople quickly picked up on this. Nevertheless, they treated him kindly and jokingly referred to him as the local storyteller. Janelle wanted to make friends but struggled. Eventually, she devised a way to gain attention by portraying herself as a person in need of sympathy. She started telling people that she was seriously ill, claiming to suffer from various debilitating and incurable diseases. At one point, she even said she had been diagnosed with a terminal illness and didn't have much time left. People believed her and felt compassion for someone they thought was facing the end of her life. However, as time went on and she mentioned new, unrelated ailments, people began to grow suspicious. Eventually, many realized her stories didn't seem to fit together. By the late 2000s, social media became very popular, serving as a platform for making new friends, reconnecting with old ones, and finding romantic partners. Janelle, who was mostly homebound, created profiles on several social media sites and spent hours online each day. The internet became her main connection to the outside world, giving her a sense of having a social life. She filled her profiles with made-up information about herself, bragging about false achievements, fictional hobbies, and an exciting lifestyle. She was remarkably creative in crafting these personas. Janelle downloaded photos from the internet, images from parties and concerts, choosing those where people's faces were hidden by colorful lights or shadows. She edited each picture with filters and added captions that made it seem like she had attended those events. At times, she would even write detailed posts about the events she claimed to have been at, complete with names, locations, and vivid descriptions. Her posts were surprisingly convincing. Soon, Janelle gained popularity on social media, attracting followers who didn't know her in real life and believed her stories of parties, travel, and adventures. She sent out hundreds of friend requests daily, and her profile soon accumulated thousands of followers. Every post and photo received many likes and positive comments, boosting her ego. She created an entirely fictional world where she was admired, successful, and surrounded by loving friends. However, as time passed, Janelle felt that something was missing. She realized her carefully constructed online persona lacked a romantic plot. Without hesitation, she created a fake profile, this time pretending to be a man. She followed the same approach of using appealing photos from the internet, editing them, and sharing them as if they were her own. This new account also gained popularity, eventually attracting over 1,000 followers. Janelle began sharing the same party photos from both of her profiles, tagging the same places to give the impression that she and a fictitious companion were attending events together. To enhance this illusion, she complimented herself in the comments, shared poems, and wrote heartfelt messages that were all carefully curated for her followers. Some of her followers even expressed envy, commenting on how lucky she was to have such a thoughtful romantic partner. During this time, Janelle also became a member of a local online community, similar to a town forum where residents of Mountain City shared news, updates, and thoughts about events. The platform allowed for anonymity. Many users chose nicknames while some used their real names. Janelle occasionally read through discussions but rarely engaged in posting. She found it less appealing because she couldn't project an image of popularity or shine like she did on social media. The people here knew her personally and were aware of her true reputation, which some found unusual. As Janelle approached her 30s, she finally made her first true friend, Tracy Greenwell, who had grown up in Mountain City. Tracy worked at a local pharmacy. She was recognized for her intelligence, being well-read and easy to converse with. With Tracy, Janelle began to explore the outside world more. They enjoyed activities like shopping at the mall, walking in the park, hanging out at cafes, and talking on the phone every day. For the first time, Janelle's parents approved of her friendship and even welcomed Tracy into their home. Janelle flourished in this new, supportive dynamic. She finally felt heard. Janelle no longer felt the need to exaggerate or manipulate to gain attention. For the first time, someone was truly interested in her, which was a new and comforting experience. Tracy eventually introduced Janelle to her larger circle of family and friends, and soon they were spending time not just one-on-one, but as part of a larger group. Among these friends was Tracy's stepbrother, Billy Payne. He was young, well-educated, handsome, and had a great sense of humor, naturally drawing attention wherever he went. Janelle was immediately attracted to him and felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time, but unfortunately, the feelings weren't reciprocated. Janelle didn't know how to flirt or express affection casually. Instead, she sought attention and became visibly upset when it wasn't given. Her intense and erratic behavior pushed Billy away. He began to see her as unusual, keeping his distance. As Janelle's feelings grew stronger, she became increasingly obsessed. She sent Billy affectionate messages on social media and began showing up wherever he was. Despite her efforts, Billy continued to distance himself. About 6 weeks later, he publicly announced that he was in a relationship with a woman, Billie Jean Hayworth, introducing her to their friend group as his girlfriend. Following this, Billy stopped spending time with the group and focused entirely on his new relationship. Janelle was struggling emotionally, acting as if someone had taken away a treasured possession. She became erratic and demanding, begging Tracy to intervene between her brother and his girlfriend. However, this only created a rift between the two friends. Around the same time, news spread that Billy and Billy were engaged, and the community viewed them as a perfect couple. Their relationship became a popular topic, even on the town's local chat forum, with everyone seemingly supportive, except for Janelle. To her, it felt as if someone had stolen the love of her life, deepening her sense of loss into resentment, which soon turned into a desire for revenge. Eventually, Janelle made amends with her friend Tracy and asked for help in finding a new romantic partner. Tracy connected her with her cousin, Jamie Curd. Jamie was 7 years older than Janelle and worked as a tech specialist for a local company. He had struggled with relationships in the past, as many found him somewhat awkward and withdrawn. While they might have seemed like a reasonable match on paper, Janelle had different intentions. Janelle was concerned that her parents wouldn't approve of her dating someone much older, so she devised a strategy. She invited Jamie over, pretending to need assistance with her computer, setting it up, fixing issues, or installing software. Each time he came over, she praised him in front of her parents, making it clear how valuable his help was. Eventually, Barbara and Marvin invited Jamie to stay for dinner, and after that, he became a regular guest in their home. A month later, Janelle confided in her mother that she had feelings for Jamie. With her mother's support, she quickly moved forward. Just a few days later, Janelle and Jamie officially became a couple and started spending a lot of time together. However, Janelle didn't genuinely care for Jamie. She was using their relationship to provoke jealousy in Billy. Unfortunately, her plan backfired, as Billy showed no interest. In her continued efforts to get Billy's attention, Janelle managed to get invited to a family dinner at Tracy's house. She arrived holding Jamie's hand, clearly trying to make a statement, but she faced an unexpected shock. During the dinner, Billy announced that he and his girlfriend were getting married and that they were expecting a baby. This news struck Janelle like a bolt of lightning. Her hopes were dashed, and soon, a darker plan began to take shape in her mind. Just days later, harmful rumors began to spread on Mountain City's local chat forum. Anonymous posts accused Billie Jean Hayworth of living irresponsibly, claiming she had been involved with many men and had previously been treated for a serious health issue. The post suggested she was now deceiving Billy into thinking he was the father of her baby. None of this was true, but in a small town, gossip spreads quickly, and people enjoy discussing it. Someone was clearly stoking the flames, adding new accusations to keep the thread active. Soon, Billy was subjected to open insults and harsh criticism online. Despite the wave of negativity and public scrutiny, Billy supported her. He didn't believe the rumors and refused to abandon her. They both attempted to defend Billy's reputation, but it became evident that responding on social media was futile. They then reported the harassment to law enforcement. At that point, they had no idea who was behind it. Even though the forum allowed users to remain anonymous, local investigators soon traced the source of the smear campaign. When the truth emerged, the couple quickly applied for a restraining order against Janelle, prohibiting her from contacting them. However, this was just the start of a much larger conflict. Feeling trapped, Janelle created several fake social media accounts. Using these accounts, she sent herself intimidating messages and threats of violence. She then showed these messages to her parents, claiming she feared for her safety, believed that Billy and Billy wanted to harm her. Barbara and Marvin completely trusted their daughter's words. The family approached the police again, but this time, the officers traced the messages and discovered they had been sent by Janelle herself. Nevertheless, her parents refused to accept this evidence and continued to believe that their daughter was the victim. The conflict between Janelle and the couple intensified into a prolonged feud. Whenever Billy or Billy encountered any member of the Potter family in town, it often resulted in a heated argument filled with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Both sides filed multiple police reports and sought restraining orders against each other. This back and forth lasted nearly a year. Eventually, things seemed to settle down. The disputes stopped appearing in the town forum. However, Janelle had actually changed her approach and was preparing to take action without the public conflict. During this time, Barbara began receiving emails from someone claiming to be a CIA operative named Chris. He warned her that credible intelligence suggested Billy and Billy were planning to harm Janelle. Although there wasn't enough solid evidence to make arrests, he indicated that the threat was real. He also communicated with Marvin and Jamie, stressing that Janelle was in serious danger, urging them to act quickly to prevent any harm. Remarkably, within just a few weeks, this mysterious agent gained the trust of Janelle's parents and her boyfriend. Together, they began constantly messaging each other, believing they were formulating a plan to protect Janelle's life. About a month later, the operative alerted them that Billy and Billy were actively seeking someone to execute their supposed plan. He warned that time was running out and provided a detailed step-by-step guide on what needed to be done. Early in the morning on January 31st, 2012, Jamie and Marvin followed the agent's instructions and drove to the home where Billie Jean, and their 7-month-old son, Tyler, were asleep, unaware of the impending danger. Jamie and Marvin entered through a first-floor window, proceeded to the couple's bedroom. Marvin was armed with a handgun he had brought from home. He approached the bed quietly and shot Billy point blank, killing him instantly. The noise startled Billie Jean, who jumped out of bed in confusion and panic. She rushed to the nursery to grab her son, trying to escape to safety, but the men pursued her. Just as she picked up her baby, she was attacked twice in the head, killing her before she could reach the door. Remarkably, little Tyler survived the incident. Although he was traumatized, he did not suffer any serious injuries. After the violent incident, Marvin and Jamie quickly escaped the location. Neighbors, disturbed by the gunfire, promptly called emergency services. Authorities arrived within minutes. Inside the house, they discovered a tragic scene. One room contained the body of Billy, who had been shot in the head, while another room had a small child sitting in a pool of blood next to his deceased mother, Billy. Almost immediately, evidence pointed investigators to the Potter household, who a long-standing feud with the victims had been ongoing for years. The day after the murders, Johnson County Sheriff's Deputy Joe Woodard spoke with Janelle, Barbara, and Marvin at their home, and they recorded the incident. During the interview, Janelle appeared to be hiding her romantic relationship with Jamie from her parents. Later that week, authorities brought Jamie in and asked him to take a lie detector test, which showed he had lied about knowing the identity of Billy and Billy's killers. Lott said, during the interview, Jamie said something like, "Is the CIA here?" That's a very strange question for him. In a major breakthrough, Jamie told detectives that he had been texting with a man named Chris, who said he worked for the CIA and that his job was to protect Janelle at all costs. After nearly 6 hours of questioning, Jamie told police that Janelle's father, Marvin, had killed Billy and Billy. Detectives asked Jamie to call Marvin to record a confession. Police then moved in and arrested Marvin in a pre-dawn raid in February 2012. When questioned by detectives, Marvin said, "Ever since this whole thing started, his life has been in danger. His wife has been in danger. They threatened to take Janelle and cut her head off." Agent Lott then arranged for Marvin to call his wife, Barbara. That conversation was close to a confession. While Marvin was being questioned, police executed a search warrant at Potter's home. Deputy Chief Woodard said investigators found an arsenal of weapons around the house, although none of them matched the murder weapon. They also discovered printed photos of the victim and her friends in the living room. At one point, Barbara tore up the photos in what appeared to be an effort to hide them from police. Authorities seized 51 items from the home, including the family computer. When they seized Marvin's truck, they found bags of shredded documents, pictured above. An agent painstakingly recreated more than 100 pages of the thousands of emails sent to the Potter family. After looking at it closely, it seems like there's some kind of conspiracy going on here. They keep mentioning a guy named Chris who's supposed to be a CIA agent or something, Agent Lott said. CIA agent Chris apparently corresponded with Barbara, warning her of threats to her daughter's life. He was tracking people he said were harassing her on the computer and calling her. And when she was out with her dad, he said they were tracking them together, Barbara said. He said he couldn't use his real name, his real identity. Police also focused on text messages between Janelle and Jamie on the morning of the murder. Text messages showed Janelle was involved in the preparation for the murder, prosecutor Dennis Brooks said. And on the Potter family's computer, police analyzed hundreds of emails sent by CIA agent Chris from the same IP address as the home where the Potters lived. Brooks believes Janelle pretended to be Chris. Social media allowed Janelle Potter to be someone she wasn't. She created Chris. She could take on a different identity and be as hateful as she wanted, Brooks said. Prosecutors believe Janelle used the fake identity to trick her parents and incite Marvin to kill. She fed Barbara's delusions, so Barbara ignored signs that something was wrong. In August 2013, authorities arrested Janelle and Barbara for the murders of Payne and Hayworth. Jamie agreed to cooperate with authorities in exchange for a reduced sentence. He provided a detailed account of the events leading up to the attack, claiming he genuinely thought he was protecting the woman he loved and had no knowledge of Chris's true identity. In October 2013, Marvin Potter, who executed the fatal shootings, was convicted and sentenced to 2 life terms, while Jamie testified against him and reached a deal of 25 years in prison. In July 2015, Barbara was found guilty of helping with the plan and was sentenced to life in prison. Janelle, the mastermind behind the scheme, believed she could manipulate everyone and escape without punishment, but her complex plan ultimately failed. She was convicted of orchestrating a violent crime and was sentenced to life behind bars. In trying to portray herself as the victim, she ended up using those closest to her as pawns, leading to the loss of 2 innocent lives. Judge Blackwood said the killings were the most senseless he had seen in his decades as a judge. Tyler is in the care of his family, who are still struggling to come to terms with the loss. He will never remember his mother, who was murdered while holding him. Janelle will be 80 before she is considered for parole, Blackwood said, and Barbara and Marvin will die behind bars. Now the people of Mountain City just want to forget. No one wants to talk about these murders anymore, but the scars are still there. People now lock their doors at night, when they never did before. This has shocked the community. In 1999, Julie Braun was a loan officer living in Fresno, California. Her primary responsibility was to assist people in obtaining loans for cars and mortgages for homes. Those who knew her described her as kind and approachable. She had a habit of stopping to give rides to strangers, motivated solely by her generous nature. However, her mother, Mary, sometimes worried that her kindness made her overly trusting and inclined to interact with people she hardly knew. While this personality helps Julie succeed in her career, it also puts her in contact with questionable individuals. Despite the risks, Julie maintained a positive outlook and dismissed any negative thoughts about possible dangers. She never had conflicts with her colleagues or friends, earning a reputation as one of the sweetest people around. Her kindness may have played a significant role in shaping her life. On Monday, August 2, 1999, Julie did not show up for her shift, marking the first time in her career that this occurred. Normally, she was punctual and reliable. This time, she not only didn't show up but also did not respond to any attempts to reach her. Since she didn't have a mobile phone, her employer called her home several times, but no one could figure out what was wrong. The last communication Julie had was a call to her mother over the weekend. At first, no one thought anything was amiss. However, after the bank's call, Julie's mother became anxious. She couldn't reach her daughter either. The night before, she had assumed Julie was just resting early and expected to hear from her soon. On that Monday, she sensed that something was off, which prompted her to drive to her daughter's home to ensure that everything was all right. As she approached the Westwood Village's apartment complex where Julie lived, everything felt familiar. She spotted Julie's car in the parking lot, which eased her worries momentarily. She thought Julie might have just stepped out for a quick errand. She calmly walked to the building and headed to the apartment. However, after knocking and ringing the doorbell, she was surprised when no one responded. After about 20 minutes of calling Julie's name without receiving a response, she decided to contact the building owner. The owner of the building arrived quickly and unlocked the door with her key. But as they tried to enter, it seemed something was blocking the door from the inside. Mary called out for Julie again, but there was no answer. After a few pushes, they managed to force the door open. To their horror, they found Julie's body lying on the floor. It was clear that she had been violently attacked. She was covered in blood and already cold, indicating that she had been there for quite some time. They immediately called the police, who arrived promptly. Julie's body was taken to the laboratory for an autopsy. The forensic expert discovered many stab wounds as well as numerous signs of beating. Some wounds were from her attempts to defend herself, but most were concentrated around her neck and chest. She had bled heavily and was found in a large pool of blood, having lost more than half her total blood volume. The expert concluded that Julie did not die instantly. She lost consciousness after a struggle with the attacker, and the severe bleeding ultimately led to her death. The medical examiner reported that Julie had been dead in her apartment for approximately a day before she was discovered. The police quickly observed clear signs of abuse, as her clothes were torn off, leaving her in just her underwear. However, the examination did not show any physical evidence of abuse. It is possible that Julie fought back against her attacker, provoking him to become enraged and aggressive. Julie was a mother of two, and her own mother became worried about her grandchildren's well-being. Fortunately, it was discovered that during this time, the children were with Julie's ex-husband. They shared custody, and although he was supposed to return the boys, he did not for unexplained reasons, raising suspicions about his involvement. Investigators found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, leading them to believe that Julie may have let her attacker in willingly. Robbery was not the motive, as her purse, which contained cash and credit cards, was left on the kitchen table. Additionally, a bag containing valuable documents and military equipment remained intact. During the crime scene investigation, police discovered a steak knife in the kitchen sink, which they suspected might have been used in the attack. However, it had been thoroughly cleaned, making it difficult to find any traces of blood. The knife was sent to the lab for analysis in hopes of finding fingerprints or other evidence from the attacker. Additionally, forensic experts found a small piece of fabric with threads that did not belong to Julie, indicating that she might have torn it from her attacker's clothing during their struggle. The attacker left very few traces behind. The only evidence at the scene was bloody shoe prints left on the carpet, and similar marks were also found on Julie's body. It seemed that she had been kicked or struck forcefully in the stomach after sustaining her initial injury, and the brutality of her death deeply affected her mother, who felt that she did not deserve such a fate. Forensic experts examined the shoe prints at the crime scene. However, none of the prints were clear enough to identify the type or pattern of the shoes. Only the size of the perpetrator's shoes could be estimated. Detectives believe that Julie was acquainted with her attacker because he was able to enter her apartment without using force. This suggests that he may have been seen by someone other than Julie. However, the apartment complex staff reported that they did not see anyone unusual on the evening of the murder, suggesting that the attacker could have lived in the building. Law enforcement reached out to Julie's neighbors and assessed her close relationships, suggesting that potential leads might come from her friends and acquaintances. There were no known criminal connections. She had always avoided associating with illegal activities and had no involvement with prohibited substances. Nevertheless, her life had its share of incidents, as reported by the apartment managers who were on duty during that time and should have been aware of any occurrences in the complex. It is worth noting that just 3 days before the murder, a man moved into one of the first-floor apartments with his girlfriend. On his first day, he approached the property manager's wife, claiming he had discovered a broken window at the end of the corridor and asked her to accompany him to inspect it. The manager's wife found his story suspicious since there had been no complaints from other residents. As a result, she declined to go with him and planned to inform her husband, who was dealing with similar matters. Her husband arrived promptly and checked the area, verifying that all the windows were intact. This situation raised red flags. The allegedly broken window was located in a secluded and dark part of the complex, far from other apartments, which made it even more suspicious, especially since a murder occurred that very evening. It appeared that this new tenant might have been planning an attack and attempted to lure the manager's wife to that location. This young man, who lived next door to Julie, quickly became the main suspect, as it was believed he targeted his neighbor after failing to trap the manager's wife. Ironically, this apartment complex was considered one of the safest in the area, equipped with special gates requiring individual keys and staffed by several security guards. Despite these features, the threat seemed to originate from within the complex itself. With assistance from the apartment manager, the police identified the suspicious tenant as Jeremy Overstreet, a 20-year-old living with his girlfriend, Holly Doyle, who worked as a stripper. They had met at her club. When the police visited their apartment, Holly answered the door, visibly shaken and confused. She provided crucial information about Jeremy, mentioning that he had been charismatic and popular with women at the club, which drew her to him and led them to move in together. However, by the time the police arrived, Jeremy was missing. According to Holly, he returned home with her on the night that Julie was killed. However, he went out to the store, and when he returned, he was empty-handed and offered no explanation for his unusual behavior. Holly noticed dark stains on Jeremy's clothes but didn't have time to clean them off. His behavior seemed odd. While she entertained friends, he was drinking with them but suddenly retreated to his room, locked the door, and said he was too tired to be disturbed. This abrupt change in him was unusual, but Holly and her friends brushed it off, assuming he was just exhausted. Meanwhile, detectives searched for Jeremy in their database and discovered he had a criminal record. He had recently been released on parole after serving time for abuse. This raised suspicions, especially since he was supposed to be in another state and had failed to check in with his parole officer. By moving to California, he had clearly violated his parole conditions, giving the police grounds to arrest him. Unfortunately, by the time they acted, he had already gone missing. Holly confirmed that Jeremy left on August 2nd, just as police were patrolling the apartment complex, which was a day before detectives visited her. Now, a dangerous criminal was on the loose. As the police continued their investigation, they spoke to Julie's mother, Mary, who identified a potential suspect, her ex-husband, John. Mary reported suspicious behavior from him on the night of the alleged attack. He was supposed to return their children in the evening but unexpectedly left them without informing her, which was unusual since he typically brought them back around 6 p.m. This inconsistency was especially alarming and caught Mary's attention. John called Mary to say that he and the children had gone to the lake and would be back late. He was unable to reach Julie directly, so he informed her mother, Mary, instead. Unfortunately, at that time, Julie was already dead. This means that John may have tried to make others not suspect him. When the police investigated him, they grew suspicious of him as well, finding that he had a motive. He owed Julie several $1,000s in alimony. His reluctance to pay might have led him to confront her violently in her apartment, either intentionally or accidentally. Both John and Jeremy emerged as key suspects, prompting the police to investigate both of them. While the officers searched for Jeremy, they focused more on John. Mary initially thought that her daughter and John had a normal relationship, but later she revealed that he was actually quite cruel and that her daughter wanted to leave him. They had 2 children, which further complicated matters. Although Julie resisted the divorce for a long time, John's infidelities ultimately made her decide to end their marriage. The divorce process strained their relationship and led to numerous disagreements over alimony and custody. Mary observed that John became increasingly aggressive during this period. Julie often expressed fear of his anger. However, after the divorce, John provided an alibi for the time of Julie's death, but it could only be confirmed by close friends, raising doubts about its credibility. Meanwhile, detectives discovered that John was moving on and had started seeing a new girlfriend named Brenda. As they gathered more information, they learned that Brenda was also a suspect. Brenda, a 32-year-old teacher with no criminal record, had a conflict with Julie just 3 days before the murder, which escalated into a physical fight. Brenda believes that Julie is trying to mend Julie's relationship with John, which fuels her jealousy and may prompt her to attack. Detectives visited another apartment to interview Brenda. While one investigator asked her questions, another searched the apartment for clothing items that matched a button found at the crime scene, as that was the only evidence they had. The officer requested to look through Brenda's belongings, and she complied, but they found no items with similar buttons in her home. The button was distinct, featuring the Eddie Bauer brand name. The police also searched John's belongings for items from this brand but found nothing, leading them to believe that these individuals likely had no involvement in the crime. Julie's father provided important information about her last moments. He informed them about a call he received from her on the night she passed away. This call was the last made from her phone and occurred just minutes before she was fatally attacked, according to forensic analysis. During the call, Julie mentioned that a neighbor had visited her and that she was helping him with some credit problems. She promised to call back after finishing her conversation, but she never did. Unbeknownst to her, she was about to fight for her life. Sadly, her father found out about her death much later than her mother, which delayed his ability to share this important information. 2 days after the incident, detectives became convinced that the neighbor seeking advice was Jeremy, the suspect they were looking for. With growing suspicion against him, the police made him a wanted man. He could be hiding anywhere, and the fear was that Julie might not be the only victim. Now, all women were at risk. The public demanded immediate action from law enforcement to apprehend him. However, the evidence against him was mostly circumstantial, making it difficult to link him directly to the crime scene. The only clue available was a button. Despite this, Jeremy's flight from authorities provided sufficient reason to arrest him for violating his parole. Additionally, it was noted that Julie did not own any clothing from Eddie Bauer that would match the button, indicating that it likely belonged to her attacker. When the detectives returned to Holly's apartment, she mentioned that before the incident, her boyfriend Jeremy had bought 4 shirts from the same store, and that one shirt went missing after the attacks. Holly provided a detailed description of the clothing and even identified a button found by the police, confirming her account. The detectives took Holly back to the store where the shirt was made, and she identified the model. The colors matched exactly. They searched both the murder scene and Jeremy's apartment again, but found no new evidence. Although they were searching for him, there were no leads. It was as if he had vanished, likely using cash and fake identities to evade capture. For the following week, there was no progress in the investigation. Eventually, the police traced a payment made with Jeremy's credit card to a hotel room that he had rented in San Jose, which is located 200 kilometers west of Fresno. At this point, the police did not have enough evidence to charge him with Julie's murder, but they arrested him for violating parole. This was significant because a parole violation could lead to imprisonment, and it provided a potential opportunity to connect him to Julie's attack. While investigating, authorities found one of Julie's business cards in Jeremy's wallet, indicating he had been in contact with her. He said he took Julie's business card to inquire about a car loan, but insisted he never spoke to her or went to her apartment. He acknowledged that he had the clothing items Holly described, but the shirt and pants he allegedly wore during the attack were missing. He could not explain their disappearance, which intensified the suspicions against him. Detectives believed he disposed of the clothes to eliminate evidence linking him to Julie's murder, especially considering the brutality of the attack likely left the shirt and pants stained with blood. All available shoes were confiscated and tested, but none showed traces of blood, suggesting he may have discarded them. However, the size of the shoes matched the shoe prints found at the murder scene. The police also observed that Jeremy had a fresh scar on the knuckles of his right hand, likely caused by a sharp object. He did not explain the injury, and investigators believed it might have resulted from a struggle with Julie. Nevertheless, there was still no direct evidence linking him to the murder, as no blood from him was found on the weapon. Despite this, evidence against him continued to be collected. The investigation did not yield enough evidence to convince the jury of Jeremy's guilt. Therefore, they couldn't file full charges against him. To delay proceedings, the prosecutor's office focused on his parole violation case. Detectives returned for a third time to the apartment he shared with Holly. This time, forensic scientists used luminol, a chemical that reveals blood traces under ultraviolet light. They discovered several small blood stains in the bathroom that could be tested for DNA. One blood sample matched Holly, which was not surprising since she lived there. However, the second sample matched Julie's blood, which was significant because it suggested she couldn't have been there by chance. This connected Jeremy to Julie's presence in the apartment. The likelihood of error in the DNA results was extremely low, further indicating Jeremy's guilt. Holly claimed that Julie had never been to her apartment and that they were not friends, meaning the only way Julie's blood could have gotten there would be if it had transferred from Jeremy's clothes. When Jeremy learned this, he claimed he could have accidentally gotten blood on himself because he visited Julie's apartment to inquire about a loan to buy a car. However, this explanation raised doubts, and people began to lose trust in his story, which was later contradicted by the evidence found in the apartment. Moreover, since Jeremy was unemployed, his ability to obtain a loan seemed implausible, making his account appear entirely untruthful. Despite denying any involvement in the murder, he could not explain how Julie's blood ended up in his apartment. In July 1999, Jeremy Overstreet was charged with first-degree murder for Julie's death and attempted assault. The prosecutor argued that he attempted to force Julie, a neighbor, to comply with him, but she resisted, which led him to attack and kill her. The prosecution believed that Julie was an unintended victim of Jeremy's initial plan, which involved luring the apartment complex manager's wife due to a broken window incident. When that plan failed, he resorted to attacking Julie instead. Jeremy deceived Julie into letting him into her apartment by fabricating a story about needing a car loan, even though they had just met and she did not know him well. Julie hadn't had the chance to verify his information, and out of kindness, she felt compelled to help him. At 7:30 p.m., Julie made her final phone call to her father. During that call, Jeremy arrived, and after she opened the door for him, she promised to call back. A few minutes later, she was found bleeding in her apartment. Julie fought back during the attack, during which Jeremy lost a button from his shirt. This became crucial evidence against him. Tragically, she suffered nearly many stab wounds. Additionally, the prosecution stated that her business card was found in Jeremy's wallet, although she never willingly gave him anything. During the trial, it was revealed that Jeremy had no major problems in his personal life. He was in a relationship with a beautiful dancer named Holly. Despite this, he craved violence and terror, first targeting a manager's wife before moving on to Julie. Holly was fortunate to escape unharmed but was unaware of Jeremy's violent past. Like many, she had let him into her life without realizing the danger he posed. Jeremy presented Julie with an ultimatum: to be intimate with him or face death. Julie chose to fight for her life, which tragically resulted in her murder, leaving her sons without their mother. During the trial, one of her sons spoke out against Jeremy, calling him a monster for taking his mother away. On March 1, 2003, Jeremy Overstreet was convicted of first-degree murder, attempted murder, abuse, and burglary. The court sentenced him to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. He remains incarcerated and will never be released. Remarkably, he has created a dating profile seeking communication, showcasing his work, and claiming his innocence.